We should be live again. Are we live again? We should be back, right? Yeah, fuck knows what happened there. Fuck knows what happened there. Then offline. Okay, so can you guys hear me now? I get yeeted. Okay, so human beings are incredibly good at logic and finding facts that link up with their own bias. Human beings are incredibly bad at rationality. We are not rational creatures. We can find logical arguments and we can definitely spot illogical arguments, but we do not do well with finding factual evidence. The evidence that we find are facts that align with our bias. So you have decided almost before any debate or anything that you're looking up, you already decided what you want to believe, and then you find evidence to show that you're correct. And it doesn't matter how much evidence there is to the contrary, you only find the evidence that proves that you're right in what you believe. This is why two people can sit in a room, disagree about the exact same thing, and both will have facts that prove their side right. Both will have facts that prove their side right. We are incredibly biased. And it's part of what we are. We evolved to be that way. It was necessary for our evolutionary ability. Manipulation and the art of manipulation was necessary for our survival. So we manipulate facts, we manipulate beliefs. That doesn't mean that you can't change people's minds. It's just very difficult to change people's minds. Very hard. Because you basically have to, if you want. So here's the problem that I have with public debates in general. Why I don't like public debates, specifically the debates that you see with Twitch streamers and YouTubers and things like that. It's more often than not, there's so many fallacies involved in those debates. And I can't remember all. There's like 7 cardinal fallacies, and I can't remember what all of them are. Let's just quickly see here. Because remember, debate is actually a scientific thing, right? So you have I'm trying to find the so the first one that you see quite fucking often, this is specifically prevalent in Twitch debates. Most of the Twitch debates that I see, hasty generalization happens a lot, right? So hasty generalization, in short, a hasty generalization is when you neglect to perform your due diligence. It's making a decision without all the facts having first been gathered and understood in context of the decision you're making. This happens quite often, but it also happens an outflow of this can be stuff like the straw man arguments happen a lot as well on Twitch, right? So someone says something and then the other person will surmise what that person have said in a complete straw man, yeah? Like a complete fucking straw man argument. And now you first have to knock down the straw man before you can go ad hominem. Like ad homs is literally everywhere. But there's another fallacy that I'm trying to remember, which is not the red herring. That's a mouthful, which translates to after this, therefore because of this. So this is a logical fallacy. There's another fallacy that's called, I can't remember the fucking name of it, because this one only has the 7 cardinal fallacies, but there's more fallacies out there. For example, the Vulcan Fallacy. The Vulcan Fallacy is the fallacy of rational thought because you believe that everyone else is rational. So, for example, in Star Trek, Spock is sold as this highly rational being. But if you speak to philosophers, they'll actually tell you that Spock was incredibly irrational. Because Spock usually relied on other people's rationality. So Spock would say something like, they're obviously going to attack from this side because that is the most rational side to attack from, thereby basically saying it's a rational plan because the other person will be rational. And that is a fallacy. You can't say that other people will be rational and therefore I will act rationally, because most people will not be rational. So that's what they call the Vulcan Fallacy. And then there's the fallacy where I'm basically just going to say playing to the audience. So it's basically making a mockery of the person or of their argument. So you mock their argument and that plays to the audience. So in the eyes of the audience, you are now winning. Yeah? You're winning this argument. Congratulations. You're winning because the audience is laughing at the other person. But in actual reality, you've not made any statement or any sort of effort to engage the argument. You just mocked the other person's argument. The audience is too stupid to realize it, so they walk away thinking that person have lost. But in the at the end of the person didn't actually lose. They just didn't engage in mockery. So there's like it's very prevalent, specifically on Twitch, and that's why I don't think these Twitch debates really. I don't think these Twitch debates really serve to change anyone's mind at all. Yeah, throwing mud, effectively. You know, so let's use a very recent debate that I watched, because this literally happened. So Destiny was having a debate with, I don't even know who the fucking guy is. Destiny made some comments about rape. Yeah, where Destiny's argument about rape was effectively that, because there was a girl on Twitter that basically complained about a guy that stealthed her. Do you guys know what stealthing is? Apocalypse, yeah, that's basically, that's also a fallacious strategy that people employ, where they'll basically just, they'll knock your argument down by knocking you down, right? Stealthing is when you remove the condom during sex, yeah? So the girl complained that a guy stealthed her, and she didn't want to say anything while it was happening, but she's very angry that it happened. So Destiny made an argument, which at the time, I think he should have thought about it more, right? I really do believe that he should have thought about the tweet more. But then again, you know, more power to you. Say whatever the fuck you want. But Destiny basically made the argument. If you don't have the confidence to speak up when someone crosses your boundaries, so when someone does something that you're not comfortable with, then maybe you should not be engaging in casual sex. Yeah? Then maybe we shouldn't be telling all women and men to engage in casual sex. Then maybe you should take personal responsibility and realize, look, I don't feel comfortable in moments of pressure to speak up and say, look, I'm not happy with this. So maybe this is a dangerous thing for me to do, you know? At no point was Destiny saying that it is the girl's fault for what that guy did. Like, he never said that it was the guy's fault for what like it was not the guy's fault, or that it was the girl's fault for what the guy did. He was basically saying, yes, that guy is an absolute asshole and a pig, and you should never fucking see him again. But there should at least be some personal responsibility as well, which I think is a valid criticism. Now, the guy that he was debating at the time, right, effectively, after Destiny explained all of this, boils the argument down to, oh my god, so it's all about what she was fucking wearing. Do you see how that is an incredibly, like, unfair take? Because after that entire argument, you basically mock the argument by saying, oh, so blame the victim, right? That's what you're saying, blame the victim. At no point was the victim blamed. The victim wasn't blamed. But I do think that it's important that personal responsibility is... So, for example, I'm not good with one-night stands. I know for a fact I'm not good with one-night stands. So I don't engage in them because I take personal responsibility for it. I decided quite a while ago that I have no interest in navigating the world of consent because it's become completely bonkers to me. Especially now with girls, basically, the next morning after feeling guilty about it can come out and say that you sexually assaulted them and your life could be over. And I just said, well, the dangers outweigh any sort of fun that I think you could have. So I just said, I won't do it. It's cool. Not like I have to fight girls off with a broom or anything. So it's not like I'm making some huge personal sacrifice here. I'm just saying, it was a decision that I made. I'm not interested. It's one of the reasons, not the only reason. But one of the reasons was just it became too dangerous to really navigate that world. Because for some reason, and I will say this, for some reason, it seems to me, and this I find actually incredibly insulting, and I'm not even a woman, but it feels to me like in modern day society, so in the past, we absolutely infantilized girls, and I think most girls can agree with that. We used to believe that women can't talk about sex, women can't enjoy sex, women are little girls that, need to be protected and need to be kept safe and need to be kept in a glass, in a little glass box where they won't get hurt until such time that they get married. Yeah? And it seems to me like we've completely fucked over to the other side now, where we're still infantilizing girls. Because nowadays, no matter what happens, right? No matter what fucking happens, it's never the girl's fault. The girl can take no responsibility for anything. In a sexual encounter, the guy's job is to make sure that consent is there. The girl has no responsibility. It's as if, in the sexual encounter, the guy has to do everything correct by the book. The girl basically just needs to lie there. And my argument to that is, wait a second, but sex is kind of messy, you're in the moment. There's a lot of things going on. A lot of things can go wrong. Shouldn't it be sort of the responsibility? I'm not talking about like proper rape, right? That's a whole different fucking story. In that sense, the girl cannot be blamed for a guy basically forcing himself on her. I'm talking about the sort of gray areas, because rape have become this huge thing that no one fucking follows anymore because everything can now be rape. And in this instance, right, let's say, for example, the guy overstepped some of the boundaries. Yeah, he didn't rape you, but he overstepped some of your boundaries. Maybe, you didn't want it rough and he slapped you once on the cheek. Yeah, not face, on the butt cheek. And that was a bit rough. Do you not have some responsibility as a girl to be an adult and say, hey, stop fucking doing that? Don't do that. Or am I just being completely out of line here? Should it be the guy's responsibility to make sure that all manner of consent is attained before the sex actually happens? The guy has to be an adult to check beforehand. The problem with that, EMDB, is anyone who has ever had sex will know that it's not a fair-minded, level-headed engagement, right? You're in the moment. There's a rush of adrenaline and hormones. It's a mess. So to say that the guy must be like the adult and check, why is it only the guy that has to be the adult and check? Why can't the girl be like, okay, listen here, these are my boundaries. I'm not willing to cross these boundaries, so please make sure that you don't cross them. Why is it only on the guy to do those things? How likely are you to play Lost Ark? Roger based, absolute zero, because I'm not allowed to. Like, it's not available in South Africa. So the answer to that is zero. It is like the thing is, so the idea that you that the guy should be responsible for all of it almost suggests, like you just said, you need a contract beforehand. You have to walk around with a contract about this big that includes every single kink, but also then, of course, another section for kinks that haven't been invented yet, because human beings are very, 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 very creative when it comes to kinks. And then you basically have to sit the girl down for about 2 hours as she reads through the contract, takes all of the kinks that she is really into. You then read the contract as well, right? And then both sign, and by that time, the spark have died and both people go home. Because, you know, the moment is over, as it were. EMDB, that might be you, but that doesn't necessarily. So, for example, I'm not really into slapping whatsoever. Like the spanking thing, so I would also not really be into it unless I was explicitly told, spank me, right? But I would not do it by myself. But we're also talking about sometimes even milder things, right? That for some reason could. So there was this case a while back of a guy from the guy from Barstool Sports, some shit like that, where a girl came out and basically accused him of sexual harassment because he was too rough during sex. Now, luckily for that guy, he actually did have the texts where he showed that he told her from the beginning, I am rough and I like it rough, and if you're not gonna fucking want to be rough, don't come to my house. You know. So luckily he had that, but in general, it's a very organic thing, and I don't know, anyone that's ever had fucking sex will know that no one thinks entirely clearly. Now, none of this, and I hate that I have to say this because it should be inferred, but you kind of have to. None of this is even remotely comparable to a guy forcing himself on a girl after she said no. Like, that is, like, there's no sort of gray area there. The guy can't go, well, you know, it was in the moment and the heat was going, so, you know, I thought you... If the girl says no, that is a very clear boundary of your dick's not going there, right? She can maybe say no to a blowjob, to anal, to just sex in general. The no is like, okay, dick, calm down. This is not happening right now. Whatever it is that you had planned isn't happening. Obviously, that is, like, that goes without saying. And in that regard, the girl was the adult. She did the adult thing. She said, no, I am not interested in this. Then you must be the adult and say, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah? So in that regard, that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about the gray areas within sex, and specifically one-night encounters, which can be very difficult to sort of... How is that a mild thing, though? Wait, what is a mild thing, Clean? What do you think about the new MMO they're making? I'm really, Hunter, I'm a huge Harry Potter fan, and I am very much looking forward to the MMO that they're making. It kind of ruins the moment if you have to ask what you are allowed to do before sex. Okay, no spanking, check. Oh, you don't want to do oral, but want to receive it, noted. Clean the rough sex. How do you mean? Oh, okay, never mind. I get the joke. Never mind, I get the joke. Sorry about that. I was so fucking confused for a bit there, Clean. I was like, huh? What is she asking? I'm not sure what she's asking. Is the moment more important than not crossing someone's boundaries, though? It's okay. So to try and equate the two, I think, is unfair, because what we're talking about here is in the moment. You have to have the faculty to think about every single boundary that you could potentially be crossing. So I'll give you an example. I met a girl, I didn't date this girl, but I met a girl once who found kissing with tongue absolutely disgusting. Like, absolutely disgusting. Black, how you doing, brother? Been enjoying some of your reacts that made it to YouTube, especially the Final Fantasy History series. I'm glad you enjoy that, bro. Like, she absolutely despised it. Now, if you're a guy in the throes of, say, heavy petting, shall we say, if you're saying you're not supposed to cross her boundaries, are you, in other words, saying that you, as the guy, must check beforehand what every single one of those boundaries are? Or is it easier to just discover those boundaries a little bit more organically? So as it goes, the girl will either tell you or show you that she's not into this and she doesn't want this. Or if it's a hard boundary, the girl needs to tell you beforehand, I don't do this, right? I think it's far more important that the person who has the boundaries be the one to state their boundaries beforehand than it is for the other person to figure out what the fucking boundaries are. I also don't think, I really do believe that if you've ever been in a one-night stand with a girl, it kills the mood very quickly if you start going, is it okay if I do this? Most girls there would immediately start feeling quite uncomfortable because you're basically checking before everything that you do. Am I doing this okay? Am I doing this okay? Should I be doing this? Do you want this harder, softer? What do you want here? For most girls, this would be an incredibly unnatural and sort of awkward experience because you're basically asking her to narrate what you're doing and whether or not she enjoys it. And he went down on her, and she enjoyed it immensely. She did wish, however, that he could stick his tongue a little bit deeper. But, she was hoping that he would figure that out by himself. Oh, there it goes. He's doing it now. That's exactly what she wanted. Most girls don't want to sit there and narrate the experience, right? They just want to be, same as you, in that moment, going through that experience. So I don't see how you could check for every single boundary that someone would have, though. Yeah, but EMDB, what you're talking about with communication is, so we're talking about one-night stands. We're talking about you meet this girl at a bar, she decides to come home with you, and you go from the couch having a drink, right, making out, to the bedroom, yeah? There's not, from my limited experience with one-night stands, there isn't much communication. Communication is far more prevalent in actual relationships. Lou Blood Moon, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Either say beforehand or just state it along the way if you're not comfortable with it. I don't think it's possible to check a whole list prior to it, and both are responsible. 100% agree. I think both people, we have to start treating men and women as adults. We have to. I think it's incredibly important that we do that. I don't see it helpful because it really does feel as if we've swung completely to the other side and women are still being treated like little girls. They're still being treated like we're now able to discuss kinks and girls are able to say openly that they like sex. But we still won't give them any responsibility. And it's sort of like, but wait a second, isn't that, like, aren't we just doing the exact same thing? Like, we're still treating them as little girls that is just too precious and can't make any mistakes and should not be hurt. And when I say hurt, I don't mean that in a sort of bad hurt way. I mean that in just sort of a general life is sometimes rough kind of way. I think I think it would be incredibly insulting if I was a girl, knowing that apparently I'm too weak to speak up for myself, Because I don't think that is. Every single girl that I've ever been on dates with were not too weak to fucking speak up. Like, they would let me know very quickly if I was doing something that they were not very happy with, or even if I was just doing it wrong, right? Like, that wasn't exactly the way that she wanted it. They'd be very quick to go, no, I don't like that. Do it this way or whatever. Lou Budman, I agree with you 100% there. I 100% agree with you. such a fallacy. There is communication and should be. You don't have to already be in a relationship before you have casual conversations about what someone wants or expects without killing the mood. Nico, but no one said that you can't. I said in general. Like, you do realize that that's not a fallacy. That's a generalization at best, but not a fallacy. Because at no point did I say that there aren't people who sit there and discuss their desires beforehand. But in the one-night stands that I've had, of which there were 2 in my entire life before I realized this really isn't my thing, I fucking hate this, of which there were 2, there was no communication beforehand, neither from me or from the girl, about what we expected or desired within it. It was more a discovery process as we went along, which is actually, by the way, one of the reasons I don't like one-night stands. It feels messy, it has no intimacy whatsoever, it just isn't for me. It just isn't. I don't see why people would want to do it, because for me, honestly, sex isn't even that great. I'm not that big of a fan of sex. What makes sex great is the intimacy that comes with it when you're actually dating and you're sharing something. But the physical act of sex, to me, I can take it or leave it. I could play a game and have just as much fun. The physical act means fuck all to me. So for me, one-night stands doesn't work. It's just not... I don't like the messiness of it. Because they're kissing wrong. This specifically happens with me quite often, where they're... So I dated this girl once that her tongue was like a fucking invader in my mouth, which... It was so rough because the first night we met, we sat there making out, and I just remember that it was the worst experience of my fucking life because her tongue is almost in my throat at some point. I'm like, I don't want this. I don't want your tongue that deep in my fucking mouth. I don't want to get a gag reflex from your tongue. Get it out of my mouth. It doesn't have to be that deep. It doesn't even have to be in my mouth. We could meet in the middle. You know, it's sort of like, I don't like the messiness of it. It's just all over the place and I hate it. But I don't believe that in general, and maybe I'm wrong, to the people here that have one-night stands, how many of you find that discussions and conversation about what you like and what you dislike is commonplace before a one-night stand happens? In general, like your general experiences is you sit down and for 2 hours you discuss what you like, or for 10 minutes you discuss what you like, dislike, and what you're going to do and what you're not going to do. You're right, Akko. I see it all the time. People get false accusation of rape, and because it's the girl accusing, the guy their life gets ruined because it is so one-sided. It doesn't matter how much evidence 9 out of 10, they will believe the girl. That is sort of a whole different thing, you know? Matt Comfort, I do agree with you there. The girl I thought was going to blow me as going to be a normal experience, but she slurped me up like a savage. Jesus. Stands are trash and shouldn't exist. I can't say that it shouldn't exist because different people like different things. I have a friend, for example, that is like, he's 90% of his life is one-night stands. Yeah, he prefers one-night stands over almost everything else. Needed is faster, harder, or not so rough. I feel like one-night stands in general, and that doesn't mean that it's not true for all of them, right? There might be ones that have sort of an outlier. But the general experience and conversations that I've ever had, one-night stands tend to be incredibly organic. Because for the most part, you don't necessarily think you're going to see this person again. It is just a casual sexual encounter. And that's what you're engaging in, right? You're just having some fun. So why would you go on a massive conversation about like your likes, dislikes, and wants and needs? What you want is to get off. What you need is to get off. And the quicker that can happen, usually the better. Never had a one-night stand? The only question for Arthur, there have been a couple of times when I've known after that first shack we wouldn't work out, so it was a one-night stand. Are you not allowed to play Lost Ark because you live in South Africa? Yes, Staggerus. Sadly, yes. I don't know. I don't like the fact that all of the responsibility is on the man. Like that just seems like an incredibly unfair thing. The man needs to, throughout all that hormones, needs to keep a cool head and figure out what the fuck they can and can't do. And if the girl feels uncomfortable and doesn't want to say that she doesn't want to do something, then it's still the guy's fault. Because this, by the way, the thing that we're talking about now, that's exactly what happened here. The guy did stuff that the girl didn't feel comfortable with. She refused to say anything. And somehow it's still the guy's fault. Now, in the exact example, what the guy did is absolute fucking scumbag and should actually be prosecuted. But I've heard similar stories for things that isn't actually criminal behavior. You know, just the guy doing something that the girl felt mildly uncomfortable with, still didn't say anything, and somehow it's still the guy's fault. Sort of like, no, but if the guy does something that you're uncomfortable with, tell him. Say, no, don't do this, I don't like it. If he continues after that, scumbag. Like, scumbag. Get your pepper spray, spray it on his dick, and run the fuck away. Yeah? Chop it off if you need to. Because the guy doesn't deserve it. But if you didn't say anything, the guy can't be expected to think on your behalf, you know? Because in SA, so it's region locked. South Africa isn't allowed to play the game. The Bloodman, good luck. Take care. Thanks for hanging out, and thanks for the first time chat. We'll probably be here still by the time you get back. Okay, so I can use a VPN probably to get the game to work, but I can't stream using a VPN. You guys won't be able, like, the stream will be literally unwatchable. EMDV, yeah, go for it. I'll endorse that cancellation. Unknown Mephi, ask me. I have no idea. I just know that I'm not allowed to play it. Like, I'll show you guys. I showed earlier in stream as well. So, screen share, typing in Lost Ark, Lost Island Ark Expedition, Ark the Lost Fairy Tale, no Lost Ark. It's not even available to download in my region. Rotio, so it's not that I find it funny that, you know, a guy's dick being chopped off, but if a man does something to a woman after that woman explicitly said no, I don't think he deserves that dick. I'm sorry, maybe I'm just being very barbaric here, but I don't think that fucker deserves a dick in the first place. He is a disgrace to anyone that wears a dick. It should not fucking happen. I have said this before, and I stick to this. I think that rape is worse than murder. It is weird to me that rapists do not get life in jail, but murderers do. I don't understand why. Because in murder, the person that you murdered is gone. They don't have to live with the effects of what the fuck you've done. In rape, the person that you raped needs to live for the rest of their lives with what the fuck you did. And to me, that is far worse than murder. King Julian, I don't know about that. Like, I genuinely don't know about that. Because as far as my understanding go about men that do get raped, my understanding is that the vast majority of cases don't get prosecuted because the men will not come forward in time. So men actually don't come forward when they've been raped. The vast majority of men don't come forward. So my understanding isn't that the courts won't prosecute. There's been prosecutions in the past of men who did come forward, but it's far more often that the men don't come forward in time, or that they don't come forward at all. A joke of punishment, yeah, but as when news about wife cut pee-pee and people start lol is the weird thing, at least for me. Roteo, I think it's more a gallows humor thing than it is sort of a ha-ha thing. Most men even laugh at that, and the reason we laugh at that is because we can imagine that happening to us, and that would be fucking horrible. So it's sort of like that you laugh, but you don't actually laugh because it's ha-ha funny. It's more like, Jesus, that's rough. At least that's what I think, but I do get your overall gripe. Maybe you should move on from the rape topic, since Twitch staff are taking an interest. I mean, I don't think we're doing anything wrong. This is an 18-plus conversation, and this is an 18-plus stream. Unless, of course, the settings have changed, but I haven't changed the settings, so I doubt. But I don't think we're, I don't think we're saying anything that shouldn't be said. Banadonna, like I said, legally, I don't think that's true. I think societal-wise, yes. I think in society, we don't take men being raped as seriously as we probably should. But I think in law, because that's literally what was said here, is that people don't get prosecuted when men get raped. And I don't necessarily think that's true law-wise. I think under the law would prosecute whoever, yeah, regardless, because rape is illegal. I don't think that the law really differentiates. At least in South Africa, rape is not gendered. So if you read the law, there's no gender language in rape. It is literally forcing someone to do something against their will that is sexual is rape. So there's no gendered language there, which means if you go to court, absolutely, there's going to be prosecutions. The issue is that men don't come forward as often, which might be due to societal pressures. Men aren't supposed to be seen as weak, and that could be seen as weak, and therefore, we don't come forward when it happens to us. When I was younger, me and my friends used to joke about it. That sort of shows you what our society is like. We used to joke about it. We used to be like, why would anyone have a problem? Why would any guy have a problem with being raped? It's free sex. And then you grow up and you realize, I was a fucking moron. I was a fucking moron, because it's not... It's actually, if you listen to some of the stories that comes out about that stuff, it is fucking rough. It is fucking rough. But that's the beauty of being completely fucking young and ignorant, right? You say a bunch of stupid shit. Luckily, when I was young and ignorant, social media didn't exist. So, I couldn't really get in trouble for things I said back then, because you only said it to your friends and that was it. Black, that is a topic that I really don't even want to get into. So I appreciate you bringing it up, but I don't even want to get into it. Because that is a topic that just fucking no. Straight up no. Yeah, we can move on from this conversation because we're now getting into a pedophilia area, and my answer to that is no. No. Just no. That is not okay. It should never be okay. It's just fucking sick that it even, like, it's sick to me that there is even a portion of the society that thinks it's okay. Like, it's sickening. You have a wife and kids, and then your boss is telling you either do wanky wanky with me, or I'll find an excuse to fire you, and you're like, whoa, I'm fucked. I'd be fired. I just tell my boss to go fuck himself. And then I would go to the police, because then my boss is getting fucked. So, yeah. Yeah, it's a straightforward answer. Anyways, what do you guys want to talk about now? Do you want to react to something? Do we have stuff that we can react to? Should have stuff to react to, right? Oh, wait. I have a video that I have to finish uploading. Wait, give me a moment here. If you have a video, remember to share it in Discord, content suggestions. No, I've already done all the admin. I'm literally just uploading the video. The admin was done before the stream already, so you guys don't have to worry about being part of the fucking team on this one. I took care of that. No, I'm not in Stormblood yet. I haven't played games in a while. I'm not really in the mood to play games at the minute. I don't know why. I'm sort of currently in between games. It's not that I don't want to play Final Fantasy. It's just that I don't want to play Final Fantasy right now. Actually, I know exactly why. Because I want to play Red Dead Redemption 2. But I can't play Red Dead Redemption 2 because I can't stream Red Dead Redemption 2. So I'm sort of stuck, you know, because if I play Final Fantasy now, I'm going to want to play Red Dead Redemption instead. Congratulations, Julian. React to Lost Ark Survival, Great MMO, Dinosaur RPG. I've played Lost Ark before. Have you seen the video of Noble rating Balila's video on Azeroth, I think it was? I have not seen it. Link any videos that you want me to react to, guys, on Discord, and I'd be happy to react to it. 2022 is looking really good. 2022 looks like the year of our Lord and Savior of the gaming industry. It seems like we're getting quite a good amount of games this year. Of course, the game that finally fucking launched isn't available to South Africans, so that really blows dick. But, you know, here we are. Them watching them, for fuck's sakes. Unless NFTs, fuck us all. True. What games is coming in February? I'm waiting for Final Fantasy 15, actually. Oh, Elden Ring is coming too. I don't know if I'm going to play Elden Ring, though. So what game do you want me to play out of those? Elden Ring, Horizon Forbidden West? What game would you like me to play on stream? Lost Ark is a new MMO. You guys want me to play Elden Ring? Ollie World, Elden Ring. Kimsey, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Bastard, welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We can play Total Warhammer, why not? I'd be okay with playing that. Yeah, sure. We could play Elden Ring 2, I guess. No, too. Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. I have no idea what the fuck that is. So, mods, can we get Can we get some kind of voting going over on Discord for Total War, Warhammer 3, Elden Ring, and Horizon Forbidden West to see which game we should be playing instead? Giannis, how you doing? Thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, shit. Netherlands and Belgium can't play Lost Ark. Feels fucking bad, man. I'm pretty sure I saw Steam with Horizon Forbidden West. No? If it is only PS5, then fucking leave it. No, it is only, you're right. It is only Horizon Zero Dawn at the moment. So yeah, screw Horizon. I'm not playing PS. You guys can suck a dick. I'm not playing on the PS. I don't wanna. Shadow Grove, it's blocked in South Africa. We can create a poll here, but I would rather... Oh, I do want to say to you guys... I've never really played Souls games. So, I don't know if I'm going to enjoy Elden Ring, because that's a Souls game as well, isn't it? So, read that message, and then join Reddit. Join the subreddit, if you haven't already. And if you have interesting clips and stuff, share them on the subreddit. So we can get the subreddit going. I get triggered quickly if I fail at stuff, so that might actually fucking get me quite angry. Melon Slapper, I like Reddit. I'm a fan of Reddit, so although I don't post on Reddit at all, I usually just look at Reddit, so I basically browse Reddit for about an hour every day. Usually after stream, I'll browse Reddit, and sometimes before stream if I need topics to talk about. But yeah, you guys should absolutely join the Reddit, and if there's interesting clips and interesting stuff that you want me to react to, we'll throw in a Reddit review every month or every week, depending on how many stuff we get on Reddit. I'm wondering if you could probably do a poll on Reddit too, but it would almost guaranteed be easier to do the poll not on here, but maybe on YouTube. I wonder if we should we do the poll on YouTube instead? Thank you, King Julian. I'll be reacting soon. We'll do some reaction soon. Do the poll everywhere. YouTube is the one place I can do the poll and keep track of it, though. Fuck. Destiny has a new poll, a new debate up, and I'm really fucking interested to just react to that. Okay, so what games should we play in February on Twitch? That's the poll that we're doing. So give me your games. Total War, Warhammer 3. What other game do you guys want me to add to this? I'll link the poll to you now. Serpenza, yes, I have heard of him. I've watched a lot of their stuff in the past, yes. I could add Dying Light 2. Sure. Dying Light 2. Final Fantasy VII Remake. I can add that too. Fuck Dota. King Julian, I'm not playing Dota. Screw that. Warcraft 3 refunded? No. Illegal. Monka. Not doing that. World of Warcraft, not adding that either. I don't wanna. Elden Ring is fine. We can do Elden Ring. One more game. It has to be a newish game, guys. I don't want to do older games. It has to be a newish game. I won't play Age of Empires on stream either. I don't think Age of Empires on stream would work that well. Could. But then I would rather play something like Oxygen Included or whatever. It won't be Horizon Forbidden West, though. If it is Horizon, it would be Horizon Zero Dawn. Because Forbidden West is only on PlayStation for now. RPG Harry Potter game? I know, Rhetorican. I will be playing that. If it's not fucking locked, of course, right? But no, Harry Potter isn't coming out in February. This is only for February games, guys. DLC back and Total Warhammer 3 won't be released until 17th, assuming no delay. So let's do Horizon Zero Dawn. Let's add that as well. All right, so those are the 5 options. Let's see which game gets the most votes. If any of them. It might be that none of them get good votes. Who knows? Why does it want me to vote? I'm not supposed to vote on this. And I would love to get the actual just fucking post. But it won't let me click on the post. I'll just give you guys the link to the community panel and you guys can go check it out. There you go. Whoa, Bandadonna, thanks for the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. 2 months in a row, you bastard. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So how's it going? Nazarak, how you doing? Foul Smoke, how you doing, brother? Oh man, if I put the poll in general, and he put it in other games, so there are 2 polls on Discord, no excuse not to join. Well, there you go. 100%. So there's already 1 vote for Final Fantasy VII Remake. Ooh, Total War seems to be winning. By quite a margin at the minute. Try to do storytelling via whispers, etc. I mean, it depends on this poll. Whatever gets the highest votes on this poll is the game that we'll be playing on as soon as it's available. Second highest will be the one that we play. So, you know, it really depends on how people vote. Follow this link. Slapper. You can click on that link and you should see the poll. It's the first poll showing up. You should be able to see first poll showing up. I am now... Fucking hell. I'm so tempted to watch this debate. Feminist panelists confront Destiny on debate panel. Taking behind YouTube and Discord reactions, it's Warhammer and Elden Ring so far. Tyler, how you doing, bro? Combine YouTube and Discord reactions, it's Warhammer and Elden Ring so far. So people seem to be very much interested in Warhammer and Elden Ring. Well, maybe we'll give both a go and see which one is best. Doing good. Woke up 2 hours ago. Just finishing Stormblood MSQ. Easy. Easy life. Total Warhammer has the capability to play with myself, Moni, Chaos, Cammy as well. So mod games with you on stream. Yeah, we could do that. You guys can teach me how to fucking play Total Warhammer. Yeah, well, we'll see. The mods will keep me updated on how people vote on Discord. We'll be able to see how people vote on YouTube, and then we'll be able to decide which game wins. Yeah? It's just not on our Steam. Yeah, we can't fucking play it, Foul Smoke. I know. Just slightly behind. I mean, I've promised Furorius for a long time that I will play Final Fantasy VII Remake, so that has to be played. Are you interested in creators like PBS, Space Time, about physics and quantum stuff? I do enjoy stuff like that, but it's often not good content for stream. Because it's very niche, and it's not really stuff that I can add anything to, right? So if I'm watching a debate like the Destiny one here, I can add stuff to this. If I'm watching something like a physics video, I'm not a physicist. So what I can add to that is basically going, interesting. So it's not like, it's not great reaction content. If we do reaction content, I have to be able to add some kind of spice to it or some kind of discussion to it. Otherwise, I think it would just be boring because you guys would literally just sit here watching me watch that. No one cares about Africa or the Southern Hemisphere at all. True. Heavy lead at 36.7%. All right. We'll do Elden Ring if it wins. We'll give it until like whenever the first game comes out, and then we'll decide. Philosophy everyone can talk about because everyone has an opinion. I'm quickly gonna go to the bathroom, and then I'll decide what we do next. We'll see. So everyone take 5. I can tell you now, Akko, you will hate Elden Ring. Yeah, but then you guys will sit here and watch me be very angry about Elden Ring. So would that not be fun for you? Oh, Kimsey. I'll definitely check out that. Thanks for the DM, bro. Really appreciate that. Finally made it. Missed you a few times. Void Walker Blood. How you doing, brother? But yeah, if I do end up hating Elden Ring, you'll have the privilege of seeing me complain for 7 to 9 hours about the game and how stupid it is that I keep dying. And then, of course, I'll blame lag, even though it is a single-player game. I play from South Africa, so I will blame lag. It's my go-to. Or I'll blame the controllers or my keyboard and my mouse for not working. I once had the privilege of hearing a hunter blame his mouse pad for failing. Like, not even the mouse. He didn't even blame the mouse. He blamed the mouse pad for failing. So you could really blame anything if things go wrong. Why isn't Minecraft on the list? Because I don't want to fucking play Minecraft. I played it once with you fuckers and I got bored very quickly. Maybe we'll try Minecraft one day again, but I'm not going to try it right now. Anyways, I need to go pee. I'll talk to you guys in about 5 minutes. What the fuck have you guys been up to? Wait. More work? Okay. What? What is it? Thinking so. We are the ocean. Back in the fur. What? What? You mean the songs that's playing on stream? Bro, I don't have a choice. I have to go with copyright-free music, otherwise get fucked. So I don't really have choices there. I still haven't decided what we're gonna do, by the way. I really want to watch this debate with Feminist Panel. B, surely it can't be worse than WoW. So in that case, I doubt Akko will Elden Ring that much. Depends. I'm not, like, I've said this before. I'm not the most, so when it comes to, like, quick movements and stuff, I'm not practicing shit like that. So, combo games where you have to sort of string combos together in order to get shit done. I don't play games like that. So, I'm usually very bad at games like that. Want to watch the psychology that I think? I do want to watch that, actually. Yeah, I do want to watch that. But I'm in the mood now to watch the Destiny one. So, we'll start with that. If that one annoys me, we'll move the fuck on. What? Deal? If I get too annoyed at people making stupid shit arguments and saying stupid shit crap, then we'll move on. Alright. That's wrong. Alright, yeah. We'll, let's just play another 3-minute ad. So those of you that is getting ads, don't worry about it. We won't start watching yet. I just want to get this pre-roll off. I'm drum and bass guy. If we talk about copyright-free music, recently I'm listening to Faint on repeat, Drifters. I'm not drum and bass. I prefer metal-esque kind of music. But has the quality of the stream really dove to the point where we're discussing music right now in chat? Is that really the best thing we can be discussing? Makes sense. Lazy content gets lazy viewers. What can I say? We're really hitting the hot topics today. Like the low-hanging fruit. Music and shit. Like, we're not even trying to solve the world's problems here. We're not even fucking trying anymore. Hold up, I'm not touching your low-hanging fruit, mate. Why not, Apocalypse? That is sexist. That is... Actually, that is fattest. Just because I'm fat, you won't touch my low-hanging fruit? What the fuck? How dare you, sir? How dare you? What would you rather us talk about? COVID and politics, Echo? Because we can if you want. I don't know. But I don't care what you guys discuss. We can discuss whatever. I'm pretty easy when it comes to discussions. Oh, come on, you fucking bastard. No. This is the worst fucking design. Thank you. We talked about Hitler an hour after you went online and stretching bum bums, now I think we deserve to talk about music. I don't know. Hitler and bum bum seems to go well. Seems to be a good pairing of conversations. Pineapple on pizza is delicious. True. If you don't like pineapple on pizza, you have no class. I don't know why people don't like... So I'm a huge fan of pineapple in almost everything. Like Hawaiian burgers. Beautiful. How can pineapple on pizza be disgusting, King Julian? You're disgusting. It's disgusting that you think it's fucking disgusting. Alright, here we go.
You have a friend, and she's had one abusive boyfriend, then she gets to another relationship, and she has a second abusive boyfriend, then she gets to another, and she has a third abusive boyfriend. So there's some behavior there that you have control of that you need to change. Instead of just being like, man, it's the guy's fault all the time, which it is. If you're an abusive man, that is your fault. But there's still behavior on the woman's side. Don't say finally. Nobody here is disagreeing otherwise. There are ways that people should act in the world, and sometimes it feels like we want to give advice for our utopia.
I can already tell this is going to be spicy as fuck. Like, I can already tell this is going to be super spicy.
Perfect world, a girl should be able to go out to a bar, dressed in the sluttiest outfit she wants, get wasted with an absolute stranger, and expect to get an Uber ride home and a guy tugging her into her couch and leaving her a glass of water and an ibuprofen and then leaving the house. But that's not the world that we live in. But it feels like that's the advice that people give for. And that's just not how it is. The reality is there's a lot of creepy, rapey fucking guys out there. There's a reason why like 60 to 90% of women, depending on what stat you take, have had a sexual assault experience. So this statement of like, well, men shouldn't do this, men shouldn't do that. I don't give a...
So tweets flew a little while ago, and a woman who says that she was sexually assaulted through the practice of stealthing.
It's way too fast to listen, in my opinion. How can it be too fast to listen to? Come on. He does not speak that fast. I've had moments where I speak faster. It's not that fucking fast.
Right? So she... stealthing simply is when a person removes a condom in the middle of sex with someone else without letting them know, right? And continuing on with that sex. So that, I think everyone here agrees is sexual assault. So she shared her story. Then another streamer, not here, responded to it in a quite insensitive manner, making it seem like it might have been her fault. Destiny jumped on that bandwagon.
You see, that's such a fucking mischaracterization of the argument. We had this discussion before. I didn't know that this is what this was actually about, but I should have probably guessed. But that is such a misrepresentation of the argument to begin with, because it's not that Destiny jumped, and I don't want to come out. I don't want to come out as like the fucking white knight for Destiny here, but it's not a case of coming out and saying that it's the girl's fault. It's basically the argument that two things can be true at the same time. So the guy can be an absolute fucking pig and disgusting criminal for what he had done. And at the same time, right, we should be able to say, hey, girls need to be adults about stuff. They have to take responsibility for certain things without making it at all the victim's fault, because it's not the victim's fault. But if you have, you know, abusive relationship after abusive relationship after abusive relationship, and you basically, because this is what this girl did, she basically, in every single one of those relationships, says that it's not her fault. She feels uncomfortable speaking up when she's in high-stress situations. At some point, you have to say, well, maybe you should take a step back. Maybe you should take a step back. Maybe you should not engage in casual, random encounters if you can't speak up for yourself, if you can't actually stand up and say, no, I'm not willing to be here, because the world fucking blows and it's a dangerous place out there. And if you can't be the adult and say, nope, I'm not happy with this, you're pushing my boundaries, then perhaps you should not put yourself in situations where this is going to happen. It would be similar to saying, I am a soldier, but I'm opposed to having guns. It's like, but then maybe you shouldn't go to war. I'm not saying that you shouldn't be a person and that you should be blamed for not liking guns. But if you're a soldier and you don't like using guns, maybe you shouldn't be going to war. Like, maybe it's now the time to kind of bow out and say, because it would be great if we lived in a world where the enemy didn't want to shoot you. But that's not the world we live in. We live in a world where if you go to war, the other side wants to fucking shoot you. So maybe then don't go to war. If you don't want to use a weapon, then stay at home. Let other people go to war for you.
And with similar comments, right, as to where responsibility should lie for, one's own safety, and all hell broke loose. Okay, people here have taken sides, and we'll see if we can work it out. We'll start with Steven, so he can explain himself, explain his point of view. Then we'll go to...
I wonder how many of the people on this panel, because I don't know any of the people on this panel, but I can almost now tell you that none of the people on this panel is going to listen to his argument. And I would love to hear from chat if you guys listen to his argument, or if you've already made up your mind ahead of time about him being right or wrong. Doesn't matter whether or not he's right or wrong, but I wonder what you've decided and if you're actually going to listen.
Spectre, Stabby, Katie, and then Cherry. All right, Destiny.
Yeah, I think that the main takeaway that I had was that, like, in any sexual encounter, I think that the onus is on both parties to make sure that they're communicating as much as possible, to make sure that they are asserting or reasserting boundaries if necessary, and that if somebody is feeling like that's not going to be a possible thing for them to do, if another person is being a little bit too pushy, then we should probably stop recommending those types of people engage in casual sex, because I think we're sending them into environments that they're not fully prepared for, and we're just creating future rape victims by having an inappropriate level of expectations for the types of things you can encounter in sexual circumstances.
Yeah, Spectre.
No.
Yeah, nope.
Lots
No
of
sound. No
speaking
sound, buddy.
about nothing.
We'll get back to you, Stabby.
I think that responsibility does rest on two people when you're engaging in sex, or however many people are actually involved. The problem I have is how quickly this entire discourse was able to say that women were not only supposed to be taking responsibility for themselves within sex, but also the stealther, any past trauma they've had, the behaviors of the good men and the bad men. It completely fell apart in the middle of it, and it fell into the patriarchal framing around rape.
No, wait a second. I mean, when did this happen? Are we talking about the other guy as well? Because I didn't ever see the other person's arguments. I only saw Destiny's arguments about the girl on Twitter. And at no point do I recall at all the girl now having to take responsibility for the guy as well.
From our past. That rape is bad if it's a property crime or the woman is one of ours. That rape is natural. Men push boundaries.
Wait, what? Rape is bad if it's a what? I'm not entirely sure. What is she saying?
Yeah, Spectre.
No.
Yeah, nope. No sound. No sound, buddy. We'll get back to you, Stabby.
I think that responsibility does rest on two people when you're engaging in sex, or however many people are actually involved. The problem I have is how quickly this entire discourse was able to say that women were not only supposed to be taking responsibility for themselves within sex, but also the stealther, any past trauma they've had, the behaviors of the good men and the bad men. It completely fell apart in the middle of it, and it fell into the patriarchal framing around rape from our past. That rape is bad if it's a property crime or the woman is one of ours. That rape is natural. Men push boundaries. That rape is something women are responsible for, but men cannot be held responsible.
I'm not. So, help me out, chat. when you say that we used to say rape is natural because men push boundaries, what exactly does that mean? What are they saying here? Some old-timey shit, property crimes. I'm not okay, so not the property crime. The property crime thing I actually do get. That I follow. My problem with what they're saying, what she is saying, the stabby is saying, is that rape is natural, men push boundaries. Now, I'm not automatically sure I follow, because I don't think, at least in the last decade, maybe even 2 decades, have any rational, normal human being ever made an argument that rape is natural, men push boundaries. I think that would be sort of really widening the term rape, because I'm also not sure. I think the term rape have changed quite a lot since it used to be something very specific, and nowadays it's something extremely broad. Yeah, it's like a really broad concept that basically just includes almost everything. Now, in this regard, you could probably say, maybe the goal, isn't up for you, cupping a feel. And so you're sitting there, you're making out, your hand sort of slides up her waist and she stops you. Then 5 minutes later, your hand slides up again and she stops you. And then maybe the third time you try it, she lets you. Yeah? Or maybe she stops you again and then breaks it off. Now, if we're saying that is rape too, then the argument that Stabby is making is correct. Although I would say in many ways, that's not really... I don't know if that's comparable to rape. And also, I think it is, like... I have absolutely been in relationships before where the girl will sort of playfully resist. And there's been times where I've ignored it and it went fine and she actually enjoyed it. And then there's been times where I will respect. The girl resists and I'll respect. And then my girlfriend would be like, why did you stop? I'm like, well, you say to stop. She's like, I'm just saying it, right? Obviously not for all things. There's not an argument for yes means no and no means yes. It just sort of, it's... I don't think it's cut and dry is the point that I'm trying to make. I don't know if you can just make that sort of, you just throw that claim out there and then suddenly that claim is true for everything. Because there is absolutely a hard to get element that some girls employ. And for some girls, the hard to get element may be absolutely hard to get. She's not interested. And for some girls, the hard to get element is really just that. She is playing hard to get to see whether or not you're really interested in her or if you're actually just interested in a quick one-night stand. So I would have loved if she clarified her statements a bit more on this.
Responsible for bad people, which is true, but not the freaking point. Neither can women be held responsible for that. So once again, we found another controversial consent topic that immediately, almost instantly fell into, well, let's have women do one more thing, and immediately put responsibility on somebody else because it's an uncomfortable situation. And I don't think...
But no one said, let's have women do one more thing. The whole debate, as far as I'm concerned, comes down to if you are a person. So let's take girls out of it. Imagine you are in a gay relationship or in a gay one-night stand, yeah? You're with another guy. And this guy is doing things that you're not entirely comfortable with. So the guy is sort of slipping his hands down your pants and you're not entirely comfortable with what he's doing while his hands are down your pants. Is the responsibility not on you to say, I don't like this, please don't do this? I don't feel like that is a I don't feel like that is a like, it's not putting more responsibility on anyone. It is your responsibility to say, no, I don't want to do it. I don't want you to do this to me. Stop. Once you've said that, then it is absolutely the guy's responsibility to believe you and respect that you said, I don't want to do this. But I do not believe that it's sort of putting extra responsibility on the girl. You absolutely must speak up if you don't like something.
We really have prepared men to have these uncomfortable conversations, especially now that the world is opening up to the point where we can see that men are also victims of sexual assault and that they need a way to come forward. So we are not prepping ourselves properly for the discourse, and I want that to change.
Okay, thanks so much. Hey guys, how about the hype train? We're at 53%. Help us get to level 2 hype train. If you're appreciating the things that we do here, please help us out. Subs to channel, gift bits, or gifts.
I don't even have a hype train. Fuck all of you. You mean stop? Can we stop video after respective person fully expresses their topic? Yeah, if you guys prefer that, I will.
Subs. All right, Katie.
Yeah, I think that was a very nice intro that Steven said. I don't know what that has to do with someone who is being sexually assaulted. That doesn't seem to me like something that both people have responsibility on. I think if you're being assaulted, then obviously you are the victim in that situation. So it seems a bit silly to frame a situation where somebody clearly talks about being sexually assaulted that we all agree on as like, oh, you have responsibility in this too. That's fucking... I might be a retarded child, but you know, that sounds pretty retarded to me as well. So yeah.
All right, can I quickly just jump in here? This is what I said earlier. This is why I hate Twitch debates. Because Katie 100% built a straw man there. Like, full-blown straw man argument. Because at no point was that ever the assertion. At no point was that ever said. The argument wasn't that you're getting sexually assaulted and therefore the responsibility is on you. The argument was that in order for it to be sexual assault, you have to at least have voiced your disgust or unwillingness to partake in whatever act is being performed. Right? That is what the argument is. And if you can't, so to again describe the divorce of two different topics, because it's so important that you are able to divorce this. The guy who removed the condom during sex, yeah, is a sexual assault predator. Absolutely is a sexual assault predator. I think everyone agrees with that. You should not. What kind of fucking scumbag removes the condom during sex? Why would you ever do that? Right? It speaks to a very weak person that does something like this. That does not, however, mean that there is, like, you as the girl, because in this case, the girl basically said, I couldn't speak up, I didn't feel comfortable, but I said nothing during the entire encounter. Now, this is where Destiny comes in and says, wait a second. You should absolutely stand up there and say no. Blue Fairy, by the way, thanks for the 2 months. I really appreciate that. 11 months in a row. Thank you. You should absolutely, in that moment, stand up and go, excuse me, what the fuck did you just do? I'm going home. And I don't even think you should dare go put another condom on. The fact that this guy stealthed you should be enough red flags for you to go, I'm going home. Fuck off. I'm done. Yeah? So 2 things can be true at the exact same time. You can have a guy be a fucking rapist, but then there can also be this argument, and this is sort of what I'm gathering from what Destiny is trying to say. If you are a person that isn't comfortable in high-stress conflict situations, voicing your either unwillingness to do something, your disgust in doing something, or to set your own boundaries, then perhaps you should not try to put yourself in those high stress situations, because you're just creating moments, or at least potential moments, of really bad things that can happen to you. So it's sort of like you have to be able to evaluate yourself here. You need to know for yourself, am I the kind of person that can say, no, what the fuck are you doing? I'm leaving. Or are you not? Now, Yeet Mama, you use that fear of retaliate. I can agree with you that that is always a fear. We see it quite often with guys being rejected outright by girls. Even if the girl does it in the nicest possible way, you'll see guys responding violently to being rejected by a girl. So that is always a fear that I absolutely agree with you. But I don't necessarily think, if you did your due diligence in choosing your partner, so if you choose the right kind of guy to do your one-night stands with, or the right girl to do your one-night stand, I don't necessarily see how a guy stealthing is going to get physical or retaliate. Just because if I'm sort of thinking very rudimentary about this from a psychological standpoint, Fiat, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. If I'm thinking about this from a psychological standpoint, a guy that stealths is most likely the kind of guy that isn't going to confront you openly. Because there are absolutely a lot of guys that would just openly go, hey, would you mind if I remove the condom? I don't want the condom. I don't like having sex with a condom. The fact that he's stealthing suggests to me almost a mindset of he's sneaky. So I'm not entirely sure if a guy like that would automatically jump into retaliate mode. It doesn't seem like it fits sort of the psychological structure, I guess, of a guy like that. I could be wrong, but that's why I said I can absolutely see fear of retaliation being a possible reason why you might not want to do, why you might not want to speak up for yourself. Again, though, we'll see. Let's see what everyone else says before we continue.
Okay, thanks so much. All right, let's try Cherry.
I think that it's perfectly fine for this discourse to have started, and I think there's a lot of good information and advice that you can give women, as well as to warn men not to stealth and not to rape or assault people. And the idea that we would infantilize someone so much after an assault that we wouldn't recommend any advice to make sure it doesn't happen to them again is ridiculous.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Finally, some kind of voice of reason here. Because I do think it is infantilizing and a bit insulting that you just sort of automatically say the girl is like completely at the whims of the guy, right? And she absolutely can't take any responsibility for any of this. Like I told you guys before, it feels like we've just gone completely over to the other side of things, where we used to do this to women in the way that they weren't allowed to speak about sex at all. They weren't even allowed to speak up about sex or their enjoyment of sex. You know, we used to be living in a time where it was considered to be demons. Like a woman being horny was considered to be completely engulfed by Satan's demons. You know, so we really did infantilize women. And it just feels like we've done that again. Only this time we've basically said girls aren't adult enough to speak up for themselves and make their own voices heard, which I don't think is true, because the girls that I know isn't like that at all. How would you rate a woman who digs for a condom in the trash for that man's semen? I mean, that's a whole different discussion, right? Emily, how you doing? That is a whole different fucking discussion that we can have, but it's not really comparable to this right now.
Thank you. How about that hype train? We got 90 seconds left. Let's see if we can get level 2. Sub to channel, give bits or give subs. All right, please, Spectre.
Yeah, so my issue, I guess, I had an opening statement for stealthing, but if we're just going to talk about the advice of like not having casual sex, right, is that as far as I can tell, the stats seem to indicate that most sexual assaults aren't happening during casual sex. They're happening with people that the person knows more often. So it feels like we're unnecessarily moralizing casual sex and women who have it in order to kind of victim blame here, which I'm a little bit uncomfortable with. I understand that's not the intention, obviously, but that's just kind of the way it comes across. Also, I feel like every woman that I've talked to about this week has told me that they've been getting this kind of unsolicited advice since they were like 12, right? This is not new information from them. If this advice was going to actually fix the problem in any way, shape, or form, then it would have done so by now because they just get it their entire lives, just like they're sexualized their entire lives. So, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't feel like it's useful to call out random people on the internet and just tell them to do better at saying no or stop having casual sex, even if that is a good prescription that you may give a friend.
Okay, please, let's...
Okay, so, firstly, I hate the word unsolicited advice. 99% of all advice on the internet is 100% unsolicited. I get unsolicited advice all the fucking time from people on the internet. That's just literally what the internet is. If you are going to tweet stuff on Twitter, you're going to get unsolicited advice. So just right there, want to say that's such a stupid fucking term. If you put your shit on the internet, it's not unsolicited. You've basically opened yourself up to the whole world to comment on your life. If you didn't want the whole world to comment on your life, you should not have put it on the fucking internet. So that's first and foremost my gripe with his use of the word unsolicited advice. Secondly, are we saying... Okay, so I agree with Spectre here. Let me be very clear. I agree with him. The stats absolutely show that the vast majority of sexual assault and rape happens in relationships, or at least with people that you know. So 100% agree with him. He's absolutely correct there. But that's not necessarily comparable to this situation, because this situation did not happen in a relationship. This was a one-night stand. This was genuinely casual sex gone wrong. So it's sort of like a non-argument. You're basically bringing up a stat that does not neither prove or disprove the current conversation, nor does it really add anything to the current conversation. I just feel like Chad, am I completely wrong for saying that? And remove the emotions behind this chat, because there's obviously emotions behind chats like this. So let's say any situation that you are in. Let's say, for example, you have a fear of public speaking. If you have a fear of public speaking, in other words, you hate public speaking, you freeze up whenever you're in front of a group of people. If you get invited to speak at, Gamescom, to get on the stage and speak at Gamescom, and you know that you have a fear of public speaking and that you're going to freeze up when you speak in public, do you think that if you get on stage and you freeze up, it's the fault of the organizers for inviting you? Or is it the fault... Do you have some responsibility for the fact of for the fact that you accepted it, right? Should you at least have some responsibility for that? Unknown Mephi, thanks for the gifted subs. Really appreciate that. Can we get some love in chat for Unknown Mephi and the 5 community subs? Thank you, thank you, thank you. A responsibility for accepting it? Yeah. Okay, so if you... So the girl on Twitter basically said that this wasn't her first time. This has happened a few times. From what my understanding is from the tweets, the guy that she was with, this was also not the first time that he stealthed her. At least that's my understanding. Now, I didn't really look into this too deeply, but the guy that she was with seems like this was the second time that he stealthed her. Now, then my question to you becomes, if you've been on, say, like, it took 2 casual sexual encounters for me to realize that I would never fucking engage in casual sexual encounters again. I hated it. I despised it. So I didn't keep going until I found that sweet spot where it is absolutely just amazing, right? I didn't keep going. I realized I didn't like it, so I moved on. So my question is are you saying that there's no responsibility if this has happened to you before and you are well aware that this has happened with this guy, or that you have a very bad track record with one-night stands or casual sex? Do you not think at some point you have to be the adult and say, well, that's me, I'm done? Right? I have found the sweet spot, right? Yes. It's not so much that you should just not have sex. That's not the point that I'm trying to make here. Shimakaze, how you doing? I absolutely think that it is fine for men and women to engage in as much or as little casual sex as they want. But I don't necessarily think that casual sex is for everyone. I am a guy that I'm not comfortable with casual sex. I don't enjoy it. And I do believe that there are plenty of women that aren't comfortable with casual sex, either because they don't enjoy it, or maybe because they don't like the confrontation that may arise as a result of casual sex. And in that regard, I don't think it's safe or good to say, well, we just need a world where nothing bad is ever going to happen to you. And if something bad happens to you, then you are not to blame for any of it happening to you. We just have to fix men. Because here's the reason I think that's a stupid... It would be great if we could do that. But do you guys think that we'll ever get to a point where we no longer have murderers? Pink Turkey, how you doing? Do you think that will ever happen? Where we don't have people who murder other people? No, we're never going to get there. Do you think it's possible with all the education in the world? So imagine we have the best education that we could ever have. Do you think it's possible that we could get to a place where there will be 0 rapists? In other words, 0%, not virtually 0, where it's like very low, 0. Do you think with all the education in the world we'll ever get to a place where there are 0 rapists? No. So isn't it then necessary to at least inform women that, hey, if you're not equipped to deal with certain high stress situations, if you find yourself, being quiet or freezing during situations of high stress, then maybe you shouldn't put yourself in harm's way. Maybe you shouldn't put yourself because yes, life isn't fair and we all wish we could make it fair, but it isn't fair. So because we know we can never eradicate the bad people from the world, perhaps it's better if we try and keep those girls actually fucking safe, rather than putting them in harm's way and putting them in positions that horrible shit happened to them. And then we go, wow, the men need to change. Even when we know that we can't actually change the men, not all the men. We can change a lot of men, and I believe we have for the most part, but I don't think you'll ever be able to eradicate all of it. There's always going to be bad people in the world. We're never going to be able to remove that. You can try to prevent horrible shit by equipping people with education, but it is not possible to eradicate it. True. And this is what I would view as part of education. Because you absolutely do get goals that is very good in high pressure situations, right? Now, in this, again, need to clarify, almost all goals are royally fucked if they get caught in an alleyway with a guy that's willing to beat them over the head and rape them. No matter how good you are under high stress situations, unless you have a weapon on you or you're Ronda Rousey that can kick some serious fucking ass, you're probably fucked in that situation, right? And not in the good way. But those are very rare. Those kinds of rapes are actually extremely rare. The vast majority of rapes usually happen with people that you know, people that you've been in a relationship with, and then, you know, you get date rape, which can either include drugs or not drugs. And the drug date rape thing, that's something that you can also not really stop. You're basically drugged, so what the fuck are you going to do, right? But again, that's also actually quite rare. The vast majority of rapes is either it happens because the guy managed to get you into his living room and they managed to coax you into going to his bedroom and leave your phone in the living room. Yeah? So get you to the point where you can't say no and you can't call for help. Now, if you're someone that can't deal with situations like that, if you're someone that can't deal with taking your phone with you, or, you know, saying no, I don't want to go to your bedroom, or I don't want to go to your house. I'd rather go to my house where my roommates are at home, so I am safe if something happens. If you're someone that can't deal with stuff like that, then maybe it's not good to put you in a situation where that could happen and you're not going to be able to protect yourself. Because for me, it's more important that we protect people than it is to sort of virtue signal about how we're going to fix the world when we all know we can't fix the fucking world.
So open it up.
It's a fucked up place. What are you going to do?
I think it's really weird to talk about the infantilization of women while giving the most basic, lukewarm advice that everybody already knows. Like, to pretend like women are going out there confused about how they should protect themselves or whatever. I think that's the height of infantilization. Like, you clearly don't understand any of the experience if you think women in general need this shitty, meaningless, empty advice while they're being like sexually assaulted. Okay?
I think so. In terms of shitty, meaningless, empty advice, 99% of talks I hear about consent are, guys, don't rape. That's basically the extent of all of these conversations. So I agree there's a lot of shitty, meaningless advice out there. But then, I mean, if you agree that this advice can be wasted on some people, then you probably agree then with the broader prescription. If you're not capable of asserting a boundary during sex, you probably shouldn't be pursuing casual sexual relationships, right?
Yeah, I think the issue is that I could talk to you about how women should, how we can improve communication during like sexual engagements, okay? I talked about it on my podcast. We talked about it on Lily a week ago or 2 weeks ago. We can have those conversations. Those conversations cannot happen as like the aftermath of someone talking about their sexual assault. So I get
Why
that that's
not?
something that
Wait, who did what? Why are we talking about Lilith here? Anecdotally, I have known more men who were raped than women. I genuinely can't speak even anecdotally about that. Bottom right through her cat. Wait, really? I didn't even know that. Okay, that's not good. I don't think you should throw a cat. That might be a lesson that she needs to learn. Don't throw your fucking pets. I don't know. That might be a good one. Wait, did she throw? I didn't even look. Did she do it right now? When did she do that? We're going back a little.
Right.
Where?
This is not new information from them. If this advice was going to actually fix the problem in any way, shape, or form, then it would have done so by now.
don't understand any of the experience if you think women in general need this.
Forward or back? Can I keep going here or play from here, okay?
Shitty, meaningless, empty advice while they're being like sexually assaulted. Okay?
I think so. In terms of shitty, meaningless, empty advice, 99% of talks I hear about consent are, guys, don't rape. That's basically the extent of all of these conversations. So I agree there's a lot of shitty, meaningless advice out there. But then, I mean, if you agree that this advice can be wasted on some people, then you probably agree then with the broader prescription. If you're not capable of asserting a boundary.
Wow. Okay, first of all, was her eyes growing large as he says, well, she didn't really throw her cat. Let's just be like, she just dropped it from like this high off the floor. So I won't call that throwing the cat, right? The cat's legs were pointing down and she just let it go. Probably not what you should do with a pet, but I wouldn't call that like throwing a cat. Her eyes going wide, because it's not wrong. Think about every single conversation that you ever hear around consent. It all literally fucking boils down to don't rape. And it's like, oh, I didn't know. I genuinely, if you didn't say that, I would just be running around raping fucking everyone. What are you fucking saying? There is absolutely a conversation that is not being had in our society, and that is the conversation of consent, which is why these topics are so incredibly fucking convoluted, because you can't even have conversations about what consent actually is without either blaming the victim or being accused of excusing the rapist, which is not the case. But we did this earlier in the stream, where we couldn't even agree on how do you figure out consent. With some people going, well, you basically need a checklist before you have sex, or you have to have a 2-hour discussion figuring out what the fuck you can and can't do and what the other person is or isn't into. We absolutely need conversations around consent that isn't just don't rape bad. We all know that. Like, genuinely, it reminds me of that Bill Burr joke. Have you guys ever seen that Bill Burr joke where he speaks about watching The View? And he's sort of like, he makes a joke about The View saying, there is no reason to hit a woman. I mean, Bill Burr's like, who are you saying that for? Like, don't hit women. Like, every guy that doesn't hit women already don't hit women. So that advice falls on fucking literally deaf ears. And do you really think the guy that does beat his woman is going to be like, oh, shit, I didn't know. Oops, a daisy there. Pick her up, fucking pat her down with her blue eyes and her fucking broken nose. No, that is not, like, the advice, don't rape. It only sounds and hits the audience that already don't do shit like that. The actual people that does shit like that probably don't even pay attention when you say crap like that.
Boundary during sex, you probably shouldn't be pursuing casual sexual relationships, right?
Yeah, I think the issue is that I could talk to you about how women should, how we can improve communication during like sexual engagements, okay? I talked about it on my podcast. We talked about it on Lily a week ago or 2 weeks ago. We can have those conversations. Those conversations cannot happen as like the aftermath of someone talking about their sexual assault. So I get
Why
that that's
not?
something that is now.
Why can't, like, I think that is like the perfect time to have those conversations, because we're never having those conversations. No one has the conversations about what communication should look like. And it's incredibly frustrating to me that you can't have those conversations in general, but now suddenly you can't have those conversations just after someone speaks about being sexually assaulted. It's like, isn't this now like the best time to have that conversation? Because it just happened. So maybe now is the best time to have this sort of conversation. Zuzu, how you doing?
Important to you and that you want to talk about. Why not? Because it's extremely destructive discourse, which is why we're all on this panel now. Because a lot of people
Hold on,
have
wait.
been hurt.
We can't have a conversation after an event happens about how to avoid like situations like that in the future.
Your response to someone sharing about a sexual assault that they had cannot be like minimizing their experience and giving meaningless advice because you actually want to talk about how women should communicate more during sex.
I
What
think
this
the
woman has shared about is not sex; it's sexual assault. It's
okay,
different.
I think we should stop using the word sexual assault. It's really cringe. It doesn't get us anywhere in this conversation. Number
Do you
one.
want me to say
And then,
rape? I want to say rape.
it's like an attempt to like moralize the fuck out of the conversation with like
No,
a really
do you
silly way.
think stealthing is sexual assault?
Kind of, but like when we've brought
Yeah,
in
I
the,
don't
we've brought
think
in the,
you do.
okay, do you think sexual assault is worse than assault?
Me personally, no.
Okay, it's one of those words that's like so nebulous now that like sexual assault can mean everything from like a guy touched your ass to a guy like tried to rape you.
By the way, that is something that pisses me off to no fucking end. And the reason it pisses me off is I feel like it spits in the face of people who have actually been through sexual assault. And you saw it specifically with the Me Too movement. Yeah? During the Me Too movement, there were genuine people who went through sexual assault, and we're talking actual physical, everyone can agree what the fuck just happened there. And then you had these people who came out and they were sort of like, he touched my ass when I said I didn't want to. Is that sexual assault? I mean, we could say that's inappropriate, and it's definitely inappropriate workplace behavior. But is that sexual assault? Because if the term is that broad, then I feel like it loses a lot of the value. Because if someone comes to me and says, I've been sexually assaulted, my mind immediately goes to the worst possible experience you can imagine. Like, immediately, I think we need to kill someone. Someone needs to fucking die. I'm not I don't think it's helpful to have these terms that can mean basically fucking everything, yeah? Because I think it takes away from what they actually are. Perhaps we need a different word than harassment, because it used to be called sexual harassment. If you touched the girl's ass that didn't want her ass touched, we would call that sexual harassment, right? Because you're not really being sexual, so you're not doing anything sexual to the person, but you are touching them without their permission. That's sexual harassment. Now you make sexual harassment, sexual assault. What that to me is not comparable. You having your ass grabbed, I get, makes you feel a little bit uncomfortable, but it's not the fucking same as the girl who stands there while a guy gropes her, pushes his hands down her pants, and does stuff to her. It's not the same. You did not suffer the same kind of fucking emotional turmoil. I'm sorry, but you can pretend like you did, but you didn't. Tyler, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that.
So
Okay,
I just think
so
that
I
calling
get-
something so because what you're saying is trying to say like it's not reasonable to expect a woman to expect to be able to say something during a quote unquote sexual assault. Well, for a lot of those types of sexual assault, it absolutely is. And for a lot of other types of sexual assault, well, maybe not. But when you just call it like sexual assault over and over again, you're trying to charge it so much that it's like unfathomable that somebody could say
No.
like, hey, maybe you should stop this.
Okay, so the reason why I say sexual assault, I understand that you think sexual assault and like rape are charged like words.
Sorry, don't want to interrupt. I know you guys want me to have them finish their conversations, but I just thought of this and its question. So let me be clear. I'm not making an assertion. I'm asking a question. So I want genuine answers. Would it be incorrect for me to say that stealthing, so when you remove the condom, so the act of removing the condom whilst having sex, can be seen as almost not the same, but almost sexual harassment. And then if you said, no, what the fuck are you doing? How dare you? And if the guy then continues, that would be rape. Can we view it that way? Or do you think the entire act from the moment he does the stealthing, all of that should be classified as rape? I'm asking the question because I don't know. I don't necessarily know what the answer would be to this. So I absolutely agree with you. It is rape. If you continue, then it must be rape. So even I'm actually willing to say forgo the word no. So let's forgo the word no. If you, okay, so I could agree with all of you there and say, if you remove a condom that was agreed upon ahead of time, because obviously the condom didn't just appear, right? Someone had to put it on. Someone most likely asked for the condom to be put on. So the condom is now on. If you remove the condom during sex, whether she realizes that the condom has been removed, I don't know how fucking good you would have to be to remove it without the other person even realizing, but I'm sure it can happen, especially in the throes, maybe change of position. So you do it really fucking stealthily so she really doesn't notice until it's far too late. I think then I can actually warrant that it is probably rape. Because you did, if not rape, sexual assault. If not rape, sexual assault. Because you did ultimately do something that the other person did not want against their will, without their knowledge. And in this case, I don't think you can make the argument that it wasn't against their will because they didn't actually say no. I think in this case, the agreed upon terms were broken. Now, it's a completely different discussion. If the girl tells you to remove the condom in the middle of sex, right? Then sure, both people, if you then remove the condom, I think both people are very happy to have the condom off, and it you know, the rules of the engagement have changed now. But I think if you do it without their, so no, actually, yeah. So I would actually classify that as rape. It makes it fits logically unless someone has a different opinion. Seen as either or, but I lean into rape. With rape being sexual intercourse without consent, then no, it's not rape because your attire should not get accused of sexual assault for simply hugging and kissing, or he lost his job over it. Echo, that's disgusting and an insult to actually victims. And it's become a joke. King Julian, I don't quite follow that, because at the end of the day, you still did. So just because someone wasn't aware of what you were doing, so if you were to argue that that is in fact not rape, because it's not like you did anything against their will, you only took off the condom, which was against their will, and they didn't actually say no to you removing the condom because they didn't actually know that you removed the condom, then date rape with the drugs isn't rape because the girl didn't actually say no. You know, she wasn't conscious to say no. So there was physically no. She was there. She did take the drugs, even though she didn't know that she was taking drugs. So I don't think. I think I could absolutely justify that being rape. I could absolutely justify that as being rape.
Because they imply like a lot of blame and shit like that, and because you think that there's like a spectrum to rape, which I definitely agree with you. I made all the points that I heard you make with like erudite and all that shit. But when we're talking about the case that you retweeted,
I used the hyperbolic apocalypse. I used that hyperbolic leap exactly because if you say that someone removing the condom isn't comparable to sexual assault or rape because it's not like you were actually wholly doing something against their will, you were just kind of doing something against their will, then that argument, in my opinion, is as ridiculous as the argument, date rape isn't really rape because there was never any no. That's why I use the hyperbolic of it, not because I'm saying it's the exact same. I just think it sort of borders on the same logic that you would try to follow in order to excuse the one for not being something. You'd have to apply the same kind of logical leaps in order to get there, right? So it was more using it as an example of what you would have to do in order to get to that logical leap. I wasn't comparing the two. I wasn't equating the two and saying it's the same thing. Clearly the same thing or whatever.
and responded to.
Just want to go back a little bit.
Okay.
Just want to go back a little bit because I did pause a lot through her initial responses there.
Do you think sexual assault is worse than assault?
Me personally, no.
Okay, it's one of those words that's like so nebulous now that like sexual assault can mean everything from like a guy touched your ass to a guy like tried to rape you. So I
Okay,
just think
so
that
I
calling
get-
something so because what you're saying is trying to say like it's not reasonable to expect a woman to expect to be able to say something during a quote unquote sexual assault. Well, for a lot of those types of sexual assault, it absolutely is, and for a lot of other types of sexual assault, well, maybe not. But when you just call it like sexual assault over and over again, you're trying to charge it so much that it's like unfathomable that somebody could say
No.
like, hey, maybe you should stop this.
Chat, do you think sexual assault is worse than assault? Because I'd say yes. Just because assault is like a very broad term, right? Assault is sort of what we put almost everything under. And then we have physical assault, we have homicidal assault, right? Where you have physical assault with the intent of inflicting death, right? And then you have sexual assault. But if you say assault, that's sort of the broad term. Sexual assault, I would say, is probably like the step up from that. So that's going from just touching someone's butt, which can be seen as a type of assault, to, you know, actually going further with it. Although I could just misunderstand the two terms. I'd say assault overall is understood as physical attack, which I deem more dangerous than sexual assault. I guess depending on how you view it. Dangerous, yes. Serious, depends. Because the one physical assault would probably not leave you... It will leave you with some emotional damage and psychological damage, but probably not as much, depending on the type of assault that you've endured. Whereas sexual assault, whilst it can leave a lot of bodily harm, I think the real damage is damage that you can't actually see, right? I think the real damage is damage that you can't see, which can actually be worse, I think. Miracos, how you doing, brother? Touching someone's butt is sexual assault. Assault is being physical. If you're pregnant, incurable diseases, bruised private parts, and often comes with mental health damage. It's worse, in my opinion. Someone in Tennessee got assaulted by their girlfriend with a cupcake. Assault, I feel, is a very broad term. We use assault for a lot of things, because I can assault you with a knife, or I can assault you by throwing a plate at your head. Now, no one in their right mind is going to say that those two things are the same, but legally, those two things are both assault, right? Like, legally, that is both assault. But I feel like when you go into, like, sexual assault, there's an identifier there that pushes it further, I think. Now, I might completely read it wrong, but that's sort of what that's sort of how I would view it.
Okay, so the reason why I say sexual assault, I understand that you think sexual assault and like rape are charged like words because they imply like a lot of blame and shit like that, and because you think that there's like a spectrum to rape, which I definitely agree with you. I made all the points that I heard you make with like erudite and all that shit. But when we're talking about the case that you retweeted and responded to, that has nothing to do with someone speaking out. You can be like mugged and you can still fight back and you're still the victim, but we don't expect people to fight back when they're being mugged. And if you are telling them to do that,
We're not
then maybe
talking
you're a
about being.
retarded
We're
child
not
too.
talking about being mugged or assaulted, though.
Yeah, can we
So-
like
so hold-
frame this
so- so hold
outside
on,
of
so-
violence? Hold on.
So also just to clarify,
Okay.
so we're not moralizing, we're being descriptive, right? Like
You're
these
not
are
being
terms
descriptive,
with
you're
definitions.
obfuscating, right?
No, I don't
Can we
think
look at
I'm
this
interested.
outside
I'm
of
not interested in
violence?
having a
Because even though
semantic
this can be
argument.
Hold on,
regarded
one
as
second,
like
one second,
rape
one second.
or
Hold on.
I've been assaulted both ways.
One second. Okay, order here. All right. Spectre, Stabby, Cherry. Okay.
Right, like I'm not interested in having a semantic argument. Like we don't have to agree on the definition of words. Like we can just say that like this is a bad thing for people to do. It should probably be illegal in some way, shape, or form for people to stealth due to the fact that it is non-consensually, like basically penetrating, due to the fact that there was an agreement at the beginning of sex that this person was going to have a condom on. They removed the condom. It's
Yeah, we just
generally
call it
something that's
stealthing.
implied
Yeah,
you
we
don't
just call
do.
it stealthing. Yeah.
Okay, so
We
let's just call it
yeah.
that.
Yeah.
It's actually
Wait a second. Wait a second. That is probably one of the worst arguments I've ever heard in my life. We don't have to agree on the definition of words. Take a moment to let that run through your mind a couple of times, and then tell me what you think the big issue is with that argument. Salty Fries, this is Destiny's channel. How can you and I have any debate if we can't agree on the definition of words? I drive a tree to work. I can't argue with you because I don't have to agree with you on the definition of words. If a tree is a car in your mind, then a tree is a car, and we can't actually have that disagreement. We could sit here and try, but you could basically... So my problem with a lot of people, especially in debates, who say things like this. So this Spectre guy, I can almost guarantee you if we keep watching this, we'll see, because right now it's not the most interesting debate I've ever heard. I want to get spice, and I'm not getting spice. Maybe it gets spicy a little bit later on, but if it continues on this train, I'm probably going to stop. But I can almost guarantee you if we watch this entire debate from Spectre, at some point he's going to start pivoting. Because anyone who ever tells you that we don't have to agree on the definition of words is basically setting themselves up to pivot like fuck. So you're basically going to spend the entire argument chasing after them. Because they'll say something, you'll go, actually, blah, 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 blah. No, that's not what I meant. Da, da, da. Well, actually, no, that's not what I meant. So you'll just end up chasing them around the fucking playground as they keep changing the definition of the words that they use, because we don't have to agree on the definition of the words. We absolutely have to agree on the definition of words. Otherwise, what the fuck are we doing? Then why don't we just have a battle royale? We put all 6 of these people in a room with guns, last man standing wins. Because we don't have to agree on the definition of words. Well, we absolutely have to.
it's actually called sexual battery. Everybody who's trying to get this on the books as a law, California's done it. It's actually one of the things that's in sexual battery, and it's also consistent with the way that the FBI tracks and reports crimes and does crime reporting from all the police departments in America. So it would actually be known as sexual battery. So we can call it sexual battery for sure.
Okay,
but we're not gonna. Wait. I don't think we should ever go, okay, well, this term is a little harsh, because I don't know who you think your arguments are going to be helping, because your arguments are not helping men. Men just now showed that they're this defensive about men do better type of tweets. And so men are being looked at as bad people, and it's not helping women because we're the ones getting assaulted more often than men. And when men are assaulted, it's usually by men. So you're not helping anybody except the assailants, because you're letting them have a shield. So don't give them the shield. This is sexual battery. Currently, that's the only law we have on the books, and that's what it calls it.
So
Okay, couple of problems. Men get so offensive, so defensive with tweets that say men do better. You bet your fucking ass I get defensive when people tweet stuff like men do better. Because how dare you say men do better? I am not part of the men that you're talking about. And if I were at any point to make a similar tweet saying women do better, I would be fucking crucified. It's always nice when one group can go, by the way, men do better, but the other group, you may not say that ever about them. You see it so fucking often on Twitter. People will put out these incredibly stupid fucking statements about, men treating them bad in video games. And then they'll go, lol at all the men in my chat going, not all men. Well, damn right, not all men. There's certain things that you just don't fucking generalize about. And it's not all men that's doing it. Your clarification is required if you're going to make a statement like that. Don't come at me with that, but it's implied that it's not all. Fuck off with your implication. of something. I don't know what you're implying. If you're gonna make a statement, make the statement clear and make it profusely fucking clear that you're talking about X, Y, or Z. Don't sit there and go, well, I implied that it's not all men. Fuck off then. Then you shouldn't have said it in the first place, because your tweet clearly said men need to do better. When you use men, that means men, as in all the fucking male of the species human. Men. You did not clarify shit. You can't then afterwards say, men are so butthurt and defensive whenever we say men need to do better. Don't lump me in with guys that do that, because I don't. And I would like to not be lumped in with them. Because if you're telling me to do better, I don't know what else I can do. I'm not even hanging out with you. Like, what else do you want me to do? I don't go to bars. I don't go to clubs. I don't speak to women. What do you want me to do more? I'm already staying away from you. So I don't know what else I can do at this point. I don't know why I'm being included in this. McGregor, how you doing? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream.
I feel like when
Regardless of what we,
Hold on,
I just want to finish my point.
Oh, did you not finish? Okay, finish your point.
No,
then
I didn't.
We got to go straight to Cherry then.
All right, so semantic aside, definitions aside, like legal definitions aside, great. I think the larger point here was the way that it was being treated on Twitter, right? Like, instead of going straight to giving personal advice that, again, these women have probably already been told, hey, if you keep on getting assaulted and having these bad experiences with these really shitty men, maybe you should stop going like out and like casually hooking up with people. I guarantee you her friends have told her that. If that is what is happening, which is not what was happening with this individual as far as we can tell, but that's a whole other thing. What would probably be better is having a conversation about how the way that we teach people about consent is very toxic in our society, right? Your takes in the past regarding, obtaining consent versus consent being something that is just kind of happened upon and built, right? Not making it a goal that the guy is trying to achieve. Like, that would be a conversation that you can have, be constructive, probably would play
because
into
you can
this
always
and-
talk on the man's side, but you can't say a single thing that a woman could do to improve these types of consensual interactions. It's impossible without
feel like
immediately
you-
being
It
called
wasn't
a
a
victim.
consensual interaction.
It was. They were fucking. That was the consensual part. So they were in a
And
sexual
the
interaction.
consent was removed when he stealthed her. That is
What?
the
So he
entire
removed-
That
point.
is the problem with this conversation is the words like sexual assault, sexual battery, rape, or whatever. It all loads this entire conversation. Everything minus taking the condom off was a consensual act, okay? And the problem with taking the condom off, would you just listen to me? Holy shit. The problem with taking the condom off and why it's a violation of someone's consent is that you could pass disease, you can impregnate someone. That's the part of the sex that they did not want. The rest of the sex was fine. Stop acting like this is like a violent thing that fucking happened.
Okay, so stop acting like after a stealthing happens, women are not in worse positions if they actually try to stop the man. One, there's the fights that can happen after they find out after the sex act is complete and they're like, what the fuck is this? Because I think we women know exactly what we're talking about when we're like, oh, he wasn't wearing a condom. When we actually confront those men, then we're faced with violence. You don't get to tell me the difference. You don't get to tell me because I've had both.
Oh my God. Okay, when we actually face this man, are you saying that every single man that does a stupid thing, and girls, I would love to know. So every single man that has ever done anything stupid in your mind, like in your life, when you correct them or tell them not to do it, have you always been met with violence as a result of you going, hey, why are you doing that? Don't do that. Because I don't think that's true for the vast majority of interactions. I think 90% of all interactions that you have with people and like I said before, when you have something like stealthing by itself is not a violent act. So it would be a massive leap. Now, I'm not saying it's impossible. You could have men that stealth, get called out on it, and then act very violently. But usually, right, and this is generally true for criminal psychology and things like that, we can absolutely look at the types of crimes that people commit and say, wait a second, this is a leap. to believe that they would have been able to do this is an actual leap. They clearly would not have been able to do this, right? Because they're not violent. You often hear this in sort of court cases where a criminal will have a history of petty crimes like shoplifting, like stealing, like mugging, never with a weapon, never violently. And then they get accused of, say, for example, assault. So assault and battery or some shit like that. And then one of the things that is almost always brought up first is that does not fit the criminology of the person that you're talking about. This person has never displayed any inclination towards violence. All of their crimes have always been either, non-violent, or the violence was never really sort of displayed towards a single person. So someone who stealths, it's not obvious that their criminal makeup is going to lead to a massive violent, because they didn't even want the confrontation of saying beforehand, I don't want to do that, right? I don't want to do this. So I'm not entirely sure.
Both, Cheery. I've had both. I have had, well, more than just two, but I'm trying to tell you, I've had two kinds of assault. I am a military rape survivor, and I have had the very violent assault. And then I've had the other assaults that are difficult, that can lead to violence when you say, no, we're done now because you took the condom off.
Then
If
it sounds
there
like we
were-
need to tell women to stop having casual sex. We need to listen to the Christians.
Wait,
Wait,
and
is
no,
it
no, no, I
casual
want to go with
sex?
this.
Is it
Wait,
casual sex,
I want to go with
Stabby?
this.
Let me finish my point.
I'm going to agree with the Destiny on that. Can I agree with Destiny on that?
Yeah, if we're
Really
going to say
quickly,
that a woman
Destiny?
can't even speak
Okay.
up when there's like
Okay.
when a man is doing something violent around us, then we should say we need to have way less or no casual sex in society.
Beautiful. I'm on your side here. Let's actually go the full conservative route and make sure that women can't have sex. And now it's time to criminalize and imprison men for pressuring for sex or even wanting it, because that's where that's going to lead. Is that what you want? Because if that's what
Wow, that is a crazy logical leap. I mean, this is what I told you guys earlier about the ridicule fallacy, right? Let's call it the ridicule fallacy, because what else, I can't remember what the actual name is for it, but she basically took his argument that wasn't that we should have no consensual sex or casual sex within society, and she basically ridiculed it. Stabby, that is such a fucking loss. Wow, that is such a loss.
you want, that's where this conversation can go. And we can actually
Wait,
start
no, that's
dealing
not
with the
true.
criminality of men when it comes to sexual aggression.
Hold on, pressuring somebody for sex? How would you even begin to lock somebody up like that? If I ask you, do you want to have sex?
You
am I
said
pressuring
you
for
said
sex?
no more. You said no more casual sex. You said no more casual sex. So where are the men's responsibilities? I thought you were all about responsibility here. Let's do
no
this.
more
Come on.
no more casual sex means that outside of like committed relationships, you
Marriage.
probably shouldn't be-
Marriage.
it doesn't
No, no,
have-
no. Let's just
there
do
are
it the
other
conservative
types
Do you
way.
of-
think
Marriage.
stealthing
Oh,
happens
okay,
in
so we
committed
found some
relationships?
retarded
Destiny.
shit.
I can't keep watching this. Sorry, this is too much for me. This is too much. I can't listen to people who. This is why I told you I'm struggling to watch Twitch debates, because it all fucking turns into this. It's just one straw man after the other, one fallacy after another, and basically all this Stabby is trying to do is play to the audience. Stabby just wants clicks. As many clicks as humanly possible is what Stabby's after. Why is Destiny's background driving you insane, though? Let's watch something that is less triggering than this bullshit. How about we watch some criminal shit? Let's see. We have some content suggestions from long ago that I did not react to before. So Noxums is next. I believe we reacted. We still have to watch The Legend of Jeff. We'll do that, Apocalypse. So we will do The Legend of Jeff. But I want to watch this Psychopaths versus Sociopaths masterclass with my ass. And I'll usually ask for it specifically. Not trying to get all religious or anything, but maybe, just maybe, there is a reason why most religions forbid casual sex. Just saying. I do think that in society... So the thing is, we always have to look at Occultist, how you doing? We always have to look at religion, like I said on Friday, or Saturday, was it? We have to look at religion as responses to problems that existed at the time. Because I believe that religion is 100% a result of trying to solve issues within society. So, yes, I do think that religion, basically almost all major religions, even minor religions, ban casual sex, speaks to a problem that existed within society that they saw fit to solve with a complete banishment of the act entirely. Now, at the time, the problem most likely would have been children born out of wedlock and men having children with 10 different wives and those children growing up to be menaces to society because they grew up without a father or money to really get anywhere in life. So that might have been one of the problems that they were trying to solve at the time. It could be for a bunch of other issues or reasons that they tried to solve it. I don't necessarily think that we need those restrictions today. But I do think that as a society, there needs to be more onus put on having discussions that are candid and open about sex and realizing that sex, casual sex specifically, is a dangerous game at the best of times. And to simply say that, well, it's obviously just one person's fault, or obviously the girl can't be blamed, or obviously the guy can't be blamed, I think is such an oversimplification of a very complex and nuanced act. Okay, so we're what's this video that you guys want me to react to now? The Psychopath and Sociopath, a masterclass. All right, here we go. Asm back on his normal Twitch channel. Wait, Asmongold's back on his main channel? Holy shit. That is big. Let me see this. This is obviously good news. Oh shit. The boy's back. Back for Lost Ark. He decided to bring out the big guns for Lost Ark. He's decided to go super big dick for Lost Ark. Easy. All right. So here we're going to learn about the psychopath and the sociopath, which is going to help us in our crime scene investigation things, which is important.
We've covered how to spot a psychopath or sociopath before, but we've never gone this in-depth on the clinical diagnosis behind them, antisocial personality disorder. Welcome to the MedCircle series, Antisocial Personality Disorder, Psychopaths, Sociopaths, and How to Spot Them. It's just so great to sit down with you.
I love talking with you.
Sometimes we talk about some topics that I think are really, really dreadful and hurtful.
Yeah.
And I think this series is going to be more in that lane.
Yes, it is.
Go-Guard, how you doing, bro?
You brought up the cluster B.
Yeah.
Personality disorders. I think I'm so glad we're doing this, having this conversation, because a lot of folks out there are trying to make sense of these difficult patterns, and they put in all kinds of words into search engines online. Cluster B is something that comes out, and a lot of people don't know how to make sense of it. So let me give you some historical background. This word, cluster B, it comes from how the personality disorders were traditionally organized in the Diagnostic Manual of Psychiatry and Psychology, called the DSM. The DSM organized the personality disorders, there were 10 of them, into 3 groups: cluster A, cluster B, and cluster C. And they organized the disorders based on their manifestations. Now, back in graduate school, we would remember these 3 clusters by calling them mad, bad, and sad. That's how we sort of memorized them. And by mad, it was sort of that traditional like madman, like, a person who's just really off and almost like, very disturbed. Bad meant almost badly behaved, and that's our cluster Bs. And sad were people who are more anxious and avoidant.
I wonder sometimes how much of the issues that we have today, because she basically starts off this thing saying, this is a great discussion to have because we have so many people that is so confused about this. And I wonder sometimes if we don't live in an age where people have too much access to information for their own good. Like we said at the beginning of the stream, human beings are very bad at actually open-mindedly and objectively finding information outside of their own biases. So we usually find information only to serve our own biases. And in a lot of ways, what we get with people is someone will use the word psychopath for just about everyone without even understanding the different lengths or degrees to which someone is a sociopath or a psychopath, or even understanding what psychopath and sociopath mean. So maybe human beings have reached the point where we have too much information and really... I remember once speaking to a psychologist. It was a friend of mine. Well, not a friend, but an acquaintance. I met the guy, and I think he was friends with my dad, actually. We started talking, and, I told him that, hey, I really I enjoy psychology. I love reading about it. I love watching videos on it. It's really fun. And he basically told me to stop. Not in a bad way. He wasn't screaming or getting angry, but he said, please stop. Because without the necessary education to know what the fuck you're actually talking about and to understand the nuance of things, psychological knowledge can oftentimes lead to far more danger or damage than what it helps. Because you have all these terms and you understand the terms to some extent, but your application of those terms will be completely wrong.
The cluster B disorders are also termed dramatic and erratic. Now, these disorders, again, are grouped by sort of how they affect a person, and today we're going to focus on cluster B. The cluster B disorders are the difficult disorders. They're antagonistic, they're interpersonally challenging. These are folks who, as a rule, almost always lack empathy. They tend to be entitled. So it's almost like narcissism becomes a nice sort of like the midpoint of a lot of these disorders. Like most of them have qualities of narcissism in different ways. And as you said, the four...
Vesper, how are you doing? Yes, we're actually watching this because of those criminal psychology breakdowns. This is why we're watching this. Because for us to watch those videos, we have to be able to agree on what is a sociopath and what is a psychopath. So that we don't, like the last stream, break into almost half an hour discussion on whether or not Jennifer is actually a psychopath or a sociopath. Because yes, it did actually derail the video by about half an hour of us discussing what could possibly be this person and how could they possibly be wrong.
4 disorders that hang out in cluster B are antisocial personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, narcissistic personality disorder, and something called histrionic personality disorder. These are probably the most clinically vexing patterns we see in psychology and psychiatry because they can make for very difficult clients. These patterns can interfere with us treating other issues the person may have, like substance abuse, bipolar disorder, major depression, anxiety disorders, eating disorders, the list goes on. If you have a cluster B disorder and these other things, you're constantly sort of like, it's like you're trying to like fight 2 different battles at the same time, and it's really one big kind of war, if you will. So it is a challenge, and it's a challenge for people not only living with the cluster B patterns, but also a challenge for the people living with those people who have cluster B patterns. So that's what cluster B is: dramatic, erratic.
I do imagine if you're living with a psychopath, that is challenging to say the least. You have to hide all the guns, hide all the knives, lock your doors, Maybe get like a security door at the entrance of your fucking bedroom. Look behind you consistently to make sure that they're not standing right there willing to fuck you. Merciful Fate, thanks for the Prime sub. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Emotional, antagonistic, combative, lacking empathy, oftentimes internally very chaotic. They can't regulate their emotions very easily. And some of these are really clinically demanding. Borderline personality, for example, is a very clinically challenging condition. Narcissistic, histrionic clients, they don't even tend to end up in therapy that often. And antisocial personality disorder, those folks often end up in prison.
We've talked about specific personality disorders, but what is a personality disorder in general?
A personality disorder is a maladaptive pattern of behavior and relating that cuts across all situations in the person's life: relationships, work, social functioning, and even their sense of self. It's the long-standing stability that makes these be called personality disorders, because personality is considered to be a stable trait. But their personality styles cause the person problems in all areas of their life. But it's the maladaptive, consistent, and stable nature of these problematic personality patterns that lead to them being called personality disorders.
Can someone be diagnosed as having cluster B disorder? No.
Yeah,
you just have one of them, and then that's
you would. What would end up happening is, like, for example, as you know, I do research on psychopathology and mental illness and mental health. So when we analyze our data, because these disorders are common, sometimes we'll combine these patterns to see if we see any patterns there. So partly it serves as sort of a research kind of an approach. It becomes a shorthand for clinicians, but we as clinicians have to be really, really careful about using that term, because cluster B is code for difficult patient. And there's a
Wait, that's
chance
really
you
big.
get,
Cluster B is code for difficult patient. Now, I can already hear people though saying, well, I'm watching that. My therapist said I have cluster B. Now that's rude. Why would you say I'm
it can
difficult?
feel rude. That's why I'm saying we have to be very careful with these labels. It's really meant, it's almost
Yeah, if your therapist says you're cluster B, that's because they have to hide the knives the whole time. I'm obviously being very facetious, but you know.
almost like, again, it's an organizational scheme. If we see, because what may happen, Kyle, is a person may not meet the full diagnostic criteria for any one pattern of those disorders. We chose 4 disorders. They may have a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and we might call it, this sort of has a cluster B pattern to it. It means that we might use very specific kinds of therapeutic techniques, or realize that these patterns may interfere with the treatment of other disorders, if you will. But it does imply typically somebody who's interpersonally difficult. I'll be honest with you, I mean, those of us in mental health will sometimes even use that as shorthand in our own lives. Like, I'm going to Thanksgiving, it's going to be difficult, I have cluster B relatives there. You know, anyone in the business will know, like, she's got some really difficult family members. But it's beyond difficult. It's antagonistic, and almost like they often don't get it.
Is it almost often that they don't want the help?
Not necessarily. I think, you know, because cluster B disorders take in so much territory, I work with many clients who have borderline personality disorder. They desperately want help. They desperately want help. In fact, sometimes need more help than even they can get in sort of like 1 or 2 weekly therapy sessions. And many clients with borderline personality disorder are very invested in getting that help, but it's difficult for them. They feel so internally chaotic and frightened that therapy can be challenging not only for them, but for the therapist who's trying to sort of soothe this patient. Obviously, when you're dealing with somebody with narcissistic personality, they don't think anything's wrong. So they're often going to think, I don't even need help. And then, you know, histrionic personality.
How do you help someone with narcissistic personality disorder, though? Like, genuine question. I mean, this guy believes that they're literally God. So how are you going to treat that? Emily, take care of yourself. Thanks for hanging out. Could it be some sticky hair? Because they use a honeycomb. That is some gentle fucking comedy right there. Visual Nerd, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Pal, how you doing, brother? You could probably, but I mean, that would take a very, very long time. Because I've met some people that's been diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder. And even when things happen that, you would argue should break their ego, like bad things happen, they still find a way to effectively blame everything around them but themselves. Like, they didn't make mistakes, everyone else made mistakes. So I think that can be like seriously challenging to try and deal with that.
Disorder. Actually, they're thinking of removing that from the diagnostic manual. These are people who are dramatic and attention-seeking and seductive, and look at me, how come I'm not getting all the attention kind of thing. They almost also never end up seeking out treatment for that particular pattern. The folks with antisocial personality disorder also almost never seek out treatment. They get in trouble for something, and then they're sometimes forced into treatment.
Briefly describe what antisocial personality disorder is, because that name is so misleading.
Antisocial personality disorder is one of the most important and one of the most unfortunately named diagnoses out there. It throws my students off, it throws off trainees, it throws off lay people. Antisocial personality disorder is actually quite dangerous. It can be quite dangerous. It doesn't mean what we think. A lot of people take the antisocial to mean, oh, these are people who don't want to be with other people, almost as though they're socially anxious. Not at all. The unfortunate term historically came from this idea that these were people who were anti-society. They were anti the norms of society. They would break the rules of society. That was where the anti-social came from. Like I said, such an unfortunate name, because we use anti-social to mean someone who doesn't want to socialize. Like,
what would you call it?
I would call it psychopathic personality disorder.
Yes.
That's what I would term it. And antisocial personality disorder is the diagnostic term for things that are called psychopathy and sociopathy in the popular literature, in the media at large.
But why would she call it psychopathic personality disorder when sociopathy is a part of that as well? Because isn't psychopathy like... Psychopathy is like the more extreme version of sociopathy, isn't it?
In all kinds of other writing, in criminology writing.
Take care, Genio.
But it's not a diagnostic, those are not diagnostic terms, but those two terms definitely ascribe more to antisocial personality disorder. Now, what is it? Antisocial personality disorder is a pattern whereby a person not only lacks empathy, but they think the rules do not apply to them, they do not adhere to them, they break moral codes, social codes, legal codes. They have a failure to take any kind of responsibility. They're very deceitful. They exploit other people to achieve their ends. They will take risks that will put other people in danger. So they're dangerous. They're dangerous. And here's the ringer. Here's the ringer. I personally think that...
Sorry, that made me think of... do you guys... you remember that in Shrek? I think it's Shrek, the king. The king had that speech with these people where he was like, and even if this kills all of you, that is a risk I am willing to take. Something like, it just immediately made me think of the king in Shrek. I was just like, yeah, if it kills all of you, I'm willing to take that risk. Yeah, the Lord Fuck one. That's the one.
To really call it antisocial personality disorder, you're talking about someone who lacks remorse for the bad things they do. And that's where it gets scary.
Can they fake it?
That's where it gets scary.
That's the one.
Can they fake it?
Can a person fake... Can
remorse.
they fake remorse? Oh, absolutely. You can fake anything. You can fake empathy. You can fake remorse. You can fake anything. And they do. They will, when they're finally hauled in front of the press conference, they'll cry crocodile tears, and a year later they'll do it again. That's antisocial personality disorder.
Which clusters of disorders do you think are most common?
In terms of the personality disorders overall, I actually think that the cluster B disorders may be more common. And the only reason I think I'm going to say that is because when we do research on these disorders, they're the ones that are more clinically compelling. So we may see more clients with these patterns because, especially in the case of borderline personality, they're more likely to get help.
That's right.
In the case of antisocial personality disorder, they're more likely to end up in prison. So there are these two groups of folks we study a lot because of the sort of the distress we see in borderline personality and the danger that can be created by antisocial personality. So if we were, and there's 4 disorders in that.
I feel like she's probably going to get to it, but there is probably levels to that. Like, there must be some psychopaths or sociopaths, whichever one it is. There must be some that is so far gone that they can't even fake it. So I saw this, it's a silent video. It's like literally, it's a silent video, 3 minutes long, where they showed a guy who killed 2 people. Like literally just in cold blood, killed 2 people. And he sits inside the interrogation room, yeah? For 3.5 hours, literally in this position, just upright like this, doesn't move once. And the only movement he has is when the detective sits right next to him, he looks at the detective like this, and when the detective sits on the opposite side of the room, he looks at the detective like that, and that's it. For 3.5 hours, that's literally all he does. He sits dead still. No movement, no fuckle. He just sits there and just follows where the detective sits throughout the entire interview. Now, I don't see that guy as being able to fake any fucking thing. It almost looked like it was dissociation, but on his face, he didn't seem confused. It's my understanding, like I said, it was a silent video, but the comment, like the explanation under, he admitted it straight away. The cop literally asked him, "Did you kill these people?" And he's like, "Yeah." He did not deny it. He did not pretend like he wasn't doing it. He just sat there and he was like, "Yeah, I did." It took 2.5 hours, and 3.5 hours, and he just sat there, just fucking answered every question they have.
In that group too, so it's going to up your
Yes.
your number up a little bit. I think that the cluster B disorders probably are the ones that have the highest prevalence rates across the 3 groups overall. Yeah.
Well, you have more disorders and people are having to go get help. So
They're
makes
more
sense.
disruptive. Who you're going to see. I'd say if you were working in the mental health business, you'll see that a lot. In cluster C, there's things like avoidant personality disorder, which it almost looks like a social anxiety disorder. So you will see that sometimes, but sometimes we don't even know which variant we're seeing, social anxiety or avoidant personality. And with the cluster A disorders, the schizoid, the schizotypal, the paranoid personalities, these are people who actually look quite severely mentally ill. They're incredibly either socially withdrawn or they appear as so odd, they almost look psychotic. They're sometimes overrepresented in residentially unstable, like homeless populations or people who are in and out of long-term psychiatric facilities.
Is there hope for people who are in the cluster B camp?
In terms of hope for cluster B clients, it varies. It varies.
Hold on. We don't hear that answer a lot.
Oh, it varies, yeah. And that's the problem. That speaks to how heterogeneous the disorders that make up this cluster are.
If I talk about bipolar disorder, if I talk about anxiety, depression, ADHD, the doctor across from me will say, there's so much hope.
No, very variable. I would say that the most good research on treatment outcomes and best practices can be found for borderline personality disorder. I believe firmly that if you have a client with borderline personality disorder and you can give them trauma-focused care, dialectical behavioral therapy, whatever psychiatric medications they may need to manage other sorts of conditions they have, and other kinds of adjunctive therapies that will help them with their symptoms, the treatment literature can really show some good long-term outcomes, but the treatment has to be consistent and long-term, and that's often
Borderline personality disorder isn't the same as like multiple personality disorder. Is it? I don't think so. Because from what I understand, like the literature on multiple personality disorder, it's very split. So some psychologists believe that it could be true. Other psychologists say that it isn't true. Like, there is no such thing as multiple personality disorder. I was listening to Steven Pinker. He was speaking to another psychologist, and that psychologist said that the reason why I'm asking is because that psychologist said currently his belief and the belief of other psychologists like him believe that multiple personality disorder is actually just borderline personality disorder. So they believe that it's a way for people that suffer with borderline personality disorder to basically pretend, but it's not pretending. He used a different word for it, but it's sort of like it's a coping mechanism kind of thing.
Pass beyond the financial ability of a lot of people. That's
I don't
what's
know
so
why
unfortunate,
the
because
bot's
I think
doing
there
that,
is tremendous
Apocalypse.
hope for people with borderline personality if they get the kinds of treatment, and if the client won't cooperate with the treatment.
Let's just quickly fix that. Because it was supposed to be added as like you could type !help and that would have worked as well. And I think I added it because we were talking at the time, so I may have added it as like it would pick up the word. Which is not supposed to do. Yeah, I don't know why I typed it twice. That's the one. Oh, because I was trying to test out why it wouldn't work the first time that I did it, and it wouldn't update. So I thought I'd just type in both, and I forgot to remove one of the two to actually see. So thanks for that. It shouldn't... Try it again. But it shouldn't happen again. Yeah, the YouTube bot fuck up. That's the one. So I just added everything. Okay, there we go. Yeah, now it's doing it right.
And then all bets are off. With narcissistic personality disorder, you know what I say about that, you're not going to see much change. And when you do, it's glacial, and the amount of change you see is often not enough for the people around them to feel like things are better. But with antisocial personality disorder, that disorder might be the most hopeless of all. These are folks who will try to outwit and outfox a therapist, who will fake it and are often court-ordered to go to therapy as a condition of parole or probation or something like that. And so they'll sit there for 10 sessions and say, I don't need to say anything, I just need you to sign that document that said I came here for 10 sessions. So you can get a lot of resistance, and they can often try to intimidate a therapist. You have to be a very specially trained therapist to work with that population, particularly those who have very, very difficult criminal histories. And if you're dealing with sort of the more neat and tied up antisocial personality, sort of like the CEO variant, they're very manipulative. They can be very exploitative. Again, they will often try to outwit the therapist. They're really not motivated to change because they really, truly don't think there's anything to change. So if anything, they just really out to game the system. That's not progress. So I would say definitely for them, of all groups, they'll have the worst outcomes.
What percentage of your clients do you think fall in the cluster B category?
With some cluster B symptomatology, well over 50%. Maybe even a little less. Actually,
I thought you were going to say 5%.
Oh, heck no. No. And actually, that's what I choose to focus in. But maybe 40%, 40%.
You know,
yeah.
that is good.
That is what she focuses on. If you walk in there with anything but cluster B, she sends you to someone else. You're boring. Get the fuck out of my office. Go find another one. I don't want to focus on you. You just have bipolar disorder. This is boring. Come back when you have psychopathic tendencies, and then we can talk. Usually sociopaths, they require trait to be as ruthless as you need to be to end up in that position. So Apocalypse, I've heard some conflicting evidence on that as well. This was Jonathan Haidt, I think, spoke about this. He doesn't necessarily believe that that's true, because apparently one of the traits of sociopaths is boredom. They get bored very quickly with whatever the fuck they're doing. They don't stick with the same thing for too long before they sort of move off and go do something else again. So apparently not like most sociopaths are not highly successful, at least according to one school of thought, I suppose. Yeah, okay, that I can actually see that, and I can agree with you on that. So it is sort of a, there will definitely be some CEOs that do fall into that. Bobby Kotick probably.
Good though, because then at least people are getting help or in the space to get help.
And there are people out there who specialize in this, like people who specialize in dialectical behavioral therapy, it's called DBT. I'd say they see 90% because they're working with clients who have a lot of borderline personality sorts of symptoms. People who work in prisons are probably seeing antisocial personality at the level of 60, 70%. But I'd say almost half of the clients I work with, I choose to do that though, because like I said, although I would say maybe even, all right, I'll be 35%, because the majority of clients I work with are trying to negotiate a family or other relationship with a person with a cluster B disorder. A solid third of them are struggling with these issues.
Well, that leads.
Imagine how fucked your life must be if you have to go to a psychologist to help you deal with a sociopath or psychopath in your life. Like, how? Man, that must be fucking rough. Like, you're not the one with the issue. You are fine, but this person is driving you up the fucking wall with their bullshit. And you're just like, God damn it. I need help. This is too fucking much.
Perfectly into my next question. Knowing that if somebody has watched this video this far, they have been likely given a diagnosis of a disorder in the cluster B family, or they know somebody who has. What could I ask them on their behalf that you would think would be most beneficial for them to hear?
I think that the big question people have is, from the person, there's two sides of it. From the side of the person who's experiencing it is, what do I do? I'm not only always miserable, I feel like I'm making people miserable. And then from the other side, I think the question would be, what do I do? I feel like nothing I say to this person ever makes things better. In fact, all I do is feel like things get worse, and I feel like I'm always walking on eggshells. What do I do?
And
So it's really, what do I do?
Yeah, what's the answer to that?
I mean, for the people who are experiencing this symptomatology, you got to get therapy. You're not going to think your way out of this one. You're not going to meditate your way out of this one. You got to get therapy, and with somebody who is trained in things like DBT and working with these kinds of patterns. Okay, have to. You have to.
Dr. Yip is one of the nation's leading experts on OCD, and I interviewed her for our OCD series. She really drove home the point of, don't just go get therapy because the therapist said, yeah, I treat OCD. Go find the person who that's what they do.
That's what they do.
They are OCD, right? So with these people, I feel bad for someone who might have gone to a therapist who said they could treat it, but they did it once 10 years ago and they had a bad experience.
Yeah. I think that especially with something like narcissistic personality disorder, if you actually do get them to therapy, you can use a combination of some DBT techniques, but also some cognitive behavioral work, some humanistic work, rapport building. A lot of it's relationship building. You need a strong therapist to work with those clients because they will try to outfox you. And so you've got to be almost have to be one step ahead of them. Like, you can't fall for the charm. You have to be almost charm immune or charm proof to work with the narcissistic clients. With the so it's all about expertise, but the borderline clients are the ones who are most likely to actually seek out therapy. And for them to say, like I said, you do it right. What do? You need to get help from somebody who knows what they're doing. And it might even be a team of people who know what they're doing. In fact, DBT is best delivered in a team approach with a combination of group therapy and individual therapy and some medication management. On the other side of it, if somebody in your life is experiencing these cluster B patterns, it's going to be difficult. I'm telling you that right now. And you're not a bad person for thinking it's difficult. Because a lot of people, I feel guilty, there's actually something happening to them. How dare I think that this is difficult? Because it is. Because the nature of these patterns is somewhat antagonistic. Again, it may be that they're feeling insecure or chaotic inside, and that's why they're lashing out. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. When somebody lashes out, it doesn't feel good, regardless of the reason. And so I will tell people, if you are with somebody who's experiencing cluster B patterns, definitely seek out individual therapy. You may need to manage your expectations of that person, and then ask yourself, what would the landscape of a relationship look like with this person if things don't change? Because in many cases, it may not.
I wonder sometimes also, because the advice she seems to give is advice that So I would probably never need this advice. Because if I was in any way, shape, or form in a relationship with someone who did fly off the fucking rails every once in a while, lost their shit over small things, I'd be out of there. I'd be out of there literally the second time it happened. Like, the second fucking time it happened. So unless, of course, they're so good at faking it that you just don't know. In which case, I guess that changes things quite a bit. My cousin tried to cure himself with meditation, believe in Buddhist way. It went worst. Turn him to delusional wizard monk. Jesus.
Not change.
Those are really good 3 takeaways. Real quick for people watching, explain briefly what DBT is.
Yeah, DBT is dialectical behavioral therapy. Dialectical behavior therapy was developed by someone named Dr. Marsha Linehan, and she developed DBT actually specifically to address the crisis of suicidality in people who had borderline personality disorder, because that's the dangerous issue. People with borderline personality are experiencing so much inner pain and turmoil that they want to silence that pain. They truly do believe often they're a burden to others, that they're not worthy to live. It's really agonizing for them and for the people around them who care for them. And so DBT was initially really developed as a way for the person living with borderline personality disorder to see how life always feels like a crisis to them, how everything is black or white. And so the dialectic is really to bring those two sides, those two perspectives together and find that gray in the middle. The other thing that Dr. Linehan brought into this work was a real focus on mindfulness. People with borderline personality disorder tend to react instead of responding. Responding is a more thoughtful approach. Reacting is like you jump right in. Through DBT, using mindfulness and sort of catching yourself, you help people construct more responsive rather than reactive kinds of approaches when they're faced with a stressor. Because the reacting often means people's feelings get hurt, people get angry, but to help them deal with that crisis and the fears that overtake a person with borderline personality disorder, such as...
For me, it really depends on the situation. Sometimes I respond, other times I react. It really depends on the situation. Like if you're, so I'll say a good example of this is if you're talking to me and you say something like hurtful or whatever, I will most likely respond. So I will usually think about it and then I'll respond, in whatever way is necessary. But then there are things that I just instantly react to. So someone that knocks on a table, like they sit there and they fucking, click something on the table or something, that's me instantly reacting, dude. Like if you do something that is stupidly annoying and just constant, I will react immediately. No thinking, no fucking anything. It's just an instant. What the fuck are you doing? Stop that bullshit.
Things like that they're going to be left, that they're going to be alone, that they can't take care of themselves. Many people with borderline personality disorder engage in a lot of negative self-talk. Dialectical behavioral therapy also draws from cognitive behavioral therapy, where you push back and say, it's interesting you say all these terrible things about yourself, because my experience, and you really do point out to them the good things and the strengths, and you do some resilience building with them. So, and you have them do homework assignments between sessions.
My cousin does that, Apocalypse. Not tapping, but whenever he sits, he'll swing his legs. Open and close, open and close, open and close. So if you sit on a bench next to him, you're basically fucking rocking on the bench as he's sitting there. Like you're literally sitting in a rocking chair without it being a rocking chair. You're just going with the fucking bench because he's going with his legs. Now that's me going, Jesus, stop the fucking, just calm down. Stop doing that. That's annoying. Don't do that anymore.
Sessions, so they do a lot more monitoring, so they can start seeing their own patterns. DBT has been shown.
This is interesting, but I want to get to the fucking where's the difference between psychopathy and sociopathy? That's all I want to know, because we have other things that would be far more fun. Like I don't care about all this fucking treatments for sociopaths and psychopaths. I just want to know the difference. I'm not going to treat these people. I'll just stay away from them. It feels like she's giving a lot of advice that's really cool, and I would love to go back and listen to it on my own, but I don't think it's really stream content. Treat a sociopath. What do you mean treat, PT? I need to go to the bathroom again. I'll be right back. Give me 2 seconds. All right, here we go. Speaking no emotional components, about adding reasonable component. Different version and content edition, so you can just watch that. Yeah, that would be better. Let's watch the Cliff Note version. This is a long fucking conversation. How long is the Cliff Note? Fucking hell, Cliff Notes version is also going to be 12 minutes. That's good. Yeah, this is the kind of fucking content we can react to. All right, this is better. 2.5 hours of learning how to deal with psychopaths and sociopaths. That's more than what I think we need. But 12 minutes of finding out the difference between a narcissist, a psychopath, and a sociopath. Here we go. Voidwalker, thank you very much for this. I appreciate it. Okay, so let's see.
What is the difference between a sociopath, a psychopath, and a narcissist? Here to answer this intense question is Dr. Ramani. Help us out here.
Well, it's, again, there's a lot of overlap, but the fact is a lot of people are using these terms interchangeably.
Yes.
And should they be?
I do the same thing because I don't always know the difference between these things, so I'm definitely guilty of this. Like 100% guilty of this. And I don't think I'm the only one, but definitely it's easy, right? Because anyone that does anything that sort of seems out of normal or out of the norm, you just call a psychopath. Anyone that is sort of kind of full of themselves and maybe has quite a big ego, you call a narcissist. So it's easy to just use these terms because none of us have a fucking clue what they actually mean.
They psychopath. No, they shouldn't. They're different things, okay? One rule of thumb to remember right off the bat. every psychopath is narcissistic, but not every narcissist is psychopathic.
Easy.
Makes sense? There's your key difference. A narcissist is somebody who lacks empathy, is grandiose, is entitled, is constantly seeking validation, is arrogant. It's a disorder of self-esteem, and they have trouble regulating their self-esteem. But when a narcissist does a bad thing, they feel a fair amount of guilt and shame. More shame than guilt, frankly, because they're concerned about how other people view them. Shame is a public emotion. So they don't like being viewed negatively in the public eye or by other people. That's where the shame comes from. But they'll feel a little bad. Like if they cheat on their wife, oh, I probably shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
Psychopath's a different animal. They're all of those things except no guilt, no shame. Wow. They don't feel remorse when they do something bad. Wow. So they're great serial killers. Hired assassins, people who are going to go in and literally sort of gut a business. These are your guys. They're like, I don't care who gets hurt. They'd say that and they'd mean it. Okay, where a narcissist is like, I hope no one gets hurt. Okay? The difference between...
So, like, people are probably going to get hurt, but I really hope that no one gets hurt in all of this. It would be bad if some people got hurt, but, you know.
Between the psychopath and the sociopath is the one where most people get confused, because the sociopath is a lot like the psychopath. They do bad things and they don't care, okay? Here's the key difference. A psychopath is born and a sociopath is made. Okay, that's the key. So a psychopath, in fact, we know in the research on psychopathy, which has also been called antisocial personality disorder in our diagnostic manual, these are people who are actually believed to have slightly different autonomic nervous systems. Our autonomic nervous system is actually that part that holds our sympathetic nervous system, which is our fight and flight system. So when our autonomic nervous system for a normal person gets charged up, which it would if we broke a rule, if we did something embarrassing or rude, if we ran through a red light, our heart starts racing. We sweat, our pupils get wide, we look around because we're afraid of the consequence. A psychopath doesn't have that same kind of arousal. That's why they're able to lie on lie detector tests. That's how they get away with it. They don't have that same kind of arousal. So where you or I may go on a roller coaster, feel that sense of excitement, we need to get that arousal in a good way. We don't like feeling it when we do something wrong. They don't feel it.
So do they
feel it when they're happy? So let's say they go on a roller coaster. Would a psychopath feel that arousal on the roller coaster, or would that be both for good and bad things, just not feeling anything? Just like, yeah, fuck it. You know, this is just another weird day. You know, yeah, I'm on this roller coaster, but who gives a fuck?
get stressed?
No, not in the same way.
So if they're driving, because if I'm driving and I see police sirens coming behind me, I mean, it is a full-on, my gosh, I can't believe I'm going to get pulled over. But a psychopath would see that and go, oh, I'm going to get pulled over.
Well, this could be. They could have a dead body in the trunk, and they wouldn't change.
And so they pull over, they get the ticket, and they don't care.
No, they don't care.
And they pay the ticket?
And maybe not. They'll even probably get an attorney to get them off, or say, yeah, you know, my understanding of your state laws is you can't really be doing this, and they'll be cool as can be.
And this is a difference in their
They're actually how their nervous systems are wired and their brains are. There's actually been interesting research done with PET scans where you can see brain function. And what
not just to clarification, not PET like dogs and cats, PET scans.
Positron emission tomography scans of the brain, which show brain functioning, if you will. And what they see is that the section of the brain that serves empathy, that doesn't naturally light up in them. And you can actually teach them to be empathic for a minute, but it doesn't last. A lot of psychopaths who commit violent crimes end up in jail, and the ones who commit more like white-collar crimes, I guess they end up as multi-billionaires because they're willing to do really, really rough stuff in their business and get through like a cartel leader or something like that, call for the killings of other people. Now, their interesting counterpart are the sociopaths. Psychopaths born. They tend to, their belief is that they may very well have, this might be genetic. In fact, psychopaths often have fathers who have lots of antisocial tendencies. Now, how much of it is learned, how much of it is genetic, it's a little bit harder to suss out. But we do see that there is that difference in your true psychopath. They also tend
I think this is where we get into what we had Saturday as well. The genetic argument is where you'd almost get into metagenetics, which obviously isn't agreed upon by all psychologists as being a thing, or even geneticists as being a thing. The at the moment, the literature seems to be split on whether or not metagenes exist. But this would be sort of that argument of, is it possible that all human beings have psychopathic genes, and that in some human beings, those genes are just never activated for whatever reason? So the way you're brought up, those genes just never activate, and therefore you never become a psychopath. And then for other people, that gene is already ready to activate, right? So the smallest thing sets them off, it activates, and boom, now they're growing up as a psychopath, and there's nothing you can do. The gene's been activated. For other people, maybe that gene is there, but it's so fucking hidden, like it's so dormant, that you would need a massive event to activate that gene, and that event just never happens because it would be larger than what any human being could survive. Something to that effect, right? Adelia, how you doing? So it's kind of hard, I think. This is one of the reasons I think psychology is so difficult, is because you are dealing with the brain, and the brain is wholly reliant on the genes. And it's not easy to figure out whether or not something is genetic. Is it just a brain disorder? Is it something that we can treat? Considering how unique human beings are, it can also completely manifest in different ways. So I'm genuinely, I think psychologists have it's one of the reasons it's called a soft science and not a STEM science, is exactly because we can't really do tests to show us. We can only really go on the anecdotal, put that together, and then find enough anecdotal evidence to form patterns.
Tend to have really glib, shallow charm. They tend to be really intelligent. That's why they get away with stuff. If they were
they've learned behavior to assimilate into society.
Oh yeah.
But it's all a facade.
It's all a facade. They're so charming.
So if they're born this way, would a 3-year-old then not get stressed out if it got scared? So that's incredible.
So what we see when we diagnose antisocial personality disorder, which is sort of our diagnostic equivalent to being a psychopath, in order to get that diagnosis, you have to have shown a pattern prior to the age of 15 of things like truancy, violence towards other kids, stealing, skipping school.
And not felt bad about it.
There was this, I read a book about serial killers. This was long ago. But in the book, they caught a serial killer. I think he ended up killing like 6 or 7 people. And as a child, when they finally caught him and they spoke to his parents, because he lived with his parents until the age of 12. And then his parents literally sent him off to a boarding school because they couldn't fucking handle him anymore. He was like, at the age of 4, they caught him, like his grandma was sleeping on the couch. And he took all the knives in the kitchen and he placed the knives around her body, facing her. Like just for fun. And then I think at the age of 7 or 8, they found the cat completely slaughtered in the backyard with the knives again arranged around the cat's body. And then when they finally caught him, all of his murder victims had that exact same pattern. He killed them and then he placed those knives around them. So basically from the earliest age, the age of 4, when most kids have not even really started laying down like mental patterns that's going to continue, this kid already had it.
Setting fires, they just do it. They don't care. And that before the age of 15, so it's a long-standing pattern. That's what makes us call them a psychopath or having antisocial personality. Now, This is different than sociopathy.
Yes, okay.
Sociopathy, they look a lot like the psychopaths. The difference is they were made. So some examples here. The kid who grows up in a really, 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 really rough neighborhood and learns criminality to get by, or learns to be a bully, or like, gets involved with sort of like the wrong kids and uses a lot of muscle because that's survivalism, but it's not necessarily always comfortable for them. They just learn it. It's the person who grows up with a father who teaches them the business and teaches them how to break the rules.
Would they start sweating and have their heart race if they got pulled over?
They might. They may not feel so good about it. They'll be a little bit more uncomfortable with it, but in time they learn it. And it's almost like they get trained in not being as aroused by it. Listen,
So you're basically talking about desensitization here. I'm guessing. This is basically what she's getting at. So humans can get desensitized to almost anything. If you showed someone enough violence, they would eventually become desensitized to violence. The violence would no longer really bother them that much because they've seen it over and over again. I'll give you guys a great example of this. Do you guys remember when MMA first started? Like when MMA first came onto the scene, the cage fighting, these videos that first launched of it. I remember when I first saw a video of MMA highlights, and I got this like really fucking horrible feeling while watching it. Like my heart was racing. I felt incredibly uncomfortable. It felt so vile and barbaric while I was watching it that I had to switch it off. I couldn't keep watching it. It was just too fucking much for me. Nowadays, I watch whole fights of MMA. I love the MMA. I love the fights. I love the sport. I think it's an amazing sport because I got desensitized to that violence. So this is basically what you're saying. It's someone who grows up and is sort of forced from a very early age to be desensitized to almost all forms of violence.
If you broke enough rules, if you lived under certain conditions of lawlessness long enough, you'd adjust to that new world order, if you will. That's what the sociopath does. And so they're the person who someone who said he was actually a great kid until he got to high school. And then it seems like he got in with the wrong kids. That feels more like the sociopath. Wow. Okay, that's almost like a training that might happen from within the family, within their community, within even the job they get, some cases even within some form of military training.
Have you had sociopaths and psychopaths as clients?
Not really, no. They don't tend to come in for therapy. They don't see any benefit to it. The only time you would tend to see psychopaths or sociopaths come into therapy with any consistency is if they were court ordered. So
I thought you were going to say couples therapy.
No, God, no. It's because they're court ordered. So the judge will make that a condition of release kind of thing, or they're within prisons and jails and getting some treatment in there.
This is so incredibly fascinating to me. If a psychopath goes to jail, he isn't upset about going to jail?
In some ways, it becomes a
Phantom Evil. Thanks so much for the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you. How you doing, brother?
cost of doing business. You know, but it's also, they're not happy about it. Psychopaths and to some degree sociopaths don't think about consequences. That's why they pull really penny ante silly crimes like holding up a liquor store. Basically, I need $150, here's a liquor store, it's open, let's go get the money kind of thing. So it's like they act first and think later.
Just gonna put on this mask and go draw some money at the bank. Basically, kind of thing. I do so many things. There's so many things in my life that I don't do purely because of the consequences. Like, there's so many times where I think, hey, I could really fucking enjoy doing this. And then I think to myself, if I get caught, that's going to be a huge fucking problem. Better not. Let's leave it. So I've been thinking for a long time now about microdosing. Yeah. And because there's so many benefits, at least claimed benefits for microdosing, that I've really wanted to try out. And the only reason I've never done it is because I don't want to ever be caught and then be sent to jail for having substances on me. Phantom Evil, you're very welcome. Thanks so much for watching and enjoying it.
So they often don't plan in terms of consequences. That's why they have a tendency to lie, cheat, steal, and they tend to have very inconsistent work histories because they're not able to hold a job.
Yeah, of
aliases. It's definitely.
This is what I was talking about earlier. Remember when I told you guys? That's why that whole statement of, you know, the billionaires of the world is simply sociopaths, right? That's why that generally doesn't track true, because sociopaths and psychopaths have a very hard time holding jobs, sticking to one thing for long enough to actually make a success out of it. So, Karimzi, how you doing?
Definitely, like, it's more of a griftery kind of a space.
So we've talked in previous videos about how to cope while dating a narcissist. If you find yourself dating a sociopath or a psychopath, is there any coping, or you just got to get out?
Let's see if we can answer this before she answers it. You're dating someone that has zero empathy, zero emotional response to anything. Like, fights would be rough, I feel, in such a relationship. I feel like fights could very quickly escalate into some very bad times for the person that isn't the psychopath. I see would suit. They do multiple focus roles, so they get that variant. A system designer works on systems, and that's it. Yeah, but remember, in order to become a CEO, you would have to have gone through the system designer thing. You would have to have gone through years of sticking with the exact same thing, which is why it might be rare. So I almost think you do definitely get CEOs that may have psychopathic tendencies, but not necessarily be psychopaths. So they have tendencies of psychopaths, because there's also differences. I think someone once told me that all serial killers are psychopaths, but not all psychopaths turn out to be serial killers, because you might get different, like it might be a scale where these psychopaths are all fucking Jack the Ripper types. These psychopaths are people who have less empathy, so they don't have as much of an issue to break the rules, and they don't have as much of an issue with basically, you know, destroying people's jobs or whatever. But they're not wholly psychopathic.
You're in trouble.
You're in trouble.
That could actually be a very dangerous relationship.
It sounds like it.
Yeah. In fact, you know, even with the narcissistic piece, I've done research and work in the area of domestic violence, or what's also called intimate partner violence. Most people who perpetrate domestic violence are either narcissistic or psychopathic, and so there's a danger there. In other words, they will dispose of you if you get in their way.
What a nice way of saying that they will basically end arguments with a permanent solution, right? These are the kinds of people that come up with permanent solutions to arguments. They don't really do the whole, let's talk about it, or let's sleep on it, or something to that effect. It's more of, how's about we end this argument and we never have it again, kind of thing.
I want to share a story with you to get your feedback. This was told to me by a friend, and she said in college she dated a guy for a year, but the guy started to get just a little weird, and they broke up. For the next year, he courted her and did everything she wished he had done the first year. Showed up on time, brought her gifts, blah, blah, blah. They started dating again. He was perfect for a year. They went to Thanksgiving at her family's house. He was perfect to her parents. Just became the perfect man for her because he knew what she wanted. And after a year, on the 1-year anniversary, he broke up with her and said, I've been playing you this whole time because I wanted to crush your heart. I am not actually behaving this way, or this isn't real. I've been faking it for a year just so I can crush you. Would that be
That's more psychopathic. That's more psychopathic. You know, or sociopathic is more likely, you know.
But if they have no empathy, then why?
That is a commitment to destroying someone's fucking heart, right? A whole year of pretending to be something you're not so that you could crush their heart feels like a hell of a commitment.
Why would they want to hurt somebody?
Because empathy is a positive emotion, okay? Wanting to hurt someone is a very antagonistic emotion. Wanting to hurt someone at some level might even give them a little pleasure. Power, for sure.
It's interesting to me that someone cannot be empathetic but then want to hurt somebody, because to me you would have to have the empathy in order to even know what it's like to hurt somebody.
There's a difference between empathy and understanding. You can understand what, because it's like, that's why psychopaths make great salesmen. Because they understand a person, they can read a person.
Apocalypse confirmed. So Apocalypse, you are indeed a psychopath. She literally just said it. I heard her. All of you heard her. She said psychopaths make great salesmen, and Apocalypse was a fucking master salesman. Confirmed, bro. Confirmed. You need to go for fucking help.
And immediately say, I got his vulnerability. I'm going to make him buy a car. Psychopaths are great salesmen. Salesmen for cars.
Shivakazi, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out.
Cars, timeshares, all that stuff where they're upselling and almost taking advantage of someone sometimes, making them take on more money and cost of something than they really should. But no, it's that he was able to be superficially charming. Psychopaths and sociopaths and narcissists make great chameleons. They're definitely able to change the situation to get what they want. And psychopaths in particular and sociopaths they view the world as an instrument to fulfill their desires.
Must be nice.
That's really what they're about. Which is what, it's awful, because they're going to often discard a partner when they don't have much use for them, or expect them to have a very specific role. So they may have married her and she may have had their kids. Now she's going to have to put up with their affairs because they want something else, and too bad if you don't like it. This is the new world order and I will destroy you in court. It's that kind of thing.
That is insane.
Yeah, it's chilling.
I want to leave it right there. I have learned more about sociopaths and psychopaths than I ever thought possible. Make sure you check out as well our discussion about narcissism with Dr. Ramani. Thanks again for...
Interesting. My abusive boyfriend prepared me for a terrorist interrogation. Jesus. This was informative, yes. This was very informative. But it feels like people aren't too wrong then for using psychopath and sociopath interchangeably. Almost as a sort of off-the-cuff remark. Not as a sort of tool to diagnose. But Strain Empress, how you doing? Just came in the stream. Can I have the link for this vid, please? Yeah, of course. I'll give it to you guys. Because they are technically the same thing. And yeah, all of the videos that you guys want to... I'm very good, Empress. Thanks for asking. If you want to see all the videos that I react to, you can literally join the Discord. They're all in content suggestions. Like all of the videos that we've ever reacted to. But they are similar, right? They're not exactly the same, but they are similar enough that you could be forgiven for, you know, kind of going, oh, that must be a sociopath, you know? Kind of thing. That was very, very, very fucking interesting. Weird. Now react to the Catch the Predator one. There's a bunch of others we have to react to first before we can react to the Catch the Predator ones, because we basically have man, we have almost a week worth of stuff that needs to be reacted to. The Legend of Jeff. Is that the one we have to watch now? This video is unavailable. They've made it unavailable, Apocalypse. The Jeff video is not available. I'm assuming it might be because there's some TOA stuff in it. Like, my assumption would be that there's some TOA stuff in it. All right. Next video to react to is oh. All right, we've got some gaming stuff. We've got some gaming stuff from December the 13th. All right, let's see. Why am I don't even know shit about Roblox, and now I'm reacting to Roblox? I guess.
Content warning, in this video we will be
Okay, so full disclosure, I've never played Roblox. I have no idea what Roblox is, but this was suggested by one of the viewers. Roblox pressured us to delete our video, so we dug deeper into what? I don't even know what this is about.
Content warning, in this video we will be displaying explicit messages that were sent to a minor, but we'll be giving you another warning before it happens. So, it's been a few months since People Make Games released our video titled How Roblox is Exploiting Young Game Developers. In it, we shone a light on how Roblox, which is today one of the largest video games in the world, encourages children to make games on its platform only to give them a tiny fraction of the revenue that their games make. We had concerns about the extent to which Roblox is a system that predates on child creativity, and overwhelmingly, you folks shared those concerns. With game developers the world...
It would not be weird to me to believe this. It's so easy for games to sort of prey on children's innocence. Children's creativity, children's sort of acceptance of truth whenever it's pushed by someone that they view as authoritarian, as an authority figure within their lives. So, to Jennifer's solution video about how to lie convincingly. Is there anything, Apocalypse, in those videos that is, like in that video that can be seen as bad, like not stream worthy?
Over reacting with shock and anger at how Roblox was treating its creators. But I'll tell you who else had an interesting reaction to our reporting. Roblox Corporation. You might remember a part in the last video where we talked about a page on Roblox.com that told kids they could make serious cash. After our video was released, this was silently removed from the platform. But
lol, make serious cash. Never mind. We'll not say anything about that. Lou, how you doing?
this was just an appetizer of what was to come. As a result of the first video blowing up, we had a lot of members of the Roblox community reach out to us because they felt we'd only just scratched the surface, and they wanted to tell us about other huge and unfair problems with the platform that they felt were going unreported. And that's what this video is. This is us reporting our findings from the interviews we conducted with those people.
All right.
So with this in mind, we reached out to Roblox again. You see, when we were researching the first video, we emailed them asking for an interview or comment, and they did not respond. But with 500,000 views in our pocket, we reached out to Roblox to say that we were working on a follow-up, and this time, Roblox's new Senior Director of Corporate Communications and Public Affairs offered to speak to us on the phone to see if we could arrange an interview.
It's always interesting when you have a senior officer of a company respond, right? Because that's how you know that they have some fires that they want to put out. Because most of the time, think about this. Most YouTubers, if any of us reached out, if any YouTuber, even Asmongold, reached out to Blizzard, do you think fuck. Do you think Ian Hesychostis is going to personally respond to Asmongold? No. There's going to be some, like, Asmongold will probably get an email back from one of the game masters who'll be like, yeah, we'll see if we can set it up. And then the game masters will set it up based on whatever. Yeah. So it's very strange whenever you get a senior official to reach out to you.
Spoiler, we did not succeed at arranging a straight interview. However, during that call, Roblox told us that our first video contained a number of errors, going as far as to suggest that we take our video off YouTube. Now, we asked Roblox again and again what these errors were, and we never once got a straight answer. Closest we got was Roblox sending us to a link to a blog post from somebody with the online handle EcoScratcher asking us, do you plan on editing or removing the video based on some of the things the author raises? But this post immediately misquotes us, it misinterprets our argument. The original draft of it got my name wrong. In the description of this video, you will find a link to EcoScratcher's post, as well as a link to an unlisted video that we made going point by point explaining why we don't think any of it undermines our reporting. Our team was, and still is, amazed that Roblox Corporation, a company valued in the tens of billions of dollars, chose to lean on a post like this in order to pressure us to take down our reporting. Because that's what this is, by the way. So no, People Make Games has not taken down our original video, but we have made this one instead. This video is divided into 4 parts. Part 1, Roblox's unregulated managers. Part 2, moderation and child safety. Part 3, did you know there's an entire stock market baked into this game's official store in which children are encouraged to gamble real money? Seriously, how have people not reported on this yet? Come to think of it, how did we miss it in the first video? And Part 4, Roblox's black markets. So, let's start with the fact that as Roblox has gotten more popular in recent years, it's developed a new safety issue that runs totally contrary to the platform's core idea of letting kids safely just make games for other kids. I have no idea how you fix this, by the way. It seems completely disastrous. So back in the day, Roblox's central proposition was straightforward. Individual kids could play around with tools and make games for other kids and maybe make money. But as Roblox has gotten more players, at the time of this video, it has 47.3 million users every day. The most popular games on the platform have been making more and more money. Which means there's more and more competition to be among the popular games that Roblox users actually play. Which means today, less and less of the games on Roblox are the work of just one person. Mostly, the popular games are made by whole teams of people who are improving the scripting, modeling, the sound, and are churning out updates to keep people playing. And this is Roblox working as intended. During the keynote at the Roblox Developer Conference in 2018, CEO David Baszucki predicted that in the next 5 years there would be a game on Roblox developed by a company of 100 people. To Roblox Corporation, better games made by bigger teams are a sign of the platform's success. But what this means...
But if it was set out to be kids making games for other kids, why would you view companies of 100 people? Or are these companies of 100 kids? Is this like an entire school worth of kids getting together and they're sort of a company making video games? Because I don't see, like, if your whole mission statement was that kids were producing games for other kids, then that would almost seem like a failure to me for your game. Unless, of course, your only mission from the beginning was to make money and exploit kids. Then, yeah, 100% can see that.
Is that Roblox Corporation is still using the language of, hey kids, come get creative and make games in a way that parents are always going to be cool with. But in actual fact, the reality is significantly more complicated. Think of it like this. Everyone's okay with kids making games for Roblox because its games and tools are designed as a allegedly child-safe environment. But the bigger Roblox's development teams get, the less work is done in these environments. Today, more and more people who want to take their Roblox development career seriously develop marketable skills like animation or programming for Roblox, and then leave the platform to sell their skills in a totally unregulated cluster of virtual communities, mostly Discord servers. signing contracts, or worse, having no contract at all with bosses who might have no experience in management and might be a child themselves. And Roblox does not moderate anything that happens out here because technically it didn't happen on Roblox.com. Or think of it like this, Roblox is saying, come and make games. Legally speaking, your child isn't entering the workforce. But if you then say, okay, who is my child working for? Roblox says, I don't know. Will they pay my child fairly? I don't know. Will they mistreat my child? I don't know. Is it safe for my child to do this? Oh, absolutely. But if something does happen to my child, there's simply no way to be sure. Will you be taking action against those responsible? No. One Roblox developer reached out to tell us their story. Jordan, not their real name, joined the team behind a popular Roblox game that saw them being paid a percentage of the game's revenue. Then, when the owners of that game left to start work on their next game, Jordan thought, this is my chance.
I planned out for spring break, okay, spring break, I'm gonna work like 60 hours this week. So basically I kind of crunched. Then we released the update and it was wildly successful. It brought the game to the #1 position. And then they decided I was making too much. So they finally told us about the company that they had incorporated.
The people that Jordan was working for had, without telling anybody, formed a company, meaning that Jordan wasn't a partner anymore, they were now legally an employee.
After like going months of not managing the game, after the game's been wildly successful due to us as the workers, I decided to start managing the game. And then them telling me that I wasn't working hard enough, they started kind of making veiled threats that I was replaceable. Then we decided that this percentage cut, this revenue split isn't viable for the long term. And so we're going to pay you fixed salaries from now on, which you can increase by working harder.
So did Jordan then fight for better treatment or try and warn other people about these bosses? No. Because of how Roblox is structured, Jordan decided that the smart move was just to quit and keep quiet.
Frankly, there's like a culture in Roblox against speaking out. It's just like reputation and like job security in the future. Because like in Roblox, if you have a bad reputation with the community, you're gonna have a harder time getting job offers or even offering people jobs.
So people want to know what goes wrong in the metaverse? This is what goes wrong in the fucking metaverse. See, this is those spaces where basically anyone can be taken advantage of because there's literally no responsible oversight. But it's not capitalism. We're going to do an episode of this when everyone was judged based on their social media rating. Isn't that like China?
Jordan's situation is sad, but not in any way surprising.
We haven't watched
the way that
it.
Roblox
No, you can link that.
Individual users can take unilateral control over games and the revenue that those games bring in, and Roblox has set up no obvious outreach program for developer abuse. In fact, talking about what your boss did to you on the official Roblox developer forums falls under the category of harassment. And since there's no platform for Roblox developers to talk about this stuff, it's impossible to know how common these shady business practices are. Now, while we weren't able to arrange a straight interview with Roblox, they did tell us that they were happy to go through a normal question and answer process and provide statements. So we emailed them a list of 13 questions relating to all the areas that we're covering in this video, and Roblox replied, "It is clear to us from the nature of the questions that they are not from a place of objective inquiry, and therefore, rather than address them individually, we think it's important that we take a step back and present the fuller picture when it comes to our approach to moderation and the creator community."
This can literally be sort of surmised. Like you can summarize this entire statement there. Yeah. So if we answered each of those individual questions, we would have to lie our asses off. So instead, we're going to give you a better response that basically just covers our asses here.
And that was followed by 6 bullet points that we'll be reading as appropriate. But here's the headlines. We asked Roblox, many of Roblox's young developers are working under other young developers with no oversight. What options does a Roblox developer have if they experience exploitation or unfair treatment working for another Roblox developer? And what tools have you provided Roblox users to know if they are being exploited by the people they're working with? Roblox chose not to answer those questions. Instead, they sent us this statement. Roblox takes reports of abuse very seriously, and where a violation of our standards is found, we take action on our platform against the accused. I'm not sure how much comfort that's going to bring to Jordan, but let's move on to part 2. When talking about problems with Roblox's moderation, it is hard to know where to start. The side of the moderation that makes the best headlines are the games that simply should not be there. Like this Wired article on the fascist role-playing games, or this Rolling Stone article on the trolls who are always coming up with new ways to hide sex games on Roblox. To hear Roblox's players tell it, the moderation is infuriating because it simply works when it's not supposed to and doesn't work when it is supposed to. With automated filters offering unfair temporary bans for using words like fat, gay, and pill, while still leaving enough scammers on the platform that the BBC chose to issue a warning. To hear Roblox developers tell it? Well, we actually have a story about moderation from a Roblox developer coming up later in this video. For now, we're going to tell just one story, and again, it relates to how Roblox's community has long since outgrown Roblox.com with its questionable moderation, and today often has no moderation at all. The official Roblox forums, not the developer forums, were shut down in 2017 with Roblox explaining that they didn't feel they could create a, quote, constructive and positive environment. The Roblox wiki adds this. It is commonly believed that the shutdown was the direct result of a YouTuber known as IsoToxic raiding the forums just a day earlier, along with the infamous post by Jared Pogi123Kaber on October 1st of that year, which linked to an illegal child sexual abuse site. So to clarify, because
Jesus, wasn't there? I remember a story not long ago where on YouTube, you had these like fucking predators and pedophiles linking around shit as well on YouTube. Like, I'm not trying to make a point here. I'm just sort of. It's interesting that these fuckheads are everywhere. Well, shouldn't surprise me that they're all over Roblox. It's just a bunch of kids playing, right?
Roblox couldn't make their forum safe, they decided to instead shut the whole thing down. Today, the Roblox community is found on Discord, YouTube, Twitter. Even the Roblox developer forums are very, very quiet when compared to all of the unofficial Roblox developer Discord servers. So today, Roblox sees kids and celebrity developers mingling, and Roblox saying, if it didn't happen on Roblox.com, it's not our responsibility. Now, rather than explain why this is a problem, instead we're going to report on one young girl's experience. So, after this channel's last video on Roblox, a number of concerned parties got in touch with us to see if we could force Roblox to act regarding a Roblox developer with a few nicknames, including Dr. Rofatnik and Jaden Shedletsky.
Dr. Rofatnik. Okay, yep.
The person you're about to hear speak is Sarah, not her real name. When Sarah first met Doc in a Discord server, Doc was 24 and he knew that Sarah was 12.
I'm gonna pause for a bit for anyone that doesn't want to hear this, because this can oftentimes be very, very unsavory, and I know for a lot of people, they don't want to listen to shit like this. I'm sorry, but if you're 24 years old, I don't care what that conversation is about, you do not speak to 12-year-olds. You just don't. It really doesn't matter what that conversation is about. Even if they just want to have a genuine, like, sort of fun conversation. You're 24. What could you possibly have to say to this person? Like, what kind of conversation could you possibly fucking have with that person that would be of any value to either of you two?
When I had first met him, he had mentioned his Roblox fan game, and I was like, hey, I like Roblox too. He was making a Roblox Sonic fan game, two things that had caught my interest at the time. So I asked him about it. Next thing I know, I get like 5 pings, and he sends me a bunch of gifs of it. He's sending me progress of it already. He was the one who started taking the inappropriate jokes into DMs first. He kept encouraging it, saying that it was okay to make these jokes. It's not illegal, it's not.
Jesus, how does any fucking 24-year-old say to a 12-year-old kid, "You're so cute, you have no idea"? Oh my Christ.
Breaking any laws, even though it was literally sexting. It got to ERP level at one point.
This flirtation continued for a few months, but Sarah made friends within these games' communities, and so hung around for years, with Doc continuing to act controllingly and inappropriately. It wasn't until 2020 that Sarah's friends were able to convince her that this behavior was not okay, and helped her to come forward with evidence of Doc's behavior. However, as anyone who's been following the Me Too movement will know, coming forward like this often has devastating.
So, Bluefair, she's obviously much older now, so she now knows what ERP is, but obviously at the time she would not have known. At the time she thought, because I think the last few messages, I don't want to go back to the messages, but the last few messages was her, I think, older, now taking him on and being like, "What the fuck do you think you did? What the fuck were you doing? Right? I was 12 years old. How dare you do this to me?" So I'm really glad that she stuck up for herself and she was like, "You know what? Fuck you."
Devastating consequences for the victim.
Adelia, are you actually asking what is ERP, or are you joking? Because yeah, it's basically sexting.
But at the same time, because I wanted to do something about Doc for a long time. Then, a little after that, it was really anxiety-inducing seeing everybody start to formulate arguments. And then the first real bad thing that happened to me personally was when I randomly got pinged by somebody who actually does work for SEO. And fun fact, when he was 11 years old and he pretended to be a girl, Doc had also flirted with him before me. And he was just like, "Dude, what the f***'s your problem? Doc rejects you, and now you turned right around and tried ruining his life for attention." And I was like, "What the f*** are you talking about?"
Doc released a video denying the allegations, going as far as including this audio of the developer still working under him, defending his character.
The DMs that were exchanged between Jaden and the victims were not okay, but Jaden is by no means a pedophile. He understands the clear dividing line between jokes and serious, harmful actions against others.
I'm just saying, what he did was extremely wrong, and I agree with you all with that, but he's not a f***ing pedophile.
And this...
Yeah, let's get a bunch of fucking young kids to defend me. Why not? That sounds healthy.
Is Doc speaking.
So let me start by apologizing for the things I've said. I know I shouldn't have said those things regardless of the context. Moving forward, I will not have this behavior. While I will not defend myself for the things I said explicitly, I will protect myself from the blatant attempt at character assassination. For as distasteful as the comments I made are, they weren't genuine, nor were they filled with intent.
You could say they weren't filled with intent, but you said things... You still said them, and I do believe that context matters, but not with a 12-year-old fucking kid. I don't think context matters there.
I did actually self-harm after the response video came out. I mean, I thought my reputation was destroyed now, you know? Well, anyone who had any involvement in SEO is going to see this.
Now, after Sarah and her friends came forward with evidence of Doc's behavior, Roblox did delete Doc's personal account. However, this in no way removes this accused abuser from the platform or stops his income. Before Doc's account was deleted, he transferred ownership of his Sonic games to an account created specifically to hold them. According to Sarah's friends, they have asked Roblox to do something about this by using the moderation tools, emailing Roblox, asking Roblox's moderators on social media.
No intent. You would have never said them in the first place. Having said those things bears that there is some form of intent. My question usually, Dario, with things like that, so you say there's no intent, so you say it was just a joke, yeah? I was just lolling about. My question usually is, okay, so let's take this a step further. let's imagine that you say something like, I want to do X to you, yeah? If the person that you were talking to at the age of fucking 12 then said, yes, please, would you not have continued? Because why would you have said those things in the first place? If you weren't hoping and prodding and sort of trying to get some kind of response. I don't think you can make an argument there of, oh, I was just joking about. There are certain jokes that we don't tell in front of kids. There are certain movies that we don't allow kids to watch. Why do we not allow kids to see a movie like Eyes Wide Shut, for example? I mean, why is it that porn sites have a plus 18 age warning on them? Why? Why do we not just let kids watch porn? There are certain things that we believe is age appropriate. And if you are acting in a way that isn't age appropriate, and this isn't sort of the argument that, so I can still maybe cut a guy that's older and he's talking to a 17-year-old, yeah? Could maybe say, yeah, okay, maybe he was just joking about, maybe there was no intent there. 17 is, to some extent, old enough to at least understand when jokes are jokes and when jokes aren't jokes, and you're probably already either sexually active or speaking sexually to some extent. It's still not okay. It's still inappropriate, but it's not on the level of like a 12-year-old. When I was 12 years old, I was still playing outside with my friends and fucking playing touch rugby and shit, I wasn't I wasn't active at all in this kind of shit. So that I don't think you can make an argument there for, well, there was never intent. Like, you could make that argument maybe, if you're talking to like a 17-year-old or an 18-year-old probably. But not with a kid. I don't think the intent argument works there.
Yeah, and even delivering a handwritten note to Roblox headquarters, and the games are still there. While working on this piece, we were sent a 40-minute video of Roblox community members harassing a developer who has since left.
I just want to clarify something there, Pity. The age of consent, yeah, in most countries are very misunderstood by most people. So, for example, the UK has an age of consent of 16. South Africa has an age of consent of 16. But most people misunderstand what that age of consent actually means. So if I, started dating a 16-year-old, which would be the age of consent, right? And we had sex, I would still be guilty of statutory rape. Because the age of consent for a 16-year-old only applies insofar as their own boyfriend is between the ages of 16 and 18. Not if you're older than 18. Because you are still considered a minor. So you would there probably be, you'd most likely be charged under sex with a minor in that regard, right? Because they are still a minor. You're an adult because you're 18. They're not an adult, they're a minor. So the age of consent is usually, most Western countries that have 16 as the age of consent, has 16 as the age of consent when both partners are 16 but younger than 18. So it's not just automatically, sort of, well, this means you can now sleep with whoever the fuck you want. King Julian, yeah, at least in South Africa, if you are over the age of 18 and they are under the age of 18 but over the age of 16, you will still get in trouble if you engage in sexual activity with said person.
Left the development team.
Yeah, because you're stupid and you work with a pedophile and he pays you. Of course you're gonna disagree.
I don't really care for the money, that honestly. It's more of a convenience.
It's quite something in this video. You're watching a mob of people harangue a young developer for working for an alleged abuser because they feel there's no way they're going to get a response from Roblox. We sent Roblox the following questions. After banning the creator of the game Sonic Simulator from Roblox.com, does Roblox still intend to leave the games on the platform?
No, Unknown Memphi, like I said, it's, I believe, 18 and younger, 16 and older. So it would be a problem if you turn 19 and your partner is still 17. That would be a problem. But most of the time, it's still sort of reliant on the parents. So if you have incredibly like hippie-ish parents and they're fine with it, they're probably not going to cause anything. You know, they're probably not going to hand you over to police in that regard. And I think the judge would probably take into account as well that you maybe started dating when you were 18 and she was 16, and then you turned 19 and you were still dating. So the judge might take that into account. I'm not entirely sure. Obviously, I'm not a lawyer, but I can tell what I do know is that most people misunderstand the age of consent argument in many first world countries, believing that 16 is the age of consent. So you could fuck a 16-year-old, which is not the case. There are still there's still the element of sex with a minor, and you are considered a minor under the age of 18.
Generating revenue for the creator. And if someone is banned from Roblox, what safeguards are in place to stop them from making a new account and continuing their behavior? Included in the bullet points Roblox sent us were these responses. We have a large, expertly trained team with thousands of members dedicated to protecting our users and monitoring 24/7 for inappropriate content, and developers removed from our platform for policy violations also lose access to monetizing. That's not true! That's what all of these people are trying to tell them again and again. Doc is still publicly leading the development of his Sonic games, as this recent update video from him proves. Doc's ban did nothing. He's still making money for Roblox and paying developers to come and work under him.
Hello everyone, Chris here with a quick addition to this video, as Quinns was actually away when this part came through. So we also got in contact with Doc to give them an opportunity to comment on what we've just shown you, and here is his response. Now you can pause the video and read through the message in full if you'd like to, but perhaps...
Hello there, Chris. I apologize for taking so long to reply. I'm usually pretty busy and needed to take some time to think on what you had to share. This is an issue I believe to be far behind me, and though I considered talking about it at a prior point in time, I felt no need to elongate what was already over. I disapprove of using this situation as an example in any case for your video, but I'm sure I cannot change your decision on that. I want to make this abundantly clear that I'm answering your questions out of the desire to protect those around me that did not deserve to receive flack for my inappropriate communication. I very much dispute the validity of screenshots shared in those documents, many of which were taken either out of context or just flat out have nothing to do with the topic, as the document was meant to tackle my character, not my business. Yeah, but dude, what the fuck are you saying? No, it was meant to tackle your... But the whole problem is your character. Like, you can't... Like, what the fuck is that? It's like a serial killer setting up a business of hired assassins and then going, well, actually, you can't take down my business of hired assassins because, you know, you're just trying to come after my character. It's like, what? The whole problem is your character here. And to say that those things were taken out of context, please explain the context. You should explain the context. So, in other words, you should basically state that, hey, the messages you saw was actually not messages that I sent to them. It was messages that they sent to me, and I simply replied with what they had said. And then later on, I actually told them, hey, what you just said there is inappropriate. Please don't say that again. You know, so maybe then I could say, okay, I understand the context now. But he seems to believe that, you know, the sexual inappropriate jokes that I made towards them weren't inappropriate at all because they were taken out of context. They were just jokes. I stand by the apology I made in my video, although I tried to clarify and make amends with all parties involved, but was outright rejected after the fact. It's something I've had long time to ponder over, many regrets, many what-if scenarios of how things would have played out differently, but wondering about what-ifs takes away from the now. Roblox moderation has always been shoot first, ask questions later. My incident is not isolated. The messages seen on Discord are subject to Discord's TOS, not Roblox's. They are separate platforms with different rules. At the time of the situation, Roblox did not get involved in cases outside their platform. The origin of my ban did not have to do with the screenshots in question. So basically, is he admitting that he did even more shit wrong? I'm Googling right now. In my country, rules are actually clear. No mention about you should be not older than 18. Age of consent is an age of consent. 16 is 16. There won't be a problem per se, but this is reliant on parents somewhat. If you date 16-year-old and you turn 18-year-old but still in a relationship, you actually kinda can be at least investigated on behalf of parents of 16-year-old, but real predatory behavior to minors is clearly stated to be kids below 16 years old. I spoke to a lawyer about this in my country. So it's literally a friend of mine who's a lawyer who clarified it in my country. And since my country's laws are basically set up the same as the UK, that's why I use South Africa and the UK and most other Western nations that would have a similar justice system. But obviously it can 100% differ based on whatever.
Most importantly, he tells us that the messages that were originally released by Sarah and 2 others who came forwards in 2020, some of which...
At the time of the situation, Roblox did not get involved in cases outside their platform. The origin of my ban. SEO follows my original vision, but that vision has been entrusted to other people to execute the blueprint. If any staff members ask me specifically about that project, I will answer them. I'm still incredibly passionate about the project since it's something I've wanted since I was a child, so I communicate with parties involved and give my input when asked. I was a big part of it until I got banned from Roblox, but when people need insight on how to move forward, I'll answer them. I'm very proud of SEO due to what I have accomplished and cannot wait to see where they take that project. My interactions with the individuals in the documents were an example of immature, problematic, and unacceptable behavior in a public work environment where people congregate to share their love and ideas for the project. They are mistakes that I cannot take back and will continue to follow me for years to come. However, I've made an effort since before those documents even surfaced to rectify my blunder. Being in such a high position, I should have known better than acting and speaking so carelessly, as I've said to people several times throughout this past year and a half. I'm not asking you to forgive me, I just want you to understand. So in this instance, what I will actually tell him is, you apologizing for your behavior, because I could conceivably, if I had to, I could say, okay, you were at 24, maybe you were a late developer and you were still quite, shall we say, immature. Maybe you were going through, maybe you were in a different headspace at the time and you made a bunch of stupid fucking things. You said a bunch of stupid shit that you shouldn't have said. It doesn't seem, at least from what I can tell, that it ever really escalated from just a few inappropriate things that he said. So I would actually have said there, if you came out and you apologized profusely for what you had done, you acknowledged the fact that you had done these things, and you begged forgiveness, there could be an argument to make that I grew up, I've changed, I've realized these things haven't happened ever since. So, clearly I'm not the same person that I used to be back in the day. But that's not what he did. He didn't profusely apologize. He apologized with the whole but things. And that's really where my problem comes in, is when you go, I am sorry for what I said, but those things were taken out of context. That's sort of like, okay, but so in other words, you're not really apologizing. You're actually not apologizing because you're still trying to justify the things that you had done and the things that you had said. So just at least go, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done this. Milser, how you doing, bro? As a closure to my response, I'd like to mention that the individuals behind the document had no interest in pursuing legal action and instead went out of their way to contact online personalities to sensationalize the story and hurt both my business and the people around me. It's one of the many reasons I did not take this allegation face down. Too many people unrelated to the incident got hurt because they had to involve them. That was one of the many reasons that prompted me to be so vocal about not just the injustice committed towards people that had nothing to do with it, but also the assassination of my character. There is a part of this that I agree with and then a part that I don't actually agree with. But I will say that I am, in general, very much against this new wave of dealing with sexual impropriety as well as acts like this, where rather than going to the authorities, as you should go to the authorities, people end up putting their shit on Twitter, washing all of their dirty laundry on Twitter. Why not just go to the authorities? These are people that we don't want on the fucking streets. The documents in question were not made out of a desire to catch actual predators or seek proper justice, but rather was an attempt to smear and destroy me, fueled by hatred for me and those around me. Oh my god, this is just another...
You've seen recreated in this video were taken out of context, although later on, he does also refer to his interactions as having been immature, problematic, and unacceptable. He also claims that those messages were not the reason he was even banned from Roblox in the first place, and in a follow-up told us that another one of his accounts was banned for something which led to several accounts being banned in one go, including his main one, but he didn't wish to explain what that ban was actually for. And finally, in relation to his role on the Sonic Eclipse online team,
all
he
those things?
says,
Like, what the
SEO
fuck
follows
did
my
this guy
original
do?
vision, but that vision has been entrusted to other people to execute the blueprint. If any staff members ask me specifically about that project, I will answer them. Which makes it sound like he's, what, an advisor? An external consultant?
You're probably asking, what's up with the rest of SEO? Where is it at? Well, we've been making some stellar progress as of right now, and we actually have a bunch of things
But if we look at this video published on his channel in April of this year, you'll have heard Doc talking about his big plans for the game and his team, including this bit.
We're an 11-member team steadily regaining our footing.
That's Doc's avatar at the top there with the words owner, director, programmer, and animator next to it, which again raises the question, has Doc's role and influence changed in any meaningful way since Roblox was first alerted to the sexual messages he sent to a 12-year-old girl? The fact that these messages happened on Discord should not justify Roblox remaining silent. In any other workplace, if someone was accused of harassment, for example, whether that was through Slack or GChat or personal DMs or whatever form, it's still the responsibility of that company to take things seriously. And again, it's worth pointing out here that we've asked Roblox about Doc continuing to earn an income on their platform, and they chose not to answer that question directly.
Now, from the upsetting to the just plain unbelievable. I cannot believe we missed this in our first video. I can't believe the market analysts missed this when Roblox became a publicly traded company and went through an exhaustive valuation. So, Roblox is one of the largest sources of children's entertainment today, right? Think about other big children's brands like Lego or Disney. Think about what the market expects from these brands in terms of safety and care for their audience. Take a look at this. This is Roblox's homepage. If we just click the avatar shop and then collectibles, we arrive at something that looks totally normal, but only gets more jaw-dropping the more you study it. A shop where any Roblox user, no matter their age, can gamble, potentially making big real-life profits, but more likely losing some or all of their investment. What you're looking at here are collectible
NFTs,
cosmetics that Roblox either sells a limited number of or sells for a limited time. Most recently as tie-ins with brands like Vans, the YouTuber KSI, or Swedish pop star Zara Larsson. And once this initial sale period is over, the only way that kids can get them is either by swapping items with other Roblox users or buying them direct from other Roblox users. And because the cornerstone of Roblox's economy is kids trying to look cool in front of other kids, these items immediately skyrocket in value from the $5 or $10 that Roblox sells them for.
Jesus.
For example, here's a sparkly blue fedora that sells on average for $15,000 US.
Jesus,
but the important part here is that Roblox always takes a 30% cut from any sale that happens on its platform. So the more absurdly overpriced these items get, the more money Roblox makes. There are so many reasons that this is dangerous and irresponsible. I don't know if Roblox knows much about kids, but they tend to not understand the value of money and they tend to make bad decisions.
So this is sort of that part of the argument that specifically people who would argue for no government regulation or very little government regulation would have a disagreement on. but where I come very hard down on the side of, I don't see how you protect children from stuff like this without some oversight, either from a government or from some kind of council or some kind of economic group. There must be some, because this is the kind of stuff that I don't even like when it's done for adults in adult games. To do this with children is, as far as I'm concerned, absolutely unacceptable. Because kids, remember, there's a reason why we call it childlike innocence. Because children truly are like that. If any of you have ever spent any time with kids, you can tell a child almost the most unbelievable, ridiculous shit, and they will believe you. They will trust you if they trust you in general. They will believe that you told them the truth. They're not going to think that you're a liar. They're not going to second guess what you just told them. They're going to be like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. And they'll tell other people that story like it's true, you know? So the problem is you're allowing these companies to prey on the vulnerable, the people that do not have a voice and do not have the ability to say no to any of this. And it just keeps going. No one seems to have any interest in taking this down or stopping this or slowing it down. It's just allowed.
We spoke to an Australian teenager called Jack, who does a good job of showing why Roblox continuing to mint and profit from these collectibles is a nauseating example of the company putting profits before the well-being of its audience. When Jack was 13, he managed the impressive feat of making a hit Roblox game. He called it Secret Pet Hatching Simulator, which made him 200,000 Robux. And in a heartbeat, he'd spent it.
It was really stupid back then, but like I spent it on stuff in the catalog instead of DevXing it into real money, which I really regret now. I spent like half of it and bought like 2 faces and a hat. And then after the other 100,000 finished pending and I got it in my account, I wanted this bigger item. It was called the Silver King of the Night.
There are multiple answers to this, so I'm gonna have to ask you, why did you do this?
Honestly, like, because I'd been playing the game for like 4 years at that point, and like I'd always been like looking in the catalog, always wanting those items, and like, you know, just finally being able to afford them. My mind just told me to go for it, you know.
Worse, buying these items pushed Jack below the 100,000 Robux minimum withdrawal amount, so Jack had just gone from receiving a paycheck of almost 1,000 Australian dollars from Roblox to having a paycheck of $0.
So I don't actually know how I feel about that. Because, yeah, now that he's looking back on it, it obviously pisses him off. But at the time, do you think he was unhappy with his purchase? Because I think at the time... So I would actually not have had a problem with this if that money couldn't be withdrawn from the game at all. So if this game was made for kids and kids could make their own games to collect funds in the game, right? And then they could use those funds in the game to buy things on the store, and at no point could these funds be real moneyed, this would be fine, you know? It's a way for kids to buy the stuff that they want without having to swipe their credit card. I don't really think that would have been like altogether horrible. It's the fact that these things can be taken out that is almost guaranteed. Because if you're an adult going into Roblox, into those collectible stores, can you imagine how much money you can make off of kids? Just by preying on their innocence, knowing that they're going to want the next big thing and making sure that you buy it first. So that way they have to buy it from you later. So you can 100% be an absolute scumbag and make a killing on this game off of kids that don't know better.
What would you have done with that money if you had it?
With that money, I think I would have kept like 300 in savings just for later life. and I would have spent the other 550 probably to upgrade my setup and buy a new mouse and keyboard and stuff.
Okay, you would have upgraded your hardware that would have been useful, I would say, for a young game developer.
I mean, to be fair, this seems to be a bit more sensationalized now. The asking what would you have spent it on? Bro, you were a kid. You would have taken that $1,000 and you would have bought candy. Let's not pretend like you would have spent that money on you spent the money on absolutely fuck all. You bought in-game items with it. If you took that money out of the game, you would probably have spent it on movies and, you know, maybe a Game Boy or some shit. Like, you would have done other things with the money. You would not have saved it. No 12-year-old or 13-year-old puts $300 away for later in life. That just doesn't happen. Like, this seems to be just a little bit more emotional. Like, trying to get to that emotional part of it, which I don't really... I don't like that. You have a great idea for a video here. You have your gotcha moments. The company is already being scumbag. You don't have to sensationalize it any further. The company is already fucking scumbag.
Yep.
Why is Roblox selling to children items that cost like hundreds of Australian dollars?
Yeah, it's pretty mind-boggling. Like, I would never spend that much money in real life.
But Jack's story gets worse. It's not just irresponsible of Roblox to sell kids these items, it is dangerous for Roblox to let kids be in possession of assets that are this expensive. After Jack had bought these items, a Roblox developer that he'd been talking to for a couple of months that he thought was his friend sent Jack a file that Jack thought was an asset to help with Jack's next game.
I downloaded this file off the Roblox website, which actually contained a cookie. You can get into their account just by having the cookie. He sold the limited items for like pretty cheaply and made a quick, like, I think it was like 50K after he sold them. I hate myself because of it, because like with that money, I could have made like my parents proud.
Jack then went through Roblox's appeals process and they responded that they couldn't help because Jack had sold the items himself. Jack sent in another ticket and got the same response. Jack sent in a third ticket and this time got the response that they couldn't help him because the transactions had happened more than 30 days ago. But at least Jack still had his profitable hit game, right? Well...
So I hate when companies do this. This is actually one of those things that I think as a general rule, when it comes to services, there should not be that amount of drop-off. Why? Like, I get a 30-day money-back guarantee or a 30-day, return date on stuff, because, I mean, no one's going to use something for a month before realizing that they don't like it. But when it comes to a service like this, why the fuck does it fall off after 30 days? Why can't I do this in 30 days? After 30 days? It's still theft, right? So it should not change. Whether it's 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, or 100 days, it should not change. Moon, the guy basically does exposes on the shit being pulled by Zuck, the fucking alien robot, and other social media shitlords. I have not, but if you want me to react to it, you can always go to Discord. Tech Priest, I'd be happy to react to that shit.
No, because in another win for Roblox's superb moderation, his game had been deleted through no fault of his own.
In Roblox Studio, there's something called the toolbox, where like you can get assets made by other people and use them for your own game. And then the game got banned because I wasn't allowed to use something that Roblox had provided to me.
Some stranger, it turned out, had harvested resources from someone else's game and uploaded them to the toolbox illegally. Which meant Jack was using them illegally, even though he'd been provided them by official Roblox channels, and his game, his work,
Bro, this game is a mess. Please don't let your kids play this. This is a fucking mess.
But all of this selling collectibles to kids, is actually only half of what makes the collectibles market so disturbing. Because the market tells all Roblox users what the original price of these items was and a chart of how that price has changed, Roblox has created and continues to support a stock market for users to gamble on their children's platform, with Roblox continuing to take a cut each and every time they're sold between players. This is a breathtakingly irresponsible feature to put in a game where around half of the users...
Why am I spending so much fucking time trying to save up and get to a place where I can make a good RPG game when I could just do this? I just need one of you fuckers that can code. We build a game like this for kids and we make bank. Like, easy life.
Are aged 12 and under, especially so when there's no warning anywhere on this page about how much you might lose and no upper limit of how much you can spend. Whether you have a few $100s, a few thousand, or a few tens of thousands, there are items here for you to buy. Roblox does have this warning pop up that the exchange you're about to do involves real money, but this is only shown when you're buying Robux, something most parents will do for their kids with a credit card. If you're a kid who wants to spend their money, there's no such warning. Look at this. You can buy collectible as easy as click, and my money's gone. There is a reason that societies do not allow children to gamble. It's because you can't rely on them to have a firm understanding of money, of risk, of addiction. Most adults I know don't have a firm understanding of all three. I once rode in the back of a taxi with the driver telling me his winning strategy for roulette for 20 minutes. But even worse, because gambling and investing...
Imagine thinking you can have a winning strategy for roulette. So my brother actually they went to casinos around South Africa and they basically tried to so what they would do is they would look at a table and they would look at the numbers that the ball is most likely throughout the night to fall on. And then after the ball have fallen on a specific block of numbers, long enough. Now, they didn't do numbers. They did colors, I believe. So after after the ball, no, they did the blocks thing. Because in roulette, you get those 4 different blocks of numbers, right? So they would basically look at a table and they would go, right, if it drops in, say, that block and this block, 6 times in a row, the likelihood of it dropping in these 2 blocks would increase fundamentally with every single roll. So then they would basically put money on these 2 blocks because even if they won, they would still get more than what they would lose on the other one. Yeah? But it's a likelihood game. And so then my brother, because basically all of the people that he was playing with, they were in on this. They believed that they were going to make bank, and this was exactly the way to make money. So my brother actually did the mathematical equation. Like, mathematically, he showed them that if you did this for a month, every night, doing exactly this, you would at best break even. From a mathematical standpoint, you would at best break even. Like, some months you could have where you're up a couple of $100s, but over the course of a 6-month or a 12-month period, you would end up again at basically 0. Because you are, no matter what you do, no matter how you're trying to figure out the strategy, you're still relying ultimately on luck. Even though you are saying law of averages suggests that if it fall, so if you flip a coin, right? Heads, tails, every single time you flip that coin, there is a 50-50 chance that it's going to fall on heads or it's going to fall on tails. Now, mathematically, that chance is actually not 50-50, but there's a 50-50 chance that it's going to go. If you had a machine that flipped the coin exactly the same way every single time and everything else was equated for, was sort of worked, right? So there's no wind interference, there's no bounce interference. It's always going to drop exactly like that. No interference. It's a 50-50 chance, yeah? Nothing else, nothing more, nothing less, 50-50. If you did that and it kept going heads, your safe bet would be to go tails. So I'm going to bet on tails. Because if it is true that there is a 50-50 chance for this thing to drop on heads and tails equal amounts of times, the fact that it's been dropping on heads 6 or 7 times in a row means that it has to at some point drop on tails. But that's a fallacy because it doesn't have to. It doesn't have to. It can go on heads the next 200 throws. before it finally goes on tails. Because you fall into what they call the gambler's fallacy, which is literally, it's gone heads this whole time, it must be tails now. Which is, it doesn't build up over time, right? It's not like the universe keeps score and goes, right, that's 6 tails now. Every time you flip that coin, there is a 50-50 chance for it to drop on heads or tails. Every single time. It doesn't build up over time. But it's called the gambler's fallacy. So just sort of an aside here, but it's weird that someone would think I have a winning strategy for a game that is literally, first and foremost, not really designed for chance. Just to be clear, there is no game inside a casino apart from blackjack, not even blackjack, sorry, apart from poker. There is no game in a casino that is actually designed purely based on chance. Every single one of those games is designed fundamentally for the house to win more than it loses. Otherwise, the casino would go out of business. So you are effectively fighting not only chance, but also the house, because the house needs to win.
Investing are both seen as adult activities. Kids are going to be that much more likely to want to do those activities because kids want to act like adults. Roblox should be warning children about the collectibles market, not encourage them, and certainly not trying to keep the whole feature continually exciting by minting new collectibles and working with pop stars to get kids excited. To date, they have minted 12 different Roblox Gucci handbags. And just as a point of reference, actual adult stock market trading apps are required by law to issue a warning that you can lose as well as make money.
True.
People Make Games was contacted by one source who made a...
When I opened my trading accounts with my bank, I had to read through almost 25 pages of terms and conditions to where I basically have to take full responsibility for the fact that, yes, I am going to trade my money and I could theoretically lose all my fucking money. And I was like, dude, I'm in my 30s. I think I get this. I get that this is not just a money printer. I didn't sign up for a money printer. I signed up to basically, gamble on stocks, with the difference being I'm not gambling on stocks because I know which stocks I like and which will go up or whatever. But yeah, it is true. You kind of have to sort of admit or agree. This should not be available to kids, not to children. Adults, maybe, sure, but not to children.
A lot of money trading
money
these
machine goes
collectible
brrr.
items, and today works in venture capital. He was only willing to speak to us on condition of total anonymity, which is why his quotes are going to be read by my colleague, Chris Bratt.
Ultimately, what they've made here is something that lets kids trade extremely valuable, non-fungible tokens. And they can't actually do that because of the nightmare of regulations they would have to navigate. Even the currency of Robux right now, the legality of that is really questionable.
We asked Roblox, with regards to the collectible store, does Roblox consider it responsible to market items costing tens of thousands of dollars to children? And does Roblox consider it responsible to display statistics such as a price chart and original price for collectibles, implying that children can make money buying such items? Roblox did not respond, although in response to a different question, they did tell us that parents can set spending limits on Roblox. But judging by the amount of headlines around the world of kids running up outrageous bills accidentally, you've got to wonder if this is a setting that should be switched on by default. But also, spending limits that parents can turn on is hardly a bulletproof solution when users on Roblox can make money themselves without involving their parents at any point. And this brings us on to part 4.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but let's say you do make a game on Roblox. Would there not be some kind of contract involved in that? Like some kind of contract that says it is your game, even if that contract is automatic. There would be some kind of contract that states that you made the game, you are the owner of the game, and therefore you get the money for the game that you're making. Now, in South Africa, a child is not allowed to sign a contract like that. YouTube, for example, have an age limit of 13, right? It used to be 13. I think you can make YouTube videos at any age, but you can't have a YouTube account before the age of 18, I believe, because you can't actually sign the contract that would give you access to your AdSense account. So your parents would have to be the ones to sign up for AdSense and then allow you to make money off of it. So I'm not sure how you run a company where you allow people to create things and make money off of it, but there is no paper trail whatsoever. It just all smells very fucking like scummy to me.
4. This is R talking.
So for almost a decade, there's been a black market on Roblox. It's been an important part of the economy for at least 10 years, and no one's really talked about it because the only ones in the know are the ones participating in it.
The black market that R was talking about there includes websites like oprewards.io, rbx.place. So, what do any of these websites do?
Sure.
Well, you know how if you're selling one of these expensive collectible items on Roblox, Roblox will take 30% of the sales price? And do you remember how Roblox buys your Robux at just a horrible rate so you don't get much actual cash for the Robux you sell? These websites connect Roblox users who want to buy or sell collectibles and Roblox users who want to buy or sell their Robux. So if you're a kid who wants a Roblox Gucci handbag for cheap, you can buy it straight from a seller. Or if you're a Roblox developer who wants to turn the Robux their game earns into a bigger real-life paycheck, you can sell your Robux to users directly and make way more money.
This hasn't been talked about for various reasons. Obviously, if Roblox is going public on the stock market, then it's not the greatest look for them if there's been this underground black market.
But why would Roblox even allow this?
Of kids buying and selling from each other. And because these trades are happening outside of Roblox, there's no way they can moderate it or even track trades to punish scammers.
But also, let's be clear, as anyone who has tried pirating anything ever will know, illegal websites are not safe places for kids to end up. There's malware, credit card phishing, scams, hidden fees. These websites will make kids watch videos or fill out forms, to say nothing of the fact that kids have to get legally creative when it comes to how to put their money into these sites. Now, it is in no way surprising that these websites exist. What is surprising is how many of them there are and how the most popular ones have been up and running for years. That makes no sense when they completely undermine Roblox's business model, and the reason R said that they're still alive is that they are now fundamental to Roblox's economy.
Everybody is using these sites from top game developers down. Of course, people who get caught doing it, their accounts are banned, so Roblox has to somewhat enforce it. But at the same time, most people turn to that because DevX, the term for officially converting Robux to real-world money, is kind of a gamble in the first place. Because if you have limitations or bans or anything like that, or if you're not a community member in good standing, you might not be able to DevX. Roblox can't crack down on it because they just get backlash, so they turn a blind eye to it.
We encourage our users to keep their interactions and communications on the platform where we are able to monitor and intervene. Often, scams and other abuses happen off the platform on other sites. This is why it is expressly against our policies to direct users off-site.
Yeah, but
really, Roblox? Is it really against your policies to direct users off-site? What about your company-wide policy of not acknowledging the existence of websites that give your users more money if they go off-site? What about your decision to shut down the Roblox forums because you couldn't create a, quote, constructive and positive environment?
It's so fucking annoying to me when these big corporations literally just hide behind their code of conduct, right? Or their terms of service. Well, you know, we do say that you're not allowed to do that. Yes, we know that everyone does it and we can't really do anything about it. Well, we can, but you know, it's really going to cost us a lot of money. So we just we put it in our terms. So if you do get scammed on one of these sites, that really is your fault. Because we told you not to go there. In our terms. Which is probably like 20 pages of fuck all.
Where did you think those users were going to go? People Make Games will probably not be making another video on Roblox because, frankly, investigating this company is just super depressing. The platform today is almost inconceivably massive and getting more power and more money by the day. In fact, just as we were finishing putting this video together, Roblox released their latest earnings report and the company skyrocketed in value once again. Roblox is now officially bigger than Nintendo. And this success is alarming because Roblox right now is setting the standard for what society expects in the future of digital labor, of internet child safety, and accountability of big tech. The CEO of Roblox now has a net worth in the billions. The company makes decisions that affect tens of millions of young people. And yet when we asked them questions where Roblox's own policies appear actively harmful to their young users, we were told that we weren't being objective, while this company refused to even admit the existence of the collectible stock market that they created, of the underground black market of website that they allowed to...
Gaslighting by a company. Like, you've just been gaslit by a fucking company. What about the stonks market that you guys have on your site? We don't have a stonks market on our site. Yeah, but it's right here. No, it isn't. Look, it's right here. Here's the screenshot. We don't know what that is. But it's on your website. No, it's not. You sure? Yeah. But it's also on your homepage saying that people can buy stuff. No, it's not. Yeah, but it really is. No. Like, yeah, it's not called the stock market. What are you talking about? It's just collectibles. Yeah, but it acts like a stock market. No, it doesn't. It's just collectibles. Yeah, but you do... What? It's so fucking cringe, dude. I mean, you're not going to get, like, ever get anywhere with these people. It's surprise economics mechanics. Yes.
They didn't say anything to us about this questionable reality of kids working underneath other kids. They told us that we weren't seeing the bigger picture while refusing to even admit the existence of whole parts of this picture. This isn't PR. This is gaslighting. So, considering that People Make Games probably won't be doing another video on Roblox, we want to try and wrap this all up, give you some kind of conclusion or takeaway on all of this. Whatever you might find concerning about Roblox as a platform, all of it feels to me like a natural consequence of a company with a profit motive able to act under next to no scrutiny. I'm a journalist of technology and games, and it took me months to unpick how Roblox operates, and that was only with the help of dozens of Roblox users explaining things to me.
But what bothers me is, why does it take a YouTuber, to highlight things like this? What are our journalists doing? Because this is supposed to be the job of the media. That's why you have journalists. Their job is to uncover shit like this, to make the public one aware, and to also put a hell of a lot of pressure on these companies to change. Because that's usually how companies change. Whenever they find themselves on the wrong side of public opinion is where they change. Whereas the media seems to be quiet about this. Instead, we hear about all sorts of bullshit that no one could care less about, right? It's fucking annoying.
What hope do most parents and politicians have of understanding exactly what their kids are doing on Roblox, or with who, or the many and varied ways that Roblox Corporation is profiting from them? And I don't think Roblox has any inclination to help parents and politicians understand exactly how their business works, because right now Roblox is making money hand over fist, and they're not going to want to do anything that gets in the way of that. No matter how many young people shout that this is not a platform that values their well-being. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. Kind of depressing, eh? If you'd like to thank us for our work, there's one...
Not just a little depressing. This has been very fucking depressing. Jesus. We don't have True Media anymore? I feel like... I wonder if one of the biggest mistakes ever, because it actually used to be, back in the day, that newsrooms wasn't allowed to advertise at all. Like, they would get so they were allowed to advertise, but never during prime time. So during the news at night, for that 1 hour of news at night, they weren't allowed to advertise. That was sort of the deal that was struck between, the government and the news organizations. You get to use our airwaves, but then you can't advertise. You are there to bring the news. Nowadays, it's such big business that it just doesn't fucking matter. Manlu, how you doing, bro? derail the conversation, but since everyone, including my grandma, is streaming Lost Ark with incredible numbers, and even though I played the closed beta, am I the only one that thinks the game's nothing special compared to any other top-down game? I just don't understand why it's such a big deal in the MMO scenario. I can't really tell you because I haven't played it, and I can't play it because it's not available in South Africa. But if it was available in South Africa, I would also have been playing it today. So, I think it's because the Lost Ark's success, I think, is because of a hunger within the MMO community to have something to play. Anything to play. The MMO space is an incredibly slow space, and outside of Final Fantasy, there really hasn't been any major MMO, shall we say, explosion in the last, we could probably say almost 5 years, that we've not really had any sort of real MMO launch that was good. Lost Ark have already proven itself to be very good. People love it. People who played it on the beta absolutely adore it. So it does sort of make sense, yeah, that this is a huge game. If you go on Twitch right now and you just look at the incredible views that Lost Ark have, it's on 1.1 million viewers right now. So Lost Ark is clearly fucking destroying it. Asmongold obviously at the fucking top. I mean, literally, people are running around with just crazy viewers on Lost Ark. Towley at 13k. Nagura at 1.5k. So clearly people are popping the fuck off, right, with Lost Ark. It sucks so goddamn bad that I can't play this game. You have no idea how tortured I am that Lost Ark isn't available in South Africa. I should just try to figure out how to get it working with a VPN. I had to get it downloaded so that maybe we can play it tomorrow. But I genuinely think this proves those people who love to sort of complain about how MMOs are just dying and people shouldn't look at WoW losing players as WoW being bad, but rather just WoW losing players because, you know, people are over MMOs. This proves that people are not over playing MMOs. The fact that you have Lost Ark at 1.1 million viewers and it's still early, it's probably going to go higher and higher and higher, proves to you that MMOs are not dead. People are hungry for MMOs. They need MMOs. We just don't get many of them. So yeah, I wouldn't look too deep into that. I think it's just what it is. We all want something new to play. Said right thing. Views on Twitch and they throw out bullshit. It made by streamers, not by products. If Asmon and a few others right now go play New World, New World starts killing it again with millions of viewers. PT, I don't necessarily agree with that because Asmongold streams a lot and he does get very many viewers for streaming basically any game that he plays. If Asmongold streams, he usually has about 60,000 viewers. But when Asmongold has 186,000 viewers, that generally speaks to people being actually interested in what he's streaming as well. Right? People who aren't interested in Lost Ark isn't just going to watch Lost Ark. Why would they? If they have no interest. So why does Dying Light 2 have 52k viewers? Why does League of Legends have 182k viewers? If it was genuinely just down to the streamers watching, then all of these people would be watching Lost Ark because Asmongold is playing Lost Ark right now. No, the fact that it's getting that amount of views would mean that there are people that's genuinely interested in it. And simply the argument that it's new, there's a lot of games that launch new that don't get 1.1 million views. I think it's genuinely just, it's probably a bit of both. It is new, you are right, but it may also be down to just how sparse MMO releases are. Like, think about the MMO audience. We all love MMOs, but how many years do we often wait before we get an MMO? Yeah, usually we have to wait almost a decade for a good fucking MMO to come out, right? So, fact of the matter is, whenever a new MMO launches, everyone goes to play it because it's something, right? At least it's something. Now, you do have to ask yourself, what if there were more MMOs that launched every year? What if there was like 5 MMOs that launched every year? Maybe then new MMOs wouldn't get the traction that it gets. I do believe that Lost Ark has the ability to absolutely slaughter and most likely kill a bunch of MMOs, or at least hurt them deeply. Just because Lost Ark has been and continued to be a massive success. And it's been a massive success for a long time. Remember, it's now launching in the West, but it's not a new game. It's a game that's been around for a while and people have loved it for a while. It's paid its dues. It's figured out what it needs to do. The West is basically getting the polished version of the game. So I can absolutely see this game coming in and just destroying. Just really making a dent in the MMO space. I can absolutely see that happening. Project 2 appearing. I'm on. How you doing? True. Too long? Time to make my own? I wouldn't make an MMO. Not right off the bat. I might make an MMO as my, like, second game. So once I have a game out and I know that the game works and I've enjoyed the game for a while, maybe then I might jump into another, like, maybe then I might turn that IP into an MMO. But I would not start with MMO. I feel MMOs are just too wide in scope. I think if you take the amount of things that you can do in a normal video game to basically fail, yeah? So let's say that there is at least, let's take an arbitrary number here, and let's say that there is at least 5 mistakes that you can make in a normal video game, single player game, that destroys, well, let's not use 5. Let's say if you made a normal video game, like an RPG, your story has to be good, your gameplay has to be good, your combat, which would be a subset of gameplay, but not necessarily part of gameplay. So Witcher 3, for example, great gameplay, sucky combat. But your gameplay has to be good, and then you have to have player agency, yeah, and the player agency has to be good. Everything else is sort of up for debate. Graphics, things like that, really up for debate. Class differentiation can also be up for debate. But let's say that those 4 things are sort of like, let's put class design in there as well, right? So you have 5 things. When it comes to an MMO, I feel like those 5 things become amplified and actually turn into almost 50 things. Because it's not just a case of your story being good. Because if you have too many choices in the story, the MMO will fail. If you have too few choices in the story, the MMO will probably not work. Especially with modern day audiences. If the story is too convoluted, it will not work. If the story is too simple, it will not work. Where you can have, there's many games that tell very straightforward, very simplistic stories. Tomb Raider is a good example of that. But because the story is really cool and the mystery and the puzzles that you solve is really cool, it really works as a game. With MMOs, there's far more detail because there's far more people, different kinds of people that play those games. It's not like a Tomb Raider game where everyone that plays the Tomb Raider game is going to they're playing the game for a very specific reason. Like most people that play Tomb Raider games don't just play Tomb Raider for the story. most will play it somewhat for the story, but mostly for the puzzles and the gameplay and the sort of experience and the feel that the game gives them, because they're Tomb Raider fans. MMOs are not like that. You can get 5 people in a room all playing the same MMO, and every single one of those people will play the game for a completely unique reason. And sometimes those reasons aren't even the same. So I think designing an MMO without any experience of making games is almost the surest way of ensuring that your game fails. Because feature creep is actually the biggest reason why they fail. Because you keep dreaming up new things to do, right? And eventually you end up with so many things to fucking do that you just end up like a convoluted mess of things to do and nothing actually makes sense. I could play a Cyberpunk MMO. I would definitely, like... Wait, who said yes or no? Still debating to work on a game. Actually, I'm not graphically inclined. Yeah, I think if you can't do graphics, then maybe... So that's one of the reasons I haven't started yet. I'm not a coder. If I were to start a video game, I would be on story. Like, that would be my main focus. I would get people that can do the coding. I would get people that can do the artists, the artwork around it. I personally would be focusing on story, because that's where my strong suits are. I would definitely not try to make the game myself. That would be a fucking mess. A team also needs a long list of skills to have before they ever even dream to tackle an MMO. And MMOs are expensive, right? Like, you don't just wake up one day and say, let's make an MMO. They require a lot of hard work, but also a lot of money. Because you need the server infrastructure, you need the engine infrastructure. Not all engines are just like... So, for example, yes, you could make an MMO using Unreal Engine, but if you don't have the coders and the engine specialists available to actually do it, you're not making an MMO on Unreal Engine. Actually, I don't know how Unreal Engine 5 sort of operates, but I know Unreal Engine 3 had a lot of fucking problems with companies trying to make MMOs on Unreal Engine 3 when it was never designed for MMOs. So then you end up with this game that has almost no fucking frames and shit just breaks all the time because you didn't have the network specialists and engine specialists to actually optimize the engine for it. Purple Stuff, who has 200k stands? Are you talking about Asmongold? What's your issue with Asmongold? What would I do with Unreal Engine 5? I know none of that shit. Oh, right. I thought you had a problem. There's so many people that have a fucking issue with Asmongold that I genuinely don't understand. Like, I don't understand why people dislike him. I think Zack and Asmon is exactly the same. Zack is just a milder version of Asmongold, but I don't think Asmongold holds any views that Zack wouldn't hold exactly the same. Yeah, I saw his video, and he basically said what I just said. Asmongold is just Zack plus 20%, or 10%, or 50%, but it's still the same person, right? You still have exactly the same views. It's like me. I'm not... So, Stefan... I'm Stefan. My real name is Stefan, right? Akalon is Stefan, and Stefan is Akalon. But Akalon is sort of... a more over-the-top version of Stefan. So, the way I express myself is larger. My reactions are bigger. But I'm still the same guy. If you met me in real life, you would go, wow, you were almost exactly the same as when you stream. No, why would there be any? Well, there is a difference between Akalon. Like, you could see the difference between Akalon and Akko Chul, but that's just because in Akko Chul, I really don't react to almost anything. I just play my game, you know? Which is the whole point behind Akko Chul. Is when I'm not in the mood. Like, I do Akko Chul streams. I haven't done one in a while, but I do Akko Chul streams, generally speaking, when I'm not really in the mood to talk. I just want to play games. So that's again a different kind of Stefan, where I just want to sit there and I want to play my game. I don't really want to do anything else. Tiresome, how you doing, bro? I would love to try Lost Ark. I'm not allowed to. I can't play Lost Ark. Once it comes out on the 11th. Even if it comes out on the 11th, Tiresome, I can't play it. So, yeah, it doesn't really matter. It's physically not available in South Africa. So, I'm gonna try to use a VPN to get it, but I've tried that in the past and it did not work. Monlay, that's actually one of the reasons I think Ashes of Creation is going to fail, is its over-reliance on graphics. Here's the problem with realistic graphics, with trying to push a game to look as realistic as possible. Let's say 5 years. 5 years down the line, does your game still look realistic? Does your game still look wow in 5 years' time when you wait for ultra realism graphics? The answer is almost always no. 5 years down the line, your game looks dated as fuck. Because realism in general does not age well. It doesn't age well. Realistic graphics have a tendency to be now that could also be no longer true, I suppose. Right? That could also no longer be true. Because we could make the argument that the fidelity of graphics these days and the engines that we have these days are so advanced that even if you go a decade from today, they would still look incredibly good because they're so advanced. And P2, you just changed my mind there when you said Witcher 3. If you look at Witcher 3, a lot of that game almost looks picture perfect, even nowadays. Like, there's some elements of it that's a little bit dated, and you know, there are games with slightly better graphics. So if you look at Cyberpunk, compare Cyberpunk to Witcher 3, you can definitely see the difference in graphic fidelity. But it might be that we've reached that. So it might be that we're at that point where we're sort of 90% of the way of what we can do with graphics. So now, in 5 years from now, we have... maybe we've gone from 90% to 92%. But the difference between that 2% difference isn't enough that it's really noticeable. Whereas if you go back in the past and you look at games, so for example, I've recently, not recently, about a year, no, about, let's say 7-8 months ago, I tried to play Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 again. And it was noticeable almost immediately how bad those graphics had gotten. I didn't remember those graphics to be as bad as it is. But playing those games again, I was like, wow. Jesus, these graphics are really bad. Like, really bad. And you don't realize it until you play it again. So it might be that we've reached that point. I know there's an actual technical term for it, but you've reached the point where when you push past a certain point, the upgrades are so small that you barely notice them. Apocalypse, exactly. Yeah, diminishing returns. But the technical term I'm talking about, I heard someone say it once, but I can't remember what it was called. But it's sort of like it's almost like that crossing the like crossing the Rubicon in some way. Where you just sort of basically what I'm getting at, if you today wanted to upgrade the graphics of a game so that it is 100% noticeable that this is an upgrade, this is a massive upgrade to what graphics were even 5 years ago, you almost have to go for real life graphics. So you have to make the game look as if it's an actual actor in an actual world. That would basically be that would probably be the next big upgrade. Because past that point, yeah, you can play a little with lighting, and you can play a little bit with ambience, and you can play a little bit with shadows and stuff like that. But look at a game, for example, like Death Stranding. Look at a game like Witcher 3, even that's a bit older than Death Stranding. Look at a game like Cyberpunk. How do you really go much better than that? How do you go much better than that? Like, noticeable. Where the game comes out and you're like, holy shit, that is insane. Right? Or Homeworld. I don't think I've ever played Homeworld. What's Homeworld? You want to get the biggest fucking like the biggest age check of your life? Oh, EX, how you doing, bro? All right, here is here's an age check for all of you.
To make a nuclear strike.
This is Metal Gear Solid. When Metal Gear Solid first came out, I remember being in awe of this game. I thought this game was amazing. And seeing those graphics again, I'm like, why the fuck did I even think this was amazing? Why did I even think this was amazing? Because it really isn't good. Like, it really is just bad graphics. It's like a really bad, like, it's a great game, but it's bad graphics. This was the biggest edge, because I was looking into buying Metal Gear Solid again because I'm in the mood to play it again, and then I watched the trailer for it, and I was like, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe I shouldn't. Let's move into the game. I remember this. This was so fucking cool back in the day, dude. This was so fucking cool back in the day. Speaking to your commander and shit. I don't remember it being like this. Do you? Do you guys remember it being like this? In my mind, it was better than this. In my mind, it was better than this. I remember it being better than this. Like, graphics-wise. I'm not talking about... I'm not talking about the gameplay. I remember the gameplay exactly like this. But in my mind, it was better than this, at least. I don't know what I was hoping for or what I was expecting. Pixel blending, which caused it to get better graphics. Oh, I remember this as well. I remember doing this exact mission. This was such a fun game. But I wouldn't be able to play it now. The whole, like, everything looks like it's swimming and just fucking glitching all over the place. That would drive me fucking nuts, dude. But anyways, yeah. Just a bit of an age reminder there. Potato Dude, how you doing, bro? No, of course. If you compare Metal Gear Solid to anything that we have today, right? Or anything that they had at the time, this game was revolutionary. So I was looking at this the other day, which was actually... It was called Duke Nukem 3D, I think. Which is also just, you look at it and you go, what the fuck? Why did I think this was great back in the day? Are you Homeworld, 1999. Not even, like, not just Duke Nukem. There was, like, Duke Nukem Time to Kill. I'm trying to remember the first Duke Nukem I ever played. I think was like PlayStation 1, 2, something like that. But it was like, or was it PC? Like the first Duke Nukem. No, it wasn't a 2D. It was just after, I think, the 2D side scrollers. I remember there was one part where you were inside a strip club and there were like dancers in front of you. It was blurred, like the private parts of the dancers. Perfection, how you doing? Was blurred. It may have been 3D. Homeworld. All right, let's see. Homeworld. It's not Homeworld 3. It's just Homeworld, right? Are you talking about this one? Homeworld, this is the remastered one. I'm assuming you mean the first one. Or the non-remastered one. Can I look at the remastered one?
This is the garden.
This is 1999.
For 13 generations, we have protected it from the unclean. The tyrannic raiders who came before you refused to join and were punished for this trespass. Like theirs, your ship has already defiled this holy place. If you have come to join, we welcome you, and will spare you your ship until all have disembarked. If you have come to consume the garden, you will be removed at once.
It doesn't look bad. I mean, you can see it's dated, but it definitely doesn't look bad. This is more like the 2000, like the difference between Legendary and Like this was surreal to me when I tried to play Mass Effect 1 again. And I saw just like how it was versus the remade version or the legendary version. Just show us the graphics, bro. How far we've come. Like, no color, there's no real, like, texture, right? The textures don't seem to really be there. Now, pay attention. I mean, the difference is startling between what we can do these days. I would actually say one of the best remakes I've ever played was Mass Effect Legendary Edition. By far, one of the best remakes I've ever played was this. All right, so PlayStation 5 plus Xbox Series X tested on CRT. Is image quality really better than any modern screen? Huh, let's see. Oh my god, I remember these games. Bro, I was a freak. A fucking freak for Sonic the Hedgehog. Like, that just reminded me so much of my fucking days running around, like, spending hours and hours playing Sonic the Hedgehog. Oh, F1.
Since posting our video...
Do you guys remember the F1 game? It was on floppy disk. I believe it was floppy disks, but it was an F1 game, and you could play with 3 different cars. That was it. You had Ferrari, you had McLaren, and you had there's like one other. I can't remember what was the other name. There's one more car. You had Ferrari, McLaren, but it was only that 3, and it was basically so. In reality, your car didn't really move. It was now, if you look at it, it was more the map was moving, and your car was stationary. So. The whole map would move past you, but your car looked like it was just standing still, and you were sort of turning in and out of things.
On CRTs, almost 2 years ago, we've had a lot of questions and interest in the topic. Some people wondered, how do you connect modern devices to a CRT? Are there really benefits to using one these days? And what's up with display resolutions on a CRT? With this in mind, I wanted to discuss it once again, while also showcasing the venerable Sony FW900 CRT monitor running the latest games on PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X. It's neat to see, of course. Seeing such modern titles on a display like this is not a usual thing, but there's more. It will also help us illustrate some of the talking points I've presented around CRTs in general. First though, I'm not here to tell you to ditch your flat panel display for a CRT. That really doesn't make sense in most cases. This is really more of an observation of the technology and kind of a closer look at what makes it such a unique and...
Is a CRT, in other words, CRTs are actually better. Looks to have broken Steam, and it looks like it will break the Twitch record very soon. Probably. Lost Ark seems to be doing very well.
Special type of display. Now, of course, naturally, when discussing CRTs these days, most people tend to think of them in regards to retro games, specifically playing old console games on a CRT television. It's a fantastic use case and something I regularly use myself, specifically with older consoles, including the PlayStation, Super NES.
The fucking dude. The Indestructibles. Like, this may be an old PlayStation, but fuck me if PlayStation 1s weren't basically indestructible. Like, those things were built, it's like the 3310. They were built to last, bro. We put our PlayStation through shit, and it just worked. It just always fucking worked.
Sega Mega Drive, and basically anything else before the HDMI era. It's perfect for this. Now, I use a professional broadcast monitor, of course, but even a consumer set will get the job done. It's a great way to play these classic games. But CRTs were used for so much more, including the PC, of course. And yeah, I've showcased this as well in some of my retro PC videos.
I remember playing.
The reason why
I remember playing WoW on a CRT monitor back in the days where most of your desk and its space would be taken up by the monitor, not the keyboard, not the mouse. The monitor would be the thing that took up all of the fucking desk space.
It works so well with old computer games ties into why it's still so interesting today. Specifically, they offer a lot of additional flexibility in terms of resolution support and refresh rates, and the way that these things are presented drastically changes the perceptual image quality compared to any flat panel out there. So for this video then, obviously, I've attached the PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X to this monitor. It looks great, right? And of course, one of the first questions always asked when showing such a thing is, how the heck do you do it? After all, these consoles use HDMI, but monitors like this do not have HDMI inputs.
True.
Well, in this case, it's as simple as finding an HDMI to VGA adapter, like this one. Now, of course, this one itself is limited in that it maxes out at 1080p 60, but there are other solutions out there. If you want to use a monitor like this with your PC, though, I would recommend a better DisplayPort or USB-C style adapter, which can support the higher resolutions and refresh rates this monitor is capable of. Remember, the FW900...
How high can a CRT go in terms of resolution and frame rates?
Can support resolutions above 1440p at refresh rates higher than 60. That's pretty darn impressive for a monitor from the early 2000s.
Wait, really?
And that makes sense, because the FW900 itself was a professional monitor released during this period. It wasn't intended for just the average consumer necessarily, so its support and features is higher than that. But
I don't remember frame rate or resolution ever being a discussion point back when we had CRT monitors. I don't remember ever going, oh, but what frame rate is this monitor at? That was just never really a thing. It was just a fucking monitor. Who cared? You know? It was a monitor, it played games, it was good. No one cared. You can see your game, you can play your game.
But everything I say still can be applied to any old PC monitor. They just may not support the higher resolutions and features that this one does. So keep that in mind. So this is where my first sort of discussion point comes into play, specifically around resolution and the way that your eyes perceive it. What do I mean by this? Well, first we need to consider the flat panel. Any flat panel really, LCD, OLED, plasma, anything like this. These monitors use a fixed grid with a defined native resolution, if you will. A 4K monitor, for instance, will have 3840 by 2160 worth of pixels, with each pixel composed of individual subpixels. This matrix of pixels can be addressed digitally, enabling a pixel-perfect display as long as you're sending an image that matches the resolution of the panel. And this is where the entire concept of native resolution comes into play in the first place. If you display anything other than the native pixel resolution of the monitor, you're going to need to upscale and interpolate the image to fit the screen. Now, the monitor itself can obviously do this processing, but there's other software solutions that can occur as well, and the entire point is to achieve maximum image quality while targeting that native resolution of the panel. This is why if the input resolution is lower than the panel's own resolution, you wind up with a blurred image, as the individual pixels no longer properly align to the grid. The basic interpolation performed by most monitors simply produces a blurrier result. This is where all the discussion around resolution really stems from. A higher resolution is always a good thing, CRT or not. But the reason it's so desirable on these monitors is that you want to match your output resolution to the pixel resolution, otherwise you're going to wind up with interpolation blur. And that is something we want to avoid. But this is where it gets interesting and where CRTs are fundamentally different. Now, at its core, these displays use an electron gun situated at the neck of the tube, the beams of which are directed by an anode towards the front of the tube. The electrons fired from this electron gun then
Old days,
pass through a
bro.
mesh,
Fucking
such
old
as a
days.
shadow mask or aperture
Blast
grill,
from the
before
past.
striking a phosphor-coated screen, which
Do you think kids today would even know what this is? Like, if you gave a kid today, here's actually the true test. If you gave a 16-year-old a 3310, do you think they would be able to type a message to their friends using the 3310? I don't know if you guys remember how you used to type on those things, but every number had a number of letters tied to the number, and you had to keep pressing the number until it was the letter that you wanted, and then you would go to the different. And I was fast as fuck, boy. Like, I could type without looking at my screen and just because you knew this is 3 types, this is 1 press, this is 2 presses, so you just knew this shit. But if you gave that to a new, like someone 16 years old, would they even fucking know how to type with that thing?
in turn lights up the different colored phosphors to form the final image. So while factors such as the precision of the mesh do determine the maximum fidelity and essentially the highest resolution, if you will, the end result to the eye is very different to what you get with a matrix of pixel elements in a fixed pixel display. Now, of course, this is a very simplistic way to describe it, of course. What this basically means is that up to the maximum supported resolution of the CRT, any resolution below that can be displayed on this monitor without the side effects that we get on flat
He
panel
thought you were
displays.
lying, Tech Priest.
So if you display, say, 720p on a monitor like the FW900, it still looks great. It doesn't have the typical upscale blur because it's fundamentally not treating that image in the same way. You can throw up any resolution you like within the supported list and they will all look great. So while there is technically a ceiling to the amount of detail you can display on one of these monitors, the key advantage here is that many resolutions look great. Again though, I stress, higher resolutions on a CRT are still superior to lower resolutions. The point here is that it just handles those lower resolutions better. Here's a fun example that I tried
those old
using
phones,
Ratchet
yeah.
and Clank on PlayStation 5. This first image is close up
My
to the
grandma had
screen,
one of those.
filmed with my camera, a Panasonic GH5. Now, what we're seeing here is a 1080p 60Hz output to the CRT, right? Now, let's bring in this other side here. As you can see now, it looks a little different. It's not quite as sharp, but it still looks clean. What are we looking at here? Well, this is 720p. Now, of course, the PS5 is still downscaling from its higher resolution, the internal resolution I should note, but what we're sending to the screen still looks good in both cases.
It looks alright.
But what about something like, say, the Nintendo Switch, which has a lot of low-resolution games? Now, these...
Apocalypse, I used to do that. So every Saturday morning, around 10 a.m., they would have like the top 100 or top 40 or whatever songs in South Africa at the time. And you would sit there ready with your cassette tape and you know, ready to record. And then every single time a new song comes on, you record it so that you can get the music, so that you can listen to it on your Walkman. You know, which one I remember, I don't know if you guys like, just after the Walkman, there was, for a time before they got completely replaced, there was the CD Walkman. So it didn't work with a cassette tape. It actually worked with a CD. Now, yeah, the Discman. The problem with those where you could literally not, like, the early ones, if you moved it even a little, so if you bumped it or you fucking turned it upside down or anything like that, or you had it in your pocket or in your backpack, it would just fucking jump all over the place as it's trying to keep up. Von Crusher, thanks for the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It would just, yeah, it would just be a mess. Like, you had to really carry it nicely in order for the music to actually play. Oh my God, I remember that. I'm not going to watch this whole video, but it is interesting. CRT monitors. Man, that was a blast from the past. Really was. Anti-skip was a feature on Discmans. Dude, I remember when DVD came out and everyone was like, "Oh my God, DVD, that's gonna revolutionize the industry." And then how long was DVDs around for? Like maybe a couple of years, and then the internet came and people were just like, why would I need a DVD? Like, I mean, nah, it's fine. I'll just download it or I'll watch it on Netflix. No point in having this massive fucking disc that I really don't need. Adeline, how you doing? Even though it said no skip feature, it was a lie. True. DVD was around for a good chunk of time. Not really. So at least not in South Africa. Maybe in the rest of the world, but not really in South Africa. So when we got DVD players, and I remember still buying a DVD burner. So I made my CD-ROM was CD-ROM and DVD burner, so I could burn DVDs as well. I got that, and then DVDs was no longer a thing. You didn't need them for anything. And I kind of feel like you don't even need to, like, even Blu-ray is almost I'm not talking about Blu-ray as the technology, but Blu-ray as in Blu-ray discs. How often do you still actually go out to buy Blu-ray DVDs or Blu-ray movies? Why wouldn't you just watch it on Netflix? Like, sure, you could probably pick it up, but I feel like I don't really see the point. Better quality means so little to me, though. Because so I'll give you an example, yeah? I'm rewatching Harry Potter, the extended version Blu-ray, yeah? Rewatching it. I have it on my PC. The quality is brilliant. It looks like Harry Potter. When they cast a spell, I can absolutely see the spell being cast, and I can see the other person taking the hit. What more do I need? I don't need more quality than that. I can see the movie. It looks like Harry Potter. Dumbledore looks like Dumbledore. I could agree if you said, hey, there's a quality difference because if you don't have Blu-ray, it's going to look like Duke Nukem. If you have Blu-ray, it's going to look like Harry Potter. But there is a point where I just don't really see the point of the Blu-ray. The advantage of Blu-ray is that if we use DVD, we would need multiple discs for a lot of what we watch. Like I said, I don't have a problem with Blu-ray. I'm not speaking about Blu-ray, the technology. Because remember, yes, there are Blu-ray discs, but Blu-ray is also a technology. It's also a format that we can use. So I don't have a problem with that. You get plenty of streaming services out there that allows you to stream in Blu-ray quality, which would obviously require higher bit rates in order to do it. So I don't have a problem with that. I'm sort of talking. So I don't own a single Blu-ray disc, and I don't even have anything that could play Blu-ray. Wait, can PlayStation 4 play Blu-ray? If it can, then my PlayStation 4 can play Blu-ray. Not that I've ever fucking played a Blu-ray on it, but then it can actually play Blu-ray. Not, like I said, I've never used it for it. To be honest, I think Blu-ray and DVD is now 100% collector's territory. I can see it for collectors. 100%. If you're someone that loves collecting, yes, go out and buy it. Go grab that. But I have no interest in collecting movies. Like, if I really want a movie, I'll just watch it online. Is it a cheaper way to get a Blu-ray player? Yeah, well, I didn't, like... I bought the PlayStation 4 for God of War. I played God of War, hated the controller, and stopped playing God of War. And now God of War is on PC, and I'll probably just play it on PC. I feel that stream title on a different level. It's the Pep, you and me both, bro. It is fucking sad to see over 1 million people watching other people play Lost Ark. And I'm sitting here incapable of playing Lost Ark because my country will not allow me to play Lost Ark. I don't know if it's my government, but if it's all the same to all of you, I'm just going to blame my government because I blame them for basically everything. It just makes life easier. Because I don't know who to blame. So when in doubt, blame the government. So it's my fucking government that won't let me play Lost Ark. Maybe my government is also making Lost Ark and they want me to play their version. We'll see. I also blame them for a lot of things on your side of things. For Netherlands, it's the government gambling in game. I know for a fact my country doesn't give a fuck about that. Because they don't even know what gambling... They don't even know what video games are. So I'm pretty sure they don't know what gambling and video games are. So I'm pretty sure that's not it. Oh, I blame my... We still have load shedding. Although it's been suspended now. I don't know if it's back. Let's see. Is load shedding completely gone now? Have they suspended it? I know they said they're going to suspend it for the State of the Nation address. By my... like fucking... Oh, there's no load shedding now. That's good. It'll probably be back by Thursday, though. After Thursday, at least, I should say. After Thursday, we'll get... Mark my words, we will probably have load shedding on Friday. I'm almost convinced of it. We'll probably have load shedding on Friday. What is load shedding? It's the PEP. So my government... Okay, so all electricity in my country is provided by the government. It's a company called Eskom. And Eskom is the national distributor and generator of electricity in my country. Now, Eskom is bankrupt. So they don't actually have money. And they also, the money that they do have, they spent on parties. And so they basically set up this incredible, this was actually insane. This was all uncovered recently. They set up this incredibly smart system of basically funneling money out of Eskom. So Eskom gets money from the government every year to operate. Then the ruling party, the ANC, would throw fundraisers, right? So basically dinners and breakfasts and business breakfasts and things like that. And Eskom would then sponsor these breakfasts. And through the sponsorship of these breakfasts, Eskom would then donate, say, a couple of million rand to the ruling party as a donation for whatever the breakfast was for. So then the people in the ruling party would take those donations and live large and in charge. So this is how they funneled money out of the system without technically just taking the money out of the bank accounts. And as a result of this, the power stations in South Africa were severely neglected. So now we basically have power station after power station after power station breaking down. And as a result of that, the government runs, or Eskom runs out of electricity to provide electricity for the whole of the country. And so they do what is called load shedding, which is basically where they turn areas in the country off for 2.5 hours to sort of preserve electricity, and then they turn those areas on and they turn other areas off again. And it's in stages. We have 8 stages of load shedding. No, I'm not sure why we have 8 stages. We have a stage 1, but we almost never use it. It's basically always stage 2 minimum. Stage 4 is usually where we sort of fucking live. And yeah, you get used to it after a while. It's almost weird when we don't have load shedding in South Africa. But yeah, that's the... I lived opposite people in Pretoria. So whenever it was load shedding, this was actually one of the fucking cutest things I've ever seen in my life. So it's load shedding, and then me and my brother are sitting outside and just complaining, right? Having a cigarette, complaining about the fact that there's no electricity. And then one night I see these two people, and then I started focusing, and they did this every single night. Whenever load shedding started, they would light candles. Yeah. The guy would put music on his phone, and then him and his wife would just dance for the 2.5 hours. Like in their living room, they would just dance for 2.5 hours while the power is off every single night when the power goes off. I just looked at it. I was like, well, making the best of a fucking miserable situation. Touching grass, why not? Touching a bit of grass, dancing with your wife. Good times. I could think of other things that you could do with 2.5 hours of no electricity, but they decided dance was for them. Deadman prop? No. No, like I said, most areas are... So if you take one city, for example, you'll have, say, a quarter of the city off for 2.5 hours. Then that quarter goes back on, and then the next quarter is turned off. And then, the other 3 quarters are on. And then you just have different police departments for the city sort of taking the slack for the 2.5 hours that the other police departments are off. Sex time apocalypse. 2.5 minutes. What do you take me for? I'm not a marathon athlete. Like, fuck. Wait, is that 2.5 minutes including foreplay? Because that seems like at least 2 minutes too fucking long. Like, maybe 30 seconds, including foreplay, maybe a minute. 2.5 seconds, that's a long ass fucking time. 2.5 minutes? Jesus, I'd be out of breath. I'm not 18 anymore. 2.5 hours of shagging would moiter me. The not to go special. Yeah, I always win at sex. If you're not winning, you're doing it wrong. No, the whole city never goes off. So the worst it would get is for stage 8. So when stage 8 hits, that would be miserable. Like, that would probably be fucking miserable for everyone. Because let me give you a stage 8 year. So let's say, for example, today was stage 8. Then I would have had no power from 12 o'clock last night until 4:30 the morning. Then my power would again go off at 8 o'clock in the morning, and it would come back online at 12:30, and then my power would have gone off at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and it would have come back online at 8:30. And then tomorrow, I would have been off for stage 8 tomorrow, I would have been off at 12 again till 2:30. I would have been off at 6 a.m. until 10:30 a.m. I would have been off from 2 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. And then I would have been off from 10 p.m. until 12:30. That's if it's stage 8. So at stage 8, you're basically off for 12 hours a day. Playing what went wrong. Winners go home and fuck the prom queen. No. If you want to quote Sean Connery, you have to do it correctly. He said, losers always whine about their best. Winners go home and fuck the prom queen. Let's not misquote one of the greatest movie quotes of all time. Because he said to him, I'll do my best. And he said, losers always whine about their best. Winners go home and fuck the prom queen. Unknown Mayfie, if you have $15,000 for me, I'll get the solar panels up and running. No problemo. That's how much it would cost me to go completely off the grid. Need to watch that movie again? Fuck, that was such a good movie. The Rock. Holy shit, that was such a good movie. I want to watch that too. Speaking of no electricity, what's a good vape that lasts for a while? I'm the wrong person to ask. I know nothing about vaping. I just do it. Like, I just do it. I walk into the vape shop and I went, what's a good vape? And they said, this one's a good vape. And I said, okay, I'll take it. I don't know shit. I'm not part of the culture. I don't care. I just want something where I press the button, smoke comes out, goes into my lungs, and I can breathe it out. She was trying to sell me, the lady that works at the store was trying to sell me this weird new technology thing that you have to clean once every 2 weeks, and that takes about 10 minutes to clean. But if you're a novice, it could take up to an hour to clean. I was like, no. I'm going to stop you right there. I don't want a job. I don't want a second job. I just want a vape. Keep that shit for the people that think it's cool to vape. I don't think it's cool to vape. I just want something to fucking do when I'm sitting here reacting to content or playing video games. I don't need a second job. You guys can do that crap on your own. Got the graphics from Homeworld from 1999 to the present day. Thinking of moving back to SA, and yeah, probably not looking forward to load shedding again. But hey, this is Africa, I guess. Wait, Siak, where are you right now that you're thinking of moving back? I mean, it's not great graphics, but it's not horrible. I would say, Fair, the biggest thing that you need there is get yourself 2 batteries. So I basically have 4 batteries, 2 pairs. I have 4 batteries. These are almost always on charge. And then I have the 2 that's in the vape itself, right? So 2 on charge, 2 in the vape. If you go out in the field, just grab these. This one lasts me quite a while, or it used to. The new coils that I have, though, is way too high. So if you look at the wattage there, this is 50 watts. I'm looking for coils that goes to like 30 watts. Because then this one actually lasted me, I'd say a good 8-9 hours before I had to replace the battery. So if you put that together, that's a whole day that you have for batteries. So really it's the wattage that's the problem. For most vapes, at least. If you go for a vape that has shit tons of watts, it's going to drain that battery fast. This doesn't, I mean, I won't say it doesn't look great, but for $19.99, not bad. Definitely not bad. What's that blue thing around it? Fuck knows. What's the point of this game? Of this homeworld? You're just playing with ships and crap. And you build ships, I suppose. It's an RTS. I like RTS. I'm a huge fan of the RTS genre. So give it a go. I would probably not play like Homeworld 1. But I do like me some good RTS games. Every once in a while, RTS is good. I'm gonna go get food now, guys. I'm fucking tired and I'm hungry. I should play Age of Empires 4. I should. I haven't yet, but I should. Your past is a lie, your future is in jeopardy, and you're 30,000 light years from home. Oh. So it really is a story game. Like, it has a story behind the RTS. All right, I'll definitely give it a go. On that note, though, ladies and gentlemen, I will probably see all of you tomorrow. Right now, it's time. It's time for dinner. It's 8:30 in the evening here in South Africa, and I have ribeye steak. So I'm gonna go have me some fucking ribeye. It's gonna be good. Literally just grabbed my dinner too. Hey, I'm gonna grab dinner and then I'm gonna watch Harry Potter, and then I'm going to play Red Dead Redemption 2 because I'm in the mood for Red Dead Redemption 2. Sausage and potato, let's go. Easy. I'm on. So let me just check what Harry Potter am I on currently. I'm on Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. Is what I'm watching right now. So I still have a couple of movies to go. Actually, I think I just finished Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. Excuse me. I finished Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire last night. I'm going on to the Order of the Phoenix next. Yeah, so I still have a couple of Harry Potters to go. And then I'll probably rewatch Crimes of Grindelwald. Because that's also really fucking cool. Like, I really enjoy those movies. I'm on quite the Harry Potter bane right now. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for hanging out with me. Thank you so much for spending your evening, your afternoon, your morning with me. I really apologize that we can't play Lost Ark. I realize most people were really looking forward to it because I've been asked basically for the last 2 months whether or not I'm going to play Lost Ark. And sadly, shit did not work out that way. So really, really apologize for that. Please take care of yourselves. Be kind to each other. Be good to each other. And as always, I will see all of you tomorrow. And we'll probably play some games tomorrow. Just because why not? I think it's high time that we do some video games. Yeah? Peace out, fam.